at love 15.
Beautiful volley, but you really have to know what he did to create that easy forehand volley that he made contact with above his shoulder. He took a backhand, left side of his body. He's a righty. He's hitting on the ad side, the left side of the court, and he went inside in. So he took that ball back down the line, forcing Mannarino to float the ball with his backhand.
Yeah, I love the pattern there in that description and breakdown, Megan, from you. That inside-in backhand, it's so arduous that I see all these tour players, even on the recreational side in New York, with a lot of young, promising juniors, too. And there's that pattern, that setup, that beautiful approach and that ability to transition with that volley. And it's now 15 all. Fourth game, opening set, Mannarino, Lehecka. A round of 16 matchup at the U.S. Open on the men's side. And a good tee serve with a little spin there from Mannarino. Unable to handle it is Lehecka at 30-15. At 103, and I love the variety. I know we talk about in the word I use a lot with Mannarino, unconventional, how he kind of slaps at the ball. And that service, it's not a wide wheel take back from your backside all the way to your back shoulder. It's more like straight up on his serve. But it works out effectively for the Frenchman, Mannarino, doesn't it?
I mean, he has maximized his technique. When I was watching Mannarino play Shelton, there was something that was glaringly obvious to me. How much energy Shelton was expending when he was hitting the ball, where Mannarino, he just kind of bunts at it. And that's even on his serve. He's able to produce just an amount of power to compromise his opponent. And you don't have to blow your opponent off the ground. You just have to make sure that they're in a bad position so that you can take advantage of it and finish the point.
At 40-15, trying to take it on the rise, Lehecka, he hits the stanchion of the chair umpire, frames off the black part of his Wilson racket, misses poorly. Mannarino again with that spin, second serve that came in at just 76 miles per hour, gets the game 2-all on serve in the opening set.
Look, I want to go back to what you were saying about Lehecka and his backhand and his ability to drive his backhand from the middle of the court inside in, pinning the ball down the line, hitting it at a little bit of an angle. That is not something that you see very often, particularly for male players. One of the frustrations I have about coaching sometimes is that people lack the imagination. They say, find your forehand. You can do more with your forehand. Well, if Lehecka had chosen to run around the middle ball landing in the middle of the court, and chosen to hit a forehand, he loses a court positioning. So I'm curious to see if Lehecka is going to continue to use his backhand out of the middle. He's like a surgeon to just drive that ball and move Mannarino from side to side.
Yeah, no, I love that. And especially like centrally from no angle, which I think I said a moment ago, just arduous to do and kind of paint that corner. And we've seen Lehecka do it multiple times. It's a great pickup. Here at 2-all, 15-all in the fifth game, opening set. Mannarino gets it back forehand, inside in. Again, this is what Megan just broke down, folks. Lehecka goes serve out wide, due side. He's in the middle, inside the court in no man's land, like right after the baseline or as you go towards the service line. And with authority, he smacks a forehand winner into the ad side.
That's right. He's playing the court. He's playing the right shots. We call that shot selection. What you choose to do with the ball when it's on your racket. And Lehecka is displaying that if the ball's on the right side of his body, he can curl it cross court and use that due side court, or he can drive it down the line for an inside in or just a down the line shot.
Yeah. It's now 40-15. Backhand missed by Mannarino. A couple misses off the backhand wing. The fourth unforced error for Mannarino. Now, Lehecka does have 6 to that point. It's a couple of game points here for Yuri Lehecka. If you don't know him, again, he's the 20C, 23 years young from Czechia. World number 21 on the ATP Tour. Backhand flossed over the low part of that. Lehecka comes in. Mannarino trying to pass short angle, does not cross court as that trickles to the bottom of the net. And it is a hold for Lehecka at 3-2, just getting this round of 16 matchup underway, and we'll continue at the changeover here right after these words. This is U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. Welcome back to Day 8 of the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. You're listening to Dave Leno, Megan Moulton-Levy. We're also joined around the grounds from Prince Ripapat and Mark Lucero. Jaime Colon, our engineer on the ones and twos, with us today. Production staff this morning, Kenny Marion, Braxton Chris. Also like to thank the rest of the crew, Jim Knapp, Ryan Fishwell, Pat Marion, and everybody else that makes this possible. Claude Jennings, other engineer as well. You hear talented, skillful voices from first ball to last. Brian Clark coming up with Patricia He a little bit later. Russ Thaler, Sophie Amyak, Mike Cation, Gil Gross, Zena Garrison, Ravi Ubha. We have a talented radio team, David McPherson as well. So we thank you for listening from first ball to last right here on U.S. Open Radio. We're all privileged to bring you U.S. Open Tennis Championships. On serve, round of 16 match, Mannarino against Lehecka. So far, we're 5 games in. And Megan, for those that didn't listen to us in the early going, what's been your temperament of this match? I know we're on serve between these two players right now.
2 things. One, Mannarino has not been as sharp with his backhand, and that is his strength. So I don't know if that's because of something Lehecka's doing or something Mannarino's not doing, but I'm anticipating that Mannarino's going to be able to make an adjustment here quickly. But one thing I want to note is Mannarino did this against Shelton the other day. There are people moving at the top of the stadium, and they're allowed to. But Mannarino seems hypersensitive to some of the things that are going around on the court and a little irritated by it. So what that tells me is that he is maybe not in the right frame of mind. If you are feeling totally positive, you're in the moment, some of these external things, they don't bother you quite as much. So I'm going to keep an eye on Mannarino and his body language, his attitude, his temperament as we go throughout this match.
Yeah, good call, because at one point he was like waving in front of his face that maybe the sun and perspiration wiping down. Now we're 5 games in. It's Mannarino trailing Love 30, 6-game opening set. Again, we're on serve if you're just tuning in to Megan and I. Lehecka whips a forehand, left foot in front of the right, big unit turn into the flat backhand of Mannarino, who handles it, trickles off the line. Lehecka is there. He graces to his left, prowls there, whips the backhand into the backhand of Mannarino, moves Lehecka off the line. Lehecka gets it anyhow. Mannarino with the backhand, flat, moves Lehecka cross court towards the doubles alley. Mannarino moves him over to the ad side of the court, slice backhand by Lehecka. Mannarino with a forehand slice. Lehecka now transitions, and it is the approach, and good for Lehecka, splitting both service boxes. Beautifully done on a lengthy rally between the pair.
So one thing that Lehecka is doing really, really well is he is using his down-the-line shots to help set up opportunities to move forward. He gets Mannarino stretched in those corners, both wings. He can do it off of both wings. And then is right there. He's anticipating the short ball. He's right on top of it and crunching Mannarino's time. Sometimes ending it with a volley, sometimes not. But I like how he's using the down the line to create opportunities to move forward.
No doubt, and chances to break at love here for Lehecka to go up 4-2, but whiffs a backhand slice side of the net opposite the chair. Mannarino redirected a ball towards the ad side of the court. Still break chances for Lehecka. As a programming note, we will go inside Ash momentarily for the interviews for Jessica Pegula, the 4 seed, against Ann Lee. 2 Americans jousting against one another in the 4th round of the U.S. Open. Chances to break here. Mannarino with a slider T-serve, good off the frame of the racket, off a stretched backhand by Lehecka. 2 break points saved. It's 30-40.
Lehecka has a great backhand, where topspin backhand, where he just rocks those shoulders back, uses his left hand to meet the ball. But every time Mannarino has gotten him to take that left hand off the racket and go to the slice, he makes an error.
Let's hear from Ann Lee inside Ash.
And my trust in myself, and it's a great week for me regardless of what happens today. I'm just going to go out there, give it my all, and have fun and enjoy the moment.
You've played Jessie twice. It's 1-1. Tell us about that.
Yeah, the last one was more recent in French. The other one was some years ago, but yeah, she's an amazing competitor, a fighter, so I'm going to have to bring my A game every point, and I'm looking forward to it.
We are too. Thank you so much. Enjoy the match. And now we welcome in last year's finalists, Jessie Pegula. Once again, you find yourself playing on Labor Day weekend against another American. What does that mean to you?
A lot of fun. Always an honor to be able to come out here, to still be in the tournament, to be able to play on Ash. Yeah, can't say much else.
You always strive to play your best tennis at the majors. What are some of the ingredients this summer that makes it point toward you playing your best tennis at this U.S. Open?
I mean, I think it's just trying to work your way through matches. Obviously, you have to win the match to be able to get to the next one. And I don't think I played my best tennis this summer, but I think I was always trying to keep in mind to get back to the basics, keep things simple, and then just honestly, I feel like when it comes to slams, you just have to compete really hard because you never know what can happen.
We look forward to this competition. Thank you.
All right, well done by ESPN's Pam Shriver with those interviews
New
for
York,
Pegula and Lee.
Please welcome the players for today's first match. From King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, Ann Lee.
PA voice inside Ash this morning. Blair Henley bringing out Ann Lee at 25 years old, her first round of 16 appearance at a major. What a moment for Lee. Coming out across the court with her blue
from
racket
Buffalo,
bag.
New York, Jessica Pegula.
Well, no doubt a daunting task for Lee up against a fellow American, last year's U.S. Open finalist who fell to Sabalenka 5-5, Jessica Pegula. What's your outlook again for Pegula pitted up against Lee?
Look, I mean, to have a 7-6 set against Pegula at the French Open, that is a confidence builder. Had she gotten blown out 2-1, I would say that we might not have much of a matchup. But when you have those close matches, have you ever seen what's a movie? Jim Carrey. They're in. So you're saying there's a chance?
Yep.
You know what movie I'm talking about?
Well, I remember all like the Ace Ventura.
Exactly. So. Thank you. It's Dumb and Dumber. That's one of my favorite movies, and that kind of I hope Anne knows that she has a chance because she proved it at the French Open, and I want her and Jessica to put on a show.
Well, credit to Prim with the Dumb and Dumber one there. Oh, what a great movie that was. I got to go. Maybe I'm going to go back and watch that after today's match. It's after the night session tonight. Thank you so much. So we will have the first serve of this matchup of Pegula against Ann Lee. But we are going to go quickly back inside Armstrong because a development on a big game that happened a moment ago during those interviews, and that was this, Megan, that Lehecka had opportunities to break Mannarino, but it was Mannarino who fended off those 3 break chances from the Czechia player. That means Mannarino held at 3-all, and now it's 40-love here for Lehecka. Bangs into the backhand here of Mannarino and gets it to the left of Lehecka, who misses a backhand slice on the serve +1. The point to Mannarino at 40-15, 3-all opening set.
I am not keeping track of the stat probably the way that I should, but that's at least 3 points that Lehecka's lost when he decides to hit a slice. So if I'm Mannarino, I'm paying attention. I like to think about tennis players being as shopkeepers, inventory. They got to understand what their opponent likes and what they don't like. And Lehecka has made too many errors when he goes to that continental grip and tries to slice the ball off that backhand side.
That time, Mannarino came in with a chip in charge, applied the pressure, moving right to left along the baseline. Lehecka and missing on the run. The point as a result to Mannarino at 40-30. In this game, it is the 7th game opening set. If you're just tuning in, it's Lehecka, the 20 seed, tussling with Mannarino, rocks back, quality toss over his brown hair, booms it out wide. Mannarino there, chip in charge here by Lehecka. Beautiful serve and volley by him. It's a backhand miss by Mannarino. And Lehecka gets the hold at 4-3 in the opening set. Really well played.
And those are just some strange errors from Mannarino. His backhand is his strength. You know, I'm surprised that he's making so many of these errors in the net and he hasn't been able to make an adjustment. I mean, it makes sense to me why he's hitting in the net because he just flies that ball right over the net and just places it in whatever location he wants to, but he's got to get underneath that ball just a little bit because the net is everyone's first obstacle and you got to clear that to stay in the point.
Well, everybody's first friend on U.S. Open Radio is the one who anchors our preview show, and that's Prim Siripapat. She has come from our studio all the way out to Armstrong. Prim, A pleasant good morning again to you and your courtside in Armstrong.
Good morning to the both of you again. I feel like I just saw you and talked to you. Oh, wait, I did. Am I everybody's first friend? And also, Megan Moulton-Levy, you're welcome. That was a Dumb and Dumber reference. Everybody knows that one. So you're saying there's a chance. But guys, over here in Mannarino versus Lehecka, there's a chance for both of them. You know, one thing that comes to mind, Megan, you talked about the mental fortitude and perhaps the focus of Mannarino. You know, he's coming off some good wins against the 29th seed Talon Griekspoor, then Jordan Townsend in the next round, but then also Ben Shelton. And even though obviously that match finished prematurely and he got some extra rest, Megan and also Dave too, I'll loop you in. Do we think that there might be a potential letdown just because of the nature and the excitement behind that match and going up against Shelton?
Yeah, I don't think so. Mannarino's no foreigner to taking out some big players.
Fair.
He has done his fair share of that. But what I would say is we're approaching the second week of the tournament. There is some fatigue that sets in. And as we talked about with Kalinskaya, when you're tired, you get irritated and you start to look for things to be negative about. So I think that for me would be more so what we're seeing from Mannarino and not necessarily the letdown of the Shelton match.
You both mentioned the longevity of Mannarino. Prim, he's the second oldest man to reach the round of 16 here. The only guy a little bit older than him, Ivo Karlovic, a couple months older when he got to this stage. Hard to believe, really, the major debut for him was as a qualifier in 2010. Prim, thank you very much for the update. It's Mannarino at 3-4, 15 love, and it's a return error that trickles into the doubles alley. Ad side by Lehecka on the backhand, missing 30 love for Mannarino. Again, he's serving at 3-4. We are on serve 7 games in.
I just want to point out, he hit an 80-mile-per-hour first serve, dragging Lehecka way off the court. So for those of you players at home, power is not the only way to win. Placement, really making your opponent get into a bad position, that can unlock so many opportunities.
Yeah, I have to remind myself that all the time is using the variety off the serve and also, you know, taking a ball on the rise and coming in with an approach, because you see so many of these young juniors around that are the heavy Western grips, thrashing the ball, but I love when someone can slice, variety, and the deceptiveness. Mannarino, to that point, up 40 love, Megan, whips one in, forehand chip return, good by Lehecka. For a low part of that, Mannarino gets it off the backhand. It's just a stick save to his right, kind of batted the ball back. And it's a backhand miss on the next exchange by Mannarino. Lehecka finally gets a point in the game at 40-15, but it is Mannarino you're listening to on the cusp of making it 4-all opening set.
Lehecka is able to get Mannarino on the run, which is not something that Shelton was able to do very often in the match. Now, you know, Mannarino was doing more with his footwork in the match against Shelton. It almost looked like every ball he was hitting, he was flirting with the opportunity to come forward, and he finds himself not able to maintain that court positioning, but there was a little flick backhand cross court that Mannarino is known for.
Yep, has the pass into the service box on the deuce side as he saw Lehecka come up and use the angle beautifully as he moved to his left, flicked it, put that Babolat racket right hand over left, flicked it with the backhand, and used that short angle, which was a very arduous shot, but he made it look so easy, Mannarino, at 4-all.
Something that is hard for some may be easy for others. Mannarino that is what he's able to do. Find different parts of the point, even while hitting topspin slice, he can do it all.
All right, so 4-all, opening set there on serve. Prim will be courtside for that one for Mannarino Lehecka. Let's now begin our play-by-play of our featured match this morning, and it will be Jessica Pegula, last year's U.S. Open finalist, against Ann Lee from King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, 55 of the WTA Tour. Great chances here for Pegula to get this match underway at 15:40. Lee is serving to start off the match. Left hand on top of the right for Pegula. Good split step uniturn, bangs it over the low part of the net. And it is an early break for last year's finalist, Jessica Pegula. A backhand missed by Lee, and the perfect start for Jess.
A backhand missed by Lee, but Jessica put her in that position. Pegula was inside the baseline as she hit that return, crunching Lee's time and not giving her a moment to breathe after her serve.
You're right. The fifth main draw appearance at the U.S. Open, again for Lee, the first round of 16, or you could say fourth round appearance at a major, going up against what I would call already the veteran presence of Jessica Pegula, ninth U.S. Open main draw appearance, just 31, a native of Buffalo, lives in Florida, world number 4 right now. First serve, tussles into the middle of the net, will be a second serve for Pegula as they switch ends. She pendulums back, good high toss, clocks forward, kicks into the backhand, about left shoulder high for Lee. And Lee skies one a backhand into the middle of the net centrally. The point to Pegula again.
Lee's on the side of the court that is just drenched in sun. Pegula's half is all in the shade. So when you, for Lee, on the other side, hitting from sun to light, it's sometimes hard to get your bearing and really understand the depth of where the baseline is as she strikes those ground strokes.
Yep, and Lee cannot get the next exchange. Moving to her left ad side of the court on a stretched backhand off that Dunlop racket. Pegula uses the width of the court beautifully, and it's now 30-love. Again, if you're just tuning in, it's Dave Leno, Megan Moulton Levy, Prim Saripapat. We'll hear from Mark Lucero courtside in Ash momentarily. Shade is on the part of the court where Pegula is serving to the right of the chair. To the left is Lee returning. She bats the forehand return centrally. Middle of the court here for Pegula. Forehand inside in. She comes in. It's a backhand slice missed. Well long from Lee. And so far, I know we're just getting underway. It's all Pegula who is looking for the love hold. She's up 40-love in the second game.
Pegula did such an excellent job of sensing that Lee was going to be in trouble off of that next shot and just snuck in like a cat. She didn't have to hit the volley because Lee floated it long with a slice. But I like that Pegula's looking for opportunities to come forward.
Pegula is the one vying for her 7th Grand Slam quarterfinal appearance. She gets a love hold. She has won 7 of the first 8 points over Ann Lee. And it's Pegula consolidating the break, gets the hold, up 2-love over Ann Lee.
In their last encounter at the French Open, Ann Lee lost 6-3, 7-6. So I'm expecting perhaps another kind of, she's gaining her footing, getting comfortable in the first set, and can present challenges to Pegula as we go through this match.
So for Ann Lee, for those that don't know, she's from King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. That's just outside the Philadelphia area. One career title, a WTA 125 event in Tenerife. She was a runner-up in Cleveland last week to Kirstea. So bringing in some momentum here. Made a run in 2020, which I'll get to in just a moment. In the midst of this second point, third game, Pegula inside out forehand comes in. A volley that misses from Jess. Racket face a little bit open on the shoestring volley. The ball adjacent to her front left foot coming in a little bit late. Lee gets the first 2 points of the game at 30-love.
I got to say, I love the change of pace from Lee. The last 3 backhands she hit were all with continental grip, which is a slice. So she had underspin on the ball. Pegula thought that she had Lee in trouble, but Lee was able to use that slice, lean into it, and feel the back of the ball, floating the ball at Pegula's shot, turning Pegula's advantage into a disadvantage, and getting an error out of Pegula.
It's a double fault here for Lee. Again, I referenced the run that she made a couple years ago. Megan, that was in 2020 when there were no fans here at the U.S. Open during the COVID year. She went to the third round, but after that, it was topsy-turvy for her. She went through a slew of injuries. She worked terrifically with John Glover from the Legacy Youth Tennis and Education Center, formerly called Arthur Ashe in the Philadelphia area. Now, John, I know you could speak to, is doing great things as a national coach with the USTA. She's now training in Spain with a new coach at Carlos Alcaraz. So that training block has helped her really send us some great results this year for Lee.
So no wonder she did so well in Tenerife. That's like her that's her spot, right?
no
If that's
doubt.
where she's training, and what a unbelievable place to play. Look, John Glover, the whole national coaching staff, they do such a great job, but they're so lucky to have John Glover there because he truly understands what player development is. To bring a player up from they don't really know how to play, like what is a rally, to get someone rally ready and just keep improving to the point they're at this stage. They're so lucky to have coaches like John Glover at the national staff.
No doubt. And congrats to Lee battling all that adversity and the hiccups injury-wise to get back to this stage and to be for the first time into the round of 16. So she fights off another break chance and a backhand miss by Pegula off a stretch return from her blue Jannik's racket. She's checking the tension on that racket. It will be a deuce game here inside Ash. Again, it's Pegula tussling with Lee. Pegula up the break to love to get this one underway. Deuce point here. Pegula twists the hips. Good unit turn. Inside in forehand into the forehand of Lee, who has a backhand to the backhand of Pegula. But first, the miss from Ann Lee. And another break chance here for Pegula to go up 3-love.
It is impossible for any player to make every ball they hit. So there is such a thing as a good error and a bad error. That shot that Lee hit cross court, a pretty standard rally ball cross court, it wasn't a bad error, it wasn't a good error, but it happened, right? But I like that she's trying to use her cross-court rally to create opportunities.
Backhand return winner up the line by Pegula. That quickly went about waist-high to her shoulder, and she smacked the point home for the winner, and she has a commanding 3-love lead. Our Mark Lucero is courtside. Mark, how about this blistering start for Jessica Pegula?
Guys, Jessica Pegula is all over Ann Lee right now. Ann Lee missing way too many first serves. Got to get that first serve in the box. That can help her start the point neutral or ahead. But right now, the Pegula pace and depth has just been overwhelming, and she's really rushing Ann Lee. You can see a lot of unforced errors off the backhand side. Ann Lee needs to find a way to push Jessica Pegula off the baseline and start the points on her own terms.
Hey, Mark, do you think it's a matter of just pace and power or Pegula's court positioning? Because you're the court positioning king, so tell me, what is it?
Yeah, I think part of it is the fact that, Ann Lee hit a lot of second serves. She's hitting that second serve in the upper 60s, low 70s, and that's just giving Pegula too much time. And, for Ann Lee, she's going to want to make this match kind of crafty. You can see she tried to use her slice early. I think using her heavy forehand, which we haven't seen much of because she's been rushed. I think she needs to do those things, slow the tempo of the points down, get the ball above Jessica Pegula's shoulders, and then she can start getting Jessica Pegula moving, which is going to be key for Ann Lee.
Mark, what have you noticed from the court position so far by Pegula, in particular off maybe the slower pace serves of Ann Lee like you're describing?
Yeah, she's inside the court, and Ann Lee's had to drift too far back to try to defend those shots.
Mark, thank you very much. It is Pegula up 3-love over Lee. Just getting this one underway inside Ash. Just heard from Mark Lucero courtside, Dave Leno, Megan Moulton, Levy, Prim Siripapat, our entire crew. U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. We appreciate you tuning in on day 8 on this Sunday here at Labor Day weekend. Fantastic cruise. We'll take you through it from first ball to last right here on U.S. Open Radio. Pegula again up 3-love. Slide by Lee. Pegula trying to go behind her on the approach, missing at side Megan. The first point to Lee in the 4th game of this opening set.
To Mark's excellent analysis, when Lee has thrown in a slice during this match, Pegula has struggled. First off of that approach shot where Lee was able to find her feet. This last shot, Lee was on dead stretch and floated in a ball to Pegula. Pegula didn't like the change of pace, the spin, and missed that one long.
All right, Megan, quickly, I want to go inside Armstrong for a moment, take a break on Ash. So back in Armstrong, Mannarino tussling with Lehecka in a deuce game. It is 4-5 right now. We are on serve. Lehecka just had a set point, and Mannarino fighting back. Trickles off the top of the tape, falls on the side of Mannarino. It is a double for Mannarino, and it's another set point for Lehecka.
But here's what we know about Mannarino. You may think that you're in the match and that you have a chance, and then ekes out some weird shot that you don't know what to do with, or some slow serve that takes you off the court. So regardless of how this set goes, if it goes to Lehecka or it continues, Lehecka has to remain agile, just knowing that when he has an advantage, Mannarino's going to show up with something.
All right, still set point number 2. He'll see his second serve. Lehecka here trying to break and end this first set. Handles the slice out wide as the backhand. Mannarino drifts Lehecka towards the deuce court. A slide by Lehecka goes up the line. Mannarino gets in a hurry as he gallops to his left. Over on the ad side forehand. Inside out Lehecka booms a forehand cross court. Fought off by Mannarino with a flat backhand. Lehecka backs up. Has it from no man's land. Mannarino flat backhand. Lehecka. Good defensive ball cross court. Gets Mannarino deuce side of the court. Takes it on the rise. Inside in backhand. And Lehecka can't handle it. The point to Mannarino. Fights off 2 set points. It's another thrilling deuce game.
Mannarino started the point with a serve out wide, another slow one, and took that next ball to the open court. Looked like he had created an advantage, but almost pulled back, baited Lehecka into getting into a deuce-to-deuce, backhand to forehand rally. Mannarino was brave enough to come up, step up, find that backhand, drive it down the line, and get Lehecka on the dead stretch, forcing an error.
That was a 19-shot rally. We've seen a multitude of those lengthy exchanges, Megan, in this matchup. We're on Armstrong, Mannarino against Lehecka. It's a 4th-round men's singles match on U.S. Open Radio. Deuce game here, 10th game opening set. Again, 4-5. Mannarino taking it on the rise. Off the return, Lehecka. And the backhand by Mannarino just missing. Oh, he just missed that short angle. It will be Lehecka another chance to wrap up this opening set.
And Lehecka has found success when he takes the return early, catches Mannarino right out of his steps, footwork out of the serve, and Mannarino hasn't been able to do his cat and mouse when Lehecka takes time away from him like that.
Mannarino down another set point. Slider out wide, ad side missing. Trickles into the doubles alley on that ad side. He's working quick. It is a set point number 3 here for Lehecka, the 20 seat, to take this opening stanza. Has the backhand flat into the Mannarino, flat forehand. Little quick unit turn, missing the backhand. Lehecka. Mannarino fighting off 3 set points, Megan.
So Mannarino makes you hit the ball differently. A lot of male players drop back. They let the ball bounce, rise, and start to drop before they hit it, giving it more time. So when Mannarino takes time away the way he does, that changes how his opponent, Lehecka, receives the ball.
Quality toss. Crashes into the ball with his strings. Lehecka there off of the backhand return in the midst of a deuce game. Lehecka backhand right down the middle. Fought off, left foot in front of the right here for Mannarino with a flat backhand into the backhand. More power and topspin here from Lehecka. Opts for the slice. This time Lehecka takes it on the rise with a backhand. On the move, missing. Because Mannarino got him on the ad side on the run. And how about this? A flip of the coin. A game point for Mannarino to make it 5-all.
A really subtle, tactical play that Mannarino just did. He used his lefty forehand, rolled the ball inside the service box, forcing Lehecka to go to his slice grip, but Lehecka had been missing those. He made it. But what Mannarino did on the next ball is he used that lefty spin again to push him back, get Lehecka way off the court, and drove that ball way too much, missing it long.
Again, Mannarino the one fending off 3 set points for Lehecka, and has a game point now to make it 5-all. Slider, flat backhand, good off the return, ad side by Lehecka, goes inside in, slice backhand, Mannarino, drop shot volley by Lehecka. Mannarino scoops it up, turning into 360 Lehecka. It is long, and Mannarino will take the game. He fought off again 3 set points. That was fantastic.
Mannarino's at his bench doing something with his racket. He has like a rolly handle that he just drove across his racket. Maybe he's sweating. I don't know if he doesn't have any wristbands, so that may help him keep the racket dry so that he can maneuver it the way Mannarino wants to.
Well done by Mannarino as we go to our 5th deuce point. This game is nearly eclipsing 11 minutes. What a 4 set points. Mannarino sees a ball bunted back off the slice forehand long. The racket face open by Lehecka. Here's the game point for Mannarino.
what a missed opportunity for Lehecka. It wasn't one of Mannarino's best serves, and perhaps that's part of the reason why he drew the error. He hadn't stretched Lehecka the way that he had been doing, but Lehecka has got to lock in, and that's not a return that nor a time where he should miss that return.
Goes with a slider out wide. Lehecka gets it back. The chip in charge. Mannarino try to pass. Backhand volley. Good. Mannarino tries to skate up the line. Forehand pass. Good. Off of the volley by Lehecka. Skirting left to right in the deuce side service box. Uses that angle beautifully.
When Lehecka can jump on that backhand really quickly, take time away, and he's able to do it because of his technique, he has controlled the points and put Mannarino, get him running around in a way that he normally doesn't have to do.
Good transition there by Yuri Lehecka to get it to another deuce game and a lengthy game here on Armstrong. Again, if you're just tuning in, we're calling the Mannarino-Lehecka match. We will get the update from Mark Lucero on Pegula and Lee, while we've been calling the play-by-play of this one. Deuce game here, goes into the back end of Lehecka, who misses. Again, that slider T-serve. Megan and I have been documenting how slow they've been from Mannarino and methodical, taking a lot off at a serve around 77 there, and another game point for Mannarino to make it 5-all.
Great serve out of Mannarino. Lehecka did not take as much real estate, court positioning. He didn't get up to that slow return the way that he had been doing and wasn't able to connect with it, made an error off of it.
T-serve, and it's a forehand missed, a slice return, missing Lehecka. While Mannarino fought off multiple set points, 4 of them, in fact, for Lehecka, and it's 5-all in this opening set, Mannarino against Lehecka.
And this is what you got to be prepared to do when you play Mannarino. You think that you're in it, you think that you're in control of the point, but he lulls you back into his style of play. I really like how Lehecka, though, is challenging him, taking that ball just, if not earlier, than Mannarino does. One thing that's really interesting is Lehecka is 93% on point 1 when he comes in. So that is clearly a play that he's focused on, trying to disrupt Mannarino's rhythm.
A T-serve that twists into the service line
on
the deuce side.
the players. Players are ready.
Chair's telling a lot of the fans behind the baseline to please take their seats. And Armstrong, 15-love for Lehecka. Again, 5-all opening set. In this round of 16 men's singles match, we will get back to the Pegula and Lee match momentarily. And 15-love into the forehand of Mannarino, who misses the return. We've seen a few return misses from both players, and it's now 30-love for Lehecka.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier in the match. Mannarino's hunting for things to get annoyed about, a sign of just the fatigue setting in. Now, we, in my opinion, are at a little bit of a crossroads in this sport. We want to welcome the sport to other people. Maybe people would traditionally be across the street at the Mets or, you know, watching a Knicks game. We want them to be here watching tennis. And the players have to realize that there may be some movement. It might change a little bit, but I hope that someone like Mannarino is able to embrace this more exciting, dynamic environment at a tennis match.
I'm right there with you, because across all sports, there's everybody in the crowd moving around players, right? And that's not just baseball across the street at the Mets or tennis here. Of course, others as well. Basketball, you see it a lot at the free throw line. Everybody, you know, putting the fat heads up and shaking everything to try to get one of the players to miss their free throws. So I'm all for that. That new school thinking. Backhand inside in, good. Lehecka tries to come in with a backhand slice volley. Good. That side service box, and that's a love hold for Lehecka at 6-5.
For sure. I mean, he has been continuing to take that backhand, drive it anywhere he wants on the court, and sneak in when he can.
All right, Lehecka up 6-5 on serve at the Summit over on Armstrong. Let's pivot over inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Dave Leto, Megan Moulton-Levy with Mark Lucero courtside and Ashprim Saripapat around the grounds too. It is Pegula who is up 40-15 in the 6th game of this opening set. Again, if you're just tuning in, Pegula started off with a 3-love lead. Finally, Ann Lee got on the board to make it 3-1. And that's how we get to 4-1 here with Pegula with a slice backhand volley. Lee transitioning and has the forehand trying to pass Pegula at the net. She cannot. And it's all Jessica Pegula taking another game and a commanding 5-1 lead over Ann Lee.
Yeah, I mean, Ann Lee doesn't seem to, she hasn't found her footing yet, but kudos to Pegula. She has her foot on the pedal. I mean, her footwork is so efficient, allowing her to get up to the ball and take time away from Lee. Lee hasn't been, to me, has really made her uncomfortable because she's not able to settle in and use those heavy forehands and slices the way Mark was talking about would unlock her the ability to get Pegula moving, but Pegula's just been so on top of that ball, making it virtually impossible for Lee to play her style of play.
And as Mark depicted courtside, coming in and taking it on the rise with a backhand return winner pretty easily is Pegula off of that slice serve at 70 on the second serve from Lee. Pegula, the one returning, gets the point at love 15. The court recognition, the awareness of Jessica Pegula, who advanced over Azarenka for her 14th straight win over an opponent outside the top 50 at the U.S. Open last round. Been a fabulous 2025 for Pegula. 3 titles, the most with Sabalenka on the women's side this year. Backhand missing from Pegula, get us to 15 all with Pegula, the one returning here at 1-5 in the opening set.
Yeah, and that's the only point that Lee has won off of her second serve. She's at a 9% conversion of points won when she hits that second serve. So to me, she's got to take the pace off and just start the point. So she's not always on her heels backing up, because Pegula's doing a great job of getting inside the baseline and taking those returns early.
In the midst of a 15-all point backhand slice on the serve, and then the +1, bottom of the net over the outside of the court from the vantage of Ann Lee. So maybe some questionable decision-making there early in the point, and it goes to Pegula at 15-30. That means Pegula 2 points away from taking the opening set.
But that's what happens when you don't get to play the way that you want. The one opportunity that you have to do it, you often are so excited that you overdo it, overcommit, overtry and hit a drop shot the way that Lee just did.
Pegula pendulums to her right, bolts a forehand cross court. Lee on the run to the left of the chair umpire and misses. And now Pegula with multiple set points at 15-40 and up 1-5. What a dominating performance in this first set from the 4 seed and last year's finalist at the U.S. Open, Jessica Pegula. Left hand on top of the right, she's returning and smacks a forehand return into the center of the net. The point to Lee at 30-40.
Lee put in a first serve.
Yep.
I mean, when she's able to do that, then she's at about 57% of point 1. So she's at least putting herself in a better position to make this match more competitive when she makes the first serve.
She gets another first serve into your point, Megan. Here, set point number 2. Pegula, big unit turn, inside forehand, met by a backhand slice outside by Lee. Lee with another slice up the line, center of the net, and she misses the set. A dominating one, cruising Pegula, 6-1 over Ann Lee through 1 set of play on Ash. Our Mark Lucero is courtside. Mark, how about that nearly flawless performance by last year's finalist, Pegula?
Yeah, guys, that was about as clean of a set as you could ask for Jessica Pegula. Obviously, the stat that Megan brought up, I think only 1 of 11 or 1 of 12 on second serve points for Ann Lee. That's just not going to get it done. But one thing to be aware of, she has some kinesio tape on the inside of her left leg. I don't know if it's sort of wrapping around from that groin towards the hamstring in the back. She was actually pulling at it earlier in the set. So I'm guessing she's not at her best, which is going to be a deficit for her. Ann Lee is an extremely good athlete, and her athleticism is kind of what took her to the top 50 a bunch of years ago before she ran into some of the injury problems.
Mark, what is your kind of analysis on, going from David Witt now, her new coaches? I know Knowles, he's up there, along with the other Mark too. Like, how much has that really strengthened the game of Pegula? Because I was reading a few articles coming in to today's broadcast. It was like, Pegula at one point, she thought like her growth was stunted, even though she was winning multiple titles. Remember when she won her first, I believe, at the City Open with David Witt, then was cruising a lot at the slams. And where have you seen the metamorphosis with the new staff with Pegula going from last year?
Yeah, bringing in Mark Knowles and Mark Merklin, the 2 Marks. There must be something about Marks. Smart guys.
Another
But
Mark
she
with
brought
us.
in a couple players, a couple coaches who, as players, were very comfortable at the net, very comfortable in the forecourt. So my guess is she wanted to add like another dimension to her game, that final dimension, transitioning forward and sort of taking advantage of her big ground strokes. In the past, she would hit corner, 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 and maybe was missing that middle part of the game where she could shorten up points and maybe be more effective at the back end of tournaments by playing shorter points. So my guess is I think she wanted to add to her game and see if she could get over that hump that would put her into the final weekend of big tournaments like this one.
Okay, so now we'll see how Pegula does from set 1 to set 2. And then, Mark, we'll have to see how Ann Lee can answer as we're about to begin the second set on Ash. Thank you very much, Mark Lucero, Dave Leno, Megan Moulton-Levy, also with Prim Saripapat, our entire crew, U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Backhand slice missing, transitioning right to left from deuce to ad side deep into the court for Ann Lee. The point to Pegula, serving, by the way, to start set number 2.
Pegula's no stranger from coming into the net, and that's why she's able to be so comfortable taking time away, looking for opportunities like that. That ball landed inside the service box, and she cut it off, making sure that she was inside the baseline when she struck that ball. This is disruptive. A lot of players don't come forward. They don't take the time away from their opponent. They just, female players stand back there and just drive the ball, pow, pow, pow. But she changes the rhythm, Pegula, because she takes the ball. She has the ability to come in and take it so early.
A beautiful forehand slice approach coming in and paints that short corner line, the singles line on the doubles, the singles line on the deuce side to be exact. Really beautiful job by Pegula coming in and using that angle to perfection. And she's looking for the love hold here to go up 1-love in set number 2. Again, she took the opening set 6-1. If you're just tuning in on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, it's day 8, the 2025 U.S. Open. You're hearing round of 16 matches in singles on the air. A good T-serve on the slider at 81 by Pegula. And she gets the hold to get this first game of the second set underway.
A lot of people think of tennis as a hand-eye sport. In my opinion, I think of it as an eye-foot sport, because your footwork has to be masterful. This has become such a physical sport for everybody, and you got to have efficient footwork to create damage.
Mark, you're courtside in Ash. What would you say to Ann Lee, and what you want to look forward to seeing what Lee can execute better here in the second set?
As a coach who is familiar with coaching during a match, I would really encourage her to manage the things that she can control, trying to get her first serve percentage up, and then otherwise really trying to make sure I'm moving a lot. Like Megan said, if I get my energy up, get my heart rate up, and start making the points really physical for both players, then I think I can let the rest of my game unlock, to use the word that Megan used. I really like that.
Hey, Mark, you've coached at all levels of the game. Talk to me about the difference between college coaching and what pro coaches are able to do now.
They changed the rules a few years back to allow the in-match coaching, and you can obviously only coach when you're on the same side of the player, but it's all about the basics, trying to give tangible feedback items that they could put into play right away.
Well, sometimes I find that some coaches can overcoach, inundate the player with too much information, but with such little time, to your point, you can't give them 5 things to focus on.
No, 1 or 2 things, short, simple phrases, and things that they are equipped to do.
Pegula just burned an overhead. This is great stuff. 30-15 here for Lee. Serving in the second game, second set. Again, she fell 1-6 in the opening set on Ash. Lee with a forehand right down the middle to the right of Pegula. Skies a forehand long, cross court, the point to Lee. Looking more comfortable here in her first service game of the second set at 40-15. A few game points for Ann Lee.
I'm stuck on this coaching point, because I assume that a lot of people who are listening to the radio around the world, you all play tennis. You may have your parents of kids who play, and you might have to coach them sometimes in between a third set tiebreaker or whatever it may be. And Mark's point is so spot on. 1-2 things that they can actually execute upon. They're already thinking so much. You got to think every single point, every ball you strike, you have to make decision. So you don't want to cloud them with too much information. Keep it simple, keep it actionable, and they will succeed.
I love that. Simple thoughts from the coach to the player. Oftentimes, especially when I see in my area, a lot of parents to maybe young juniors, and it's too much talking. And then the official has to come over, and then that's a whole other scenario. Ace ripped out wide there by Pegula for 15 love. Again, Pegula vying for a spot into the quarterfinals here at the U.S. Open. The winner of this one between Pegula and Lee you're listening to will play the victor of either Barbora Krejcikova against Taylor Townsend. That's coming up a little bit later over on Armstrong. Really excited about that matchup. Krejcikova, a 12-time Grand Slam champ if you combine the singles, doubles, against a Grand Slam champ in doubles, but a terrific singles player as well. And Taylor Townsend, backhand slice, middle of the net by Lee, puts both palms by her side, said, what was that? And 2 straight points to Pegula.
Well, Pegula gave her a second serve. Pegula's only hit 2 second serves in this set. And Ann Lee dropped back. We've seen a lot of players who take that second serve. They're aggressive with their court positioning, taking time away. But Mark made a wonderful point earlier. Ann Lee wants to drop back, roll that forehand high, put Pegula in situations where she has to make contact above shoulder height. But, you know, she also has to disrupt Pegula's time and take control of the point sometimes. So I wonder if Ann Lee has the ability to just press in, take those second serves early, and crunch Pegula's time.
Pegula with a slice back, him missing on a 40 love point. It's 40-15. And for those that didn't hear our earlier call, it's Dave Leno, Megan Moulton-Levy, Mark Lucero courtside. Prim Siripipat is over in Armstrong as well. Right now we're calling the Pegula-Lee match, and what Pegula is doing, she's coming into the middle of the court. There's been some terrific approaches. Her serves look good. Lee on the flip side, the serve has waned from the start of the match, starting to get better a little bit here in the second. And a forehand ripped up the line over the high part of the net by Pegula. We are on serve in the second. 2-1 Pegula over Lee. We'll take the quick timeout. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And we welcome you back to beautiful day 8 here at the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. And we appreciate you tuning in to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. I'm Prim Siripipat, live over here at Louis Armstrong Stadium, where Adrian Mannarino is taking on the 20th seed Yuri Lehecka. And we just wrapped up the opening set. That one went the distance into a tiebreak. Mannarino had a 4-1 lead in the tiebreak, and then it went to 4-all. At that point, Lehecka clocked a 127 mile per hour ace right down the middle to go up 5-4. And after a Mannarino missed approach shot, Lehecka responded with a down the line passing shot on set point number 4. Megan Moulton-Levy, Dave Leno in studio. Megan, you were talking about, so you're saying there's a chance for Mannarino or for Lehecka. He's had multiple chances, but was able to close it out on set point number 4.
What is his demeanor like? You know, he's been up topsy-turvy, up and down in this match. What do you get the sense that where is he mentally?
Well, the point that you made a little bit earlier about, is he dialed in like he typically is? Is there any sort of fatigue going on? Especially one topic that we talked about earlier in the show is that this is the final Grand Slam of the year. It's a long season. And I don't want to say he looks flat, but he looks a bit robotic out there. So I am wondering just a little bit about the mental fatigue. Also, listen, it's 80 degrees, so it's not by any means steamy hot like it typically is compared to any other U.S. Opens. But compared to the past several days where we've only been in the high 70s, it is pretty hot. And as you pointed out earlier, when he went over to the bench and was kind of messing around with his grip, it's pretty steamy. So that might be playing a tad of a role in here.
Terrific update, Prim. And I remember back to when it was at 5-4, where Lehecka had 5 set points that we were calling, Megan, and it was saved by Mannarino. And Mannarino, how about that? Was up 4-1 again, if you didn't hear it a moment ago, in the tiebreak. And it's Lehecka taking it in the breaker. He's up 1-0 over Mannarino. We'll get back to Prim in a little bit. We're inside Ash right now. Dave Leto, Megan Moulton-Levy, Mark Lucero here inside Ash. Pegula took the opening set 6-1. We're on serve, 4th game of the second set. 2-1 Pegula. Lee now serving, and Pegula with multiple opportunities to break here at 15:40 to go up a set and a break. Again, Lee serving right now at 5:40.
There are a lot of unforced errors. If we look at the kind of aggressive margin for the match, Anne is at 4 winners total to an unforced error count of 13. And Pegula's 8-8. So Pegula's flat. She's not. That tells me that Pegula is not doing much. She's kind of waiting for Ann Lee to implode, if you will, be her own worst enemy by just making way too many unforced errors in this match.
And there's another one with the backhand whiff long ad side of the court, cross court to be exact, from Ann Lee. So now up a set and a break is last year's U.S. Open finalist Jessica Pegula. 6-1, 3-1, back to the Pegula serve now.
When I'm coaching players, I tell them that, you just have to weather the storm. But Pegula is moving really, really well. She's being extremely disciplined with her shot selection. She's not overplaying. She's not underplaying. And times, players who are playing against someone like Pegula's playing right now, they feel like they have to overdo it to disrupt the momentum of the player who's just cruising. But Lee has to make a few more balls. Settle in. Use the middle of the court. She doesn't have to jump off to an immediate advantage of the point. Try and find some depth, keeping Pegula off her, and make her play a few more balls.
Pegula has made the quarterfinals 2 of the last 3 years. Back in 23, she lost in the round of 16 here to Keys. Forehand inside in Pegula. Answer with a backhand slice ad side by Ann Lee. Rips the forehand to the forehand of Pegula on the deuce side of the court to the left of the chair. Lee misses the next forehand as that rushes out of play. The point to Pegula at 30 love.
A drill that at times I've done with my players is you block off a section of the back of the court and force them to be able to find the depth. So the points unlock once you get 3 balls in a row past an imaginary line that forces them to hit depth. So there are ways to work on in pressure situations how you find what you want when you need it.
Running around the backhand, the forehand there. I love that, Megan. I got to take that back at home with that depth. And I think that's what Pegula does. She can hit deep into the court. I've seen a couple times early on, and Mark's there courtside. It's just how her transitions, and when she does approach, she's been hitting those angles in the service boxes really nicely, Pegula. She's up 30-15, up the set and the break. 6-1 in the opening set, 3-1 here in the second. You're listening now to the 5th game of set number 2. 30-15, left hand on top of the right of the white handle of the blue Dunlop racket of Ann Lee. A double fault there by Pegula. That's her first in the match, and it's 30 all.
Yeah, Pegula has been just driving that ball so deep and then pouncing on any inkling of a short ball with her great footwork, using her right leg on that forehand to cut off the court, get 1 more inch forward, and looking for opportunities to come to the net. I mean, she's playing a really just solid match. Shot selection, footwork, and Pegula's doing a great job right now.
Yep, Lee flashes a forehand to the forehand of Pegula. Slice forehand missing Lee. Her right foot was extended in a split from her left about maybe 1.5 foot. The point to Pegula as a result after that error from Lee. And another game point here for Pegula to go up 4-1. It's 40-30. We've only played 41 minutes on Ash for this 4th round matchup. And an ace ripped out wide, ad side by Pegula. And Pegula up 6-1, 4-1. Pegula, last year's finalist, 2 games away from moving on to the quarterfinals at the U.S. Open. We'll step aside. Day 8 continues right after this on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Welcome back to day 8 of the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships on this Sunday of Labor Day weekend. Record crowds coming onto the grounds of the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Dave Leno, Megan Moulton-Levy, Mark Lucero courtside in Ashprim, Sarepapat with us as well. Jaime Colon, our engineer, this morning too. It is Pegula up 6-1. She's up 4-1 here in the second. Back to the Lee serve, 6-game, second set. Lee blisters one right down the tee. Pegula fights it off. Backhand cross court into the backhand slice by Lee, trickling into the doubles alley ad side. Forehand low part of the net. Big unit turn by Pegula, and the forehand is shuffled middle of the net from Lee with the error. The point to Pegula. 15 all with Pegula up 1-4, second set.
We're here. Pegula is unrattled. She is just really focused. I would tell players, you just wait for the moment where the shoe drops. But she just looks locked in. There's no other way that I can describe it besides locked in. She's not letting up. She's not unfazed by anything. But also, Lee isn't able to disturb her in any way because she's making way too many errors. I wish Lee could kind of get out of her own head. Sometimes the moment gets too big and you feel almost like there's nothing I can do. I don't know what to happen, but Lee just took time away, changed her stroke, was able to take that forehand off the rise and drive that forehand down the line for a winner. Let's hope this unlocks some juice in Lee to just make this match a little bit longer.
Yeah, I love that pattern by Lee, middle of the court, forehand from no angle, inside out. It's 30 all. I agree with that description there. And let's see if that momentum can continue from the last point to this. 30 all with Lee down 1-4 here in the second. Break happening at 3-1 for Pegula. If you're just tuning in to our call of this round of 16 matchup, forehand inside in by Pegula. Whips the backhand to the forehand side of Lee. Little moon ball, plenty of top spin. Gets Pegula a couple steps behind the baseline on the ad side. Lee is there, scaring to her right with a forehand slice into the Pegula. A good top spin off of the backhand from Jess. Gets it low to high into the Ann Lee forehand. Pegula sees a miss by Ann Lee. Next exchange of her forehand that glides middle of the net. Another break chance for Pegula at 30-40.
If you guys are watching on YouTube, watching us live do our thing in the studio, I'm making these aggressive gestures of a ball diving over the net, just driving up and down, and that's what Lee needs right now. She needs to get some arc under the ball, work that ball a little bit more so she can get it over the net and make it explode off the court. Finding Pegula strike zone outside of her shoulders, but she hasn't been able to connect with those shots yet. But that was an unbelievable second serve, first serve, but hit as a second serve. A tactic that she should probably use a little bit more to get some of these points started off the right way.
And that only came into your point, Megan, at 68 miles per hour out wide. And it is a deuce game with Lee down 1-6, 1-4 here in the second. It's been all Jessica Pegula, last year's U.S. Open finalist, falling to Sabalenka 5-5. Gets Lee on her back heel there, but she fights it up with a backhand, a forehand missed by Pegula. Okay. And a chance to hold here for Lee to make it 2-4.
I talked just a moment ago about at 15 all in this game, Pegula being totally locked in. She has not made very many unforced errors, but we're seeing just a little window of two unforced errors here. Lee's been putting in more first serves, giving herself an opportunity to just start the point at neutral or slightly advantage, and she held her serve to do just that.
Yeah, went for a T serve and missing left to right. Pegula on the stretched forehand. So back to the Pegula service at 4-2 here in the second. Again, Pegula in summation up the set and the break here in the second. She's 2 games away from advancing to the quarterfinals at the U.S. Open. First one zips center of the net. A second serve for Pegula. And that Y3 Adidas kit over her white visor, booms into the ball, running around the backhand, forehand return. Good middle of the court by Lee. Slice back into the backhand, short angle, good for Pegula. I mentioned how well she comes in splitting both service boxes and uses that short angle just past the service line on the outside with ease.
For sure, but, you know, Ann Lee could have had more control of that point. It was a 75-mile-per-hour second serve. If the baseline is a marker, Ann Lee was 2 feet behind the baseline, waiting for the ball to peak and then drop so she could work her forehand. But what she doesn't understand, what Lee doesn't understand, is that she's giving Pegula time. Pegula doesn't need any more time. I want to see Ann Lee in there changing how she's hitting the ball to try and disturb Pegula more.
Yeah, love it. 15 all here for Pegula, up the set in the break. Here, 7th game, second set. Pegula with the stretch, left arm extended, ball behind her white visor. Then she collides, she side swipes into it. Forehand slice return, good on the deuce side by Lee. Forehand miss, okay, from just Pegula. Lee starting to get a little bit of momentum here in the game. It's 15-30 here in the 7th game, second set.
Pegula hit a great serve out wide, forcing Ann Lee to go to that continental, that shake your grip, shake your racket hand grip, underspin. She floated a ball deep middle. Pegula wasn't able to get back in time, but she had so much time. She wasn't able to do anything with her footwork. That to me is a big red flag. And pay attention, slice up the middle, see what Pegula can do with that change of pace and time.
Second serve here for Pegula. The wide take back. Behind her back right hip. Extends into the ball. Strings collide into it. And here we go in a 15-30 point with the forehand on the run. Pegula. Lee goes right up the middle. Pegula has it a couple steps beyond the baseline. Inside forehand. Missing from Ann Lee.
30 all.
And a point to Pegula at 30 all.
Pegula stepped in to that last backhand, got on her front foot, transferred her weight through that ball, inserting a lot more pace, and chose to take that. They're having an ad side exchange, and instead of hitting a backhand, ran around the forehand to hit an inside end forehand. But that's really tricky. If your footwork isn't spot on, you find yourself off balance, out of position, and she missed the ball in the net.
Forehand gets Pegula on the run, just slides there to forehand up the line, deuce side by Ann Lee, missing.
40-30.
It's Pegula with another chance to hold to make it 5-2. And there's another example. Both players, you talk about patterns, side to side, deep into the court, but it's Pegula who is better on the run than Lee at that juncture. And it's been a theme throughout this match as well.
Yeah, I mean, a great drill that we do with the juniors at times is you start a rally cross court, and you as a player have to pick the right time to go down the line. Ann Lee has not been super sharp with her shot selection, driving the ball and missing them in the net at times.
Pegula does get the hold. She is 1 game away from moving into the quarterfinals of the U.S. Open, up 6-1, 5-2 over Ann Lee. Our Mark Lucero is courtside. Mark, what do you make of this pattern discussion that you're seeing that's allowed Pegula to dictate today?
You know, I actually think the last 20 minutes, the match has been a lot closer than it looks on the scoreboard. Ann Lee started to land some heavy forehands. She's creating opportunities. But the thing is, when you're playing one of the best players in the world, the opportunities are not quite as obvious as you might be used to when you're, coming through qualifying or playing challengers or whatever. So the margins are a lot smaller, and often her second or third shot just isn't good enough. I like when she uses the heavy forehand. I like when she uses the slice and then follows it up with an inside in. Jessica Pegula, she creates her power with timing, not necessarily with racket head speed. So when you slow the ball down, you often get a slow ball back, and that's when you really need to make her move. But again, Jessica Pegula is showing that willingness to defend that first or second strike from Ann Lee. And when you don't take advantage of your court positioning opportunities and you try to slap another winner, Jessica Pegula is just making her pay, because you're going to end up spraying unforced errors.
So how do you manage that? You said earlier very astutely, you want to give them things that they can actually do, short sound bites. But if you're saying almost Pegula's in a league that Ann hasn't been exposed to, and she consistently, and she has to make this match competitive because the opportunities don't come that often. What's your advice on how to manage that when you're making a come up and you have to play just a little bit differently? How do you do that?
You just got to get her attention and to get up to the short ball. You're getting short balls, get up to the short ball. And you tell her the specific moment in which it's happening. Hey, when you slice cross, you're getting short balls. Make sure you get up to it and then make her move.
In the midst
Kind
of
of
love
what-
15 point here, coming up with the approach. Pegula, Lee on the chase forehand, slice volley, good. Outside service box, Pegula, who's 2 points away at love 30.
Oh, and then post-match, you just review the tape and you show it to her, and you show her the good things, and you say, listen, you're not that far off.
That's great. We saw Ben Shelton's dad kind of do the same to him, move up to the ball, help him throughout this match. But they have that's his dad, right? So he knows the time and momentum to talk to his son. But when these coaching relationships are so close, you know the moments that you can talk to a player and get in their ear and know exactly those short phrases to talk to them about.
Match points now for Pegula. 54 minutes in against Ann Lee in her first round of 16 appearance at a major. Pegula on match point. First one drums off the top of the tape and goes long past the service line on the ad side for Lee. It's Pegula with a match point inside the baseline, rocking back side to side, takes it on the rise, booms a backhand up the line, good. Cradling into the corner. Pegula in cruise control in 54 minutes, winning 6-1, 6-2. And last year's U.S. Open finalist is into the quarterfinals for the third time in the last 4 years, this time displacing Ann Lee.
I mean, to me, just her willingness to get inside the baseline, particularly off of those second serves. She just never gave Ann Lee the time to get comfortable. Ann Lee, I would have loved for her to make a faster adjustment. She ended the match with being 38% on points won on second serve. That's just not quite good enough, but she did make an adjustment, so kudos to her, but Pegula was just lights out today.
Good stuff from Jessica Pegula, 1 and 2 today. She only dropped 3 first service points against Lee, but I want to congratulate Ann Lee. You know, myself being a Philly guy, I know the area that she's coming from, King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, and what Lee has gone through in her career with a few injuries, getting to the third round in 2020 here, first round of 16 appearance. What a job from Lee to get to this point. ESPN's Pam Shriver is standing by with Jessica Pegula, is into the quarterfinals at the U.S. Open.
USA has so many great players. Ann Lee was on a run. Finals of Cleveland. How did you come out on the court and how did you execute the game plan?
Yeah, I mean, I played her at Roland Garros early this year, and we had a really tough 2 sets, and I know when she's serving really well and she has a lot of confidence, she's really dangerous. And I felt like maybe she came out a little slow or nervous or whatever it was, and I just felt like I wanted to jump on top of that and not let her feel comfortable on this court for a second. And I felt like that was really my entire motivation the entire match.
It's the quickest I've ever seen a player box clear out. I was going to turn to the 2 marks, but they're not there.
No, they peaced out early.
Mark Merklin and Mark Knowles are your co-coaches. We spoke to Mark Knowles during the match, and he spoke about the importance of the transition game.
Yeah.
What does it mean to you to kind of take their coaching and work on what we saw as great transition game today?
Yeah, I felt really comfortable moving in today. I felt like I was seeing the ball and coming in at the right times. It doesn't always feel that good, but I felt like today I started off really well, and I just wanted to keep executing that up until the very last game. I feel like it's a part of my game that I can really use as a weapon. Sometimes it's tough because I'm so good from the back, I kind of get stuck back there. So it kind of depends on the match and how I'm feeling, but we've definitely worked on that a lot. And, you know, he's always happy when both of them are always happy when I'm finishing overheads and volleys at the net.
I'm going to flip to something we have in common. We grew up in the Northeast, a couple of cities begins with B's, Buffalo and Baltimore. Of course, it's the NFL season. It's about to start. We know how big that is in both our cities as well as this city. We saw Russell Wilson sitting watching till last point early this morning at like 1:30. Talk a little football. Shed us some knowledge.
I mean, do we have any Bills fans in here?
What about any Ravens fans?
No, I mean, there's so many Bills fans when I come here. I think it's so cool that I've been able to take football fans and bring them into the tennis world, because in Buffalo, there's not really a lot of tennis, so that's been really cool. And everyone kind of roots for me, so I feel like I'm basically part of the team and part of Bills Mafia, even when I'm out here on the tennis court. And I always feel that, I swear, every city I go to, whether it's Australia, here, the Middle East, Europe, wherever, I always run into Bills fans. So it's really, really cool. I'm hoping we have a great season, so that's all I can say.
I want to acknowledge somebody that is still sitting in the stadium opposite you right now, who won this tournament in 1999, who's the Billie Jean King Cup captain for USA. It takes a village to help players of all ages. What does it mean to have Lindsay as the captain of that team?
Lindsay has been awesome. It's been so fun getting to know her and to work with her and play for her. I know that she's always here watching as much as she can, and it's been awesome. I need to post it, Lindsay, my picture of her. Actually, I had a giant tennis ball here one year, and I have a picture of it, and she's signing it, and I sent it to her, and I don't think she said it made her feel really old, but
You probably didn't know, but during your match, we did a little feature on kids getting autographs of older players. Nobody's gotten mine, but that's a great one about Lindsay. And finally, last year, I was sitting around where Lindsay is now, and I watched you win a match point against Iga. You got to your first semi of a major. You came back against Muhova. Great experience in the final. How do you take what happened last year and apply it to this year?
You know, it's tough with tennis. We play so much in between what happened last year, and there's been so many ups and downs and different challenges that I face every single week. I wasn't playing great coming into here, so to be honest, to even make the second week was a goal, and then to now be into another quarter is crazy because I just wasn't playing that well. But I think I knew, since I've done well here before, not just last year, but years in the past, that I can always find a way to figure it out and play some good tennis here. So I really just tried to take the good energy and the good vibes from last year into this year.
Well done today. It's so important to have easy wins, comfortable wins in the middle of a major. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks,
Jessica
everybody.
Pegula.
Congratulations again to Pegula in her 7th Grand Slam quarterfinal. Will play the winner of either Krejcikova against Taylor Townsend. For an update over on Armstrong, let's check in with Prim.
Hi, guys. Well, we are watching some good tennis as Mannarino stretches out and knocks a ball into the seats there, into his player's box. Fortunately, the fan is completely okay. But, guys, it's in that opening set, as you recall, Lehecka was able to close things out in a tiebreak. Despite being down 4-1 in that tiebreak, was able to close it out on the 4th set point. In the second set, though, one thing that I've been starting to notice is the lefty, Mannarino, really trying to lean into his leftiness, so to speak. So on the serve, using his slice, especially to pull Lehecka out wide on the backhand, and from the baseline, using his angles to get Lehecka out of position. So from a mental perspective, Megan, Dave, and I'm going to bring in Mark Lucera over there, who's still hanging out in Ash, right? The key for Lehecka is not to get frustrated. We've all played against players, maybe a lefty ourselves, that can get in our heads a little bit. And that's been the key for Lehecka, is just kind of stick to his game, not to get too frustrated going up against the lefty.
Continuing day 8 of our proud 2025 coverage of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships. Dave Leno, Megan Moulton-Levy, Prim Siripipat courtside inside Louis Armstrong Stadium. Mannarino is tussling with Yuri Lehecka, the 20 seed. Lehecka took the opening set in a tiebreak. 3-all here in set number 2 in the midst of a 30-all game. Again, this is the 7th game of this second set. Winner advancing to the quarterfinals would face either Alcaraz or Rinderknech in the next round. And you got the big story for those that are just tuning in to us that, Megan, we just called Pegula winning in 54 minutes over Ann Lee. Is that Mannarino coming in at 37 against a top 21 player on tour in Lehecka. Both players had their opportunities in that first set, but in the end, it was Lehecka who was down 1-4 in a tiebreak to take it in the first set breaker.
But this is what you're going to see when you see a high-level tennis match. There are going to be moments where it goes yo-yos back and forth, and Lehecka's doing a great job of not getting irritated. You see him just do a deep breath in and then blow it out, because when you are playing Mannarino, you just have to be prepared to have the thought that you're in control of the match, but you're not really, because he just shows up with all this odd style of play that's just super disruptive to his opponent.
In the midst of a deuce game now in the 7th game, second set. Again, Lehecka took the first set in a tiebreak, as I mentioned. And it is 3-all here to deuce game. Mannarino whips into the backhand that pummels side of the net. Lehecka tried to take it on the rise there, Megan. The point to Mannarino has a game point to make it 4-3 on serve in the second.
And good from Lehecka. He made that error, but, you know, when you're being aggressive, when your feet are inside the baseline, you are going to be exposed to more risk, and a net error is okay. You can't hit with the same sort of net clearance when you're being aggressive like that. And one thing that Lehecka has done throughout this match is he's changed his looks. Sometimes on second serve, he's dropped back, given himself time, created more time for Mannarino, because Mannarino's not really going to hurt you all that much. But he's also taken the ball early. So he's showing different ways of play against Mannarino.
Yeah, well said. A little indecisiveness from Lehecka at the baseline, but he does get the point because a sliced forehand miss from the lefty Mannarino. 37 from France, ranked 77 on the ATP Tour for nearly 12 years. From like 2013 to 2024, Mannarino was ranked inside the top 75. Get that, for 12 straight years. How about that?
You know, that is such an amazing point, because we talk so much about, you know, the top tier players, that this tour wouldn't be anything without all of the players. Right. And to do what Mannarino is able to, what he's been able to do, I mean, that is, wow. We got to really take a moment and celebrate some of the players who have stayed inside the top 75 for such a long time. That's an excellent career.
That is, success is so hard, right, to pin from one year to the next. Oftentimes you see players coming in and out, Megan, that you can speak to better than I can, but maybe they have a 3-year career. Maybe injuries happen. Maybe it's a birth of a child trying to come back. Some do, some don't. Here's a game point for Mannarino. Forehand good by Lehecka in the midst of this game point. Mannarino trying to go up 4-3. Remember, he dropped the first set in a tiebreak. Lehecka with a backhand, flat in will forehand. Mannarino, Lehecka coming in with a backhand drop shot volley, missing, shoestring high. Mannarino does well to get that low part of the net and at the feet of Lehecka, who missed. It is the game to Mannarino, up 4-3 in the second.
Something that Mannarino does exceptionally well is when his opponent comes to net, because of his excellent feel on his ground strokes, he's able to create an advantage for them, but actually turn it into a disadvantage, because he can just peg the ball wherever he wants. He wasn't able to do that as much in the first set. He missed a lot of those backhands in the net, but this, I just saw him able to just finesse the ball and take the pace off, but be able to get it over the net and down at his feet the way that he can.
Well, speaking of someone who would hit a lot of passing shots in her days, especially when she was at Duke, that's Prim Siripipat, who is courtside in Armstrong. Prim, what have you been noticing as we got a good one here on Armstrong?
I mean, honestly, the only thing I'm really noticing, well, among other storylines here and various technical aspects, but just some really fantastic tennis. I mean, as you probably noticed, Pegula made quick work of her opponent today in just 54 minutes. Meanwhile, we're well into the second set here, plenty more tennis to go. Lehecka, you would have to think that he's coming in with the advantage, but you never know with these two. We've already seen a number of 20-plus shot rallies, beautiful tennis. But you guys were just talking about Mannarino and all the things that he's been through. I mean, at 37 years and 2 months, the second oldest man to reach his first U.S. Open fourth round. And you think about all that he's been through. He cracked into the top 20 last year, but after that, he experienced various injuries. His foot, his knee, wasn't able to defend his points. And by March this year, nearly was ranked almost outside the top 150. And he spoke in various interviews saying there was some points when he was playing some of these challengers, he thought it was ridiculous because he was, in his words, losing to some really bad players and even thought about retiring. But with the help of his team and some of his, the people around him urging him to continue giving it a go, and here he is, fourth round, 2025 U.S. Open. So you can have a little appreciation for his story.
Prim, I love that. Here's a guy in Mannarino who had to go through qualifying to all your excellent points right there at Roland Garros, Megan and Prim, and also at Wimbledon. In fact, at Wimbledon, he went through qualies and got to the third round where he lost to Rublev. How about that? Up and down from 2024 to here for Mannarino.
I mean, one thing that Prem said, just calling out Mannarino's, just his mindset, talking about losing to some players who are really bad, that speaks to the depth of the men's game and how good, you know, even players who many people don't know about, they can play. They can challenge people like Mannarino. But he's come through. He knows how to do this. He's done this for so many years, like we've been talking about. So I'm so happy for him that he was able to give himself the grace to work through some of the challenges that he had in reaching this level of play again.
Agreed. Backhand slice pass by Lehecka in the midst of a 15-love point. Now he's up 30-love. We are on serve in the 8th game, second set on Armstrong. You're listening to a round of 16 men's singles match. If you're just tuning in, it's Dave Leno, Megan Moulton-Levy, Prim Saripapat courtside in Armstrong. Backhand volley missed Lehecka, the point to Mannarino. Now, the tension of the racket, for those that don't know the technical aspects of the strings, tension, I'm told, is around, I don't know, I've heard anything from like 1920 to 21 pounds for Mannarino. For those that are not aware, Megan, break that down for us. What does that mean?
For sure. So something that I do with players who are new to the sport, I put the racket on the ground and I drop a ball from about head height onto the strings of the racket. And I say, tell me what happened. The ball comes back up to you because there are these strings. And so the lower your tensions are on the string, the less you have to swing. So the ball kind of absorbs and comes back like a, what are those things?
Like a boomerang,
like
right?
Not a boomerang, but a slingshot.
Slingshot.
A slingshot, and just catapults forward. So this is how Mannarino is able to not expend so much energy. He doesn't have these massive takebacks, because if he swung like the rest of the players, if he had these big wind-ups coupled with that 20-pound racket, that ball would go just shoot
Maybe
out into
row.
the stands. I mean, it'd be more like a baseball match than a tennis match. So I'm not sure if his technique has adapted to the strings or the strings forced him to have different technique. But whatever it is, it's working for him.
I love that. Thank you for explaining all that, because I often hear that around the local clubs around my area, is that, hey, am I going to string my racket at 45, 50 pounds, 55, and you go to your local club pro or stringer, and they say, well, you know, I would have to see you play, right? And what do you like? Do you want more spin? Do you want more power? There's a shot on social media, folks, of Mannarino on this very court against Shelton, where you can see like literally the ball going almost like through the strings. It's a beautiful, beautiful picture. And it's speaking to what Megan just broke down for everybody on how he doesn't have to have that wide take back, that big take back from Mannarino. Good stuff, Megan. 4-all here in the second. Forehand pummeled up the line. Lehecka, there's that forehand that you want to see from Yuri Lehecka dialed in now at love 15.
Lehecka's been doing a great job of controlling the points by using those down the line, making really good shot selection when he goes down the line, getting Mannarino on the run. One thing that I want to point out is Lehecka could not buy a slice backhand at the beginning of the match. And 2 games ago, was able to hit a slice backhand passing shot, one shot that's extremely difficult to do. So that's just a testament of these players being able to make micro adjustments in the middle of a match. And that's what it takes to play this high level of tennis.
15 all right now. Yeah, it's the 9th forehand winner by Lehecka. I'm totally with you off the backhand wing as well. Forehand up the line, good for Mannarino. Short take back, guides it down to the deuce side. Lehecka runs it down. Here comes Mannarino in transitioning, but first, a backhand slice missed by Lehecka. A big come on from Mannarino, who gets 2 consecutive points, Megan. 4-all second set. And it's 30-15. Now, that was a warning to Lehecka there.
I didn't hear what he said.
Yeah, perhaps an expletive. I don't want to guess, but a warning again just given to Lehecka from the chair.
Mannarino, he's displaying the footwork that he had when he was playing against Shelton, looking for opportunities to move forward on every shot that he hit. In that match against Shelton, he was at 100% points won off of points coming into the net. He hasn't been as successful, Lehecka just passed him cross court. Mannarino took his racket away like he thought it was going out. So 2 points back-to-back coming in, 1-1, 1 loss, but bad kind of visuals from Lehecka on that point, from Mannarino by not playing that volley.
Audible obscenity to Lehecka, as I said a moment ago, given a code warning. 30-all point, 4-all second set. Flat backhand gets Mannarino on the run, and he misses the slice forehand on the ad side. And here could be the first breakthrough in the second, Megan. It is a break chance for Lehecka, who also captured the opening set.
And Lehecka, point after point, has been willing to move forward on those short balls, shorten his swing, crunch Mannarino's time, get him on the move. Lehecka caught that backhand above shoulder height, but was so far in the court, was able to angle that off and stretch Mannarino on the sideline.
Forehand slice missing from Lehecka. Good tee serve again, using that lefty spin off of the first serve. He's more towards the doubles alley from that ad side. At that moment there, Mannarino, and spun it in left to right. And it's now a deuce game. It framed off of the racket of Lehecka. He's the one returning. You're listening again, round of 16 men's singles match on Armstrong. Lehecka dueling with Mannarino. 7-6 Lehecka in the first set. Remember, Mannarino was up 4-1 in that tiebreak, as Prim documented for us. Backhand good, shoulder high there, belted down the middle to the forehand of Mannarino. Stretch forehand slice, missing Lehecka from the deuce side. And poor footwork there from the player from Czechia, Lehecka. It means a game point for Mannarino.
So that was interesting from Lehecka. Before Mannarino served, he took 2 steps in, and then he readjusted, took 2 steps back, and then waited for the ball to that return. He let it drop, because Mannarino does not really, he doesn't hit a ton of winners.
Good lob attempt here. Lehecka, Mannarino behind his left shoulder. Skies that in on moon ball, defensive ball. Lehecka over the low part of the net. Plenty of top spin, whipped forward by Mannarino. And we're still going thanks to the lob by Lehecka. Flat backhand, meeting the backhand over the ad side is Mannarino on the run. Forehand drop shot volley. Lehecka, Mannarino trying to pass. Backhand slice volley. Good Lehecka ad side. What a point on both sides to get it to deuce.
And I love the angle that we were just watching the match. We can see both players, see where they are in the court. I can see Mannarino and his footwork and how he's trying to just get to every ball. What I liked about, he didn't win the point, but what I could see from that angle is that he reads the ball so well, and he has explosive footwork when he needs to. He can speed up and slow down, a skill that is sometimes underlooked when you think about improving movement.
Lehecka's come to the net 31 times. He's won 81% of them. 25 of 31. That is impressive. Twist the hips. Forehand inside in, middle of the court to the forehand of Mannarino. And the lefty skies it into the ad side, then cradles it into the doubles alley, up the line, missing from the Frenchman Mannarino on the next exchange. Another break chance for Lehecka. Megan, it's his second break chance in this game, 9th game, second set at 4-all.
Great discipline from Lehecka. Mannarino, that is not where he wants to be. He does not want to be on the left side of the court, that ad side court, using his forehand cross court and having to change the direction with the forehand. That is his weakness point. And Lehecka was disciplined, not pulling that backhand down the line to Mannarino's strength, which would have been that deuce side. He kept them locked in on that ad side, and it resulted in a forehand down the line, but it was wide.
Great chance here for Lehecka. Gets the backhand good. Ad side of the court. Mannarino there with the forehand. Low part of the net. Side swipes the ball from his yellow and black Babolat racket into the backhand of Lehecka. Runs into a forehand. Now he's coming in trying to close. It's a backhand miss, Mannarino. And the break for Lehecka. Now Yuri Lehecka up the set and the break, up 5-4 over Mannarino here in the second.
But that was tactical genius. Prim, what do you think?
Such good tennis, especially on, it's interesting to watch Mannarino when he's serving and he's on the ad side. It's almost as if he keeps inching his way further and further to the alley. And when he's doing that, most likely, as we all know, he's kind of going for that lefty slice that's going to pull Lehecka on the backhand side. But the further out Mannarino has gotten on that serve on the ad side, the further out Lehecka is going towards the alley. I'm almost worried they're going to walk off the court at some point. But it's just some really, really good tennis. And, I think it was when he tied it up, Lehecka at deuce, it was another long rally between the two. And I'm sitting courtside, and he just looked up at the sky and took one big breath. And you can tell that he is really having to fight every single point. And Megan and Dave, you've kind of pointed this out. I mean, Mannarino, at 37 years young, a veteran on the tour, he really uses all corners of the court and throws players off. So, and then you mentioned Lehecka and his discipline. I mean, I think that's what we're seeing out here too.
Prim, thank you very much. And you're right, Lehecka has had to work a lot because remember, he's only 2 of 10 on break points converted, but I mentioned how well his transitions have been very good, winning 81% of his net points against Mannarino. And again, the update, Lehecka up the set and the break over Mannarino over on Armstrong. Mark Lucero is back with Megan and me. Mark, great job on the Pegula-Lee match. It was unfortunate for Lee, but today in summation, it was all Pegula. What did you see courtside again?
She looked really calm. She looked poised. I mean, she was playing the ball deep from the very beginning, so she really didn't let Ann Lee get into the match at all. So Ann Lee was constantly on her heels, constantly felt pressure, and then things started to go really quickly, which is kind of like a worst-case scenario sort of thing. If you're someone like her who's playing a Pegula on Ash, Labor Day weekend, you're 20 minutes in, you're losing the first set. Tough to come back from that.
Do you feel like there were nerves that were there? Because I was speaking with some coaches from her Legacy Youth Tennis and Education program where she came from the Philly area. They said that might have crept in. Did you see that, or could you glean that?
Yeah, it could be,
courtside?
but it's one of those things when it's going bad and it just keeps getting worse. She could have had a great mindset going into the match, maybe a little physically compromised potentially, but when things go down a couple, you go down 2 breaks, you're not making balls, your opponent's not giving you anything, it just starts to snowball, and then it becomes maybe too hard to come back.
That's a word I was going to use, is snowball. It almost like blinds you. You get a fog over you. You can't really think clearly at all because there were certainly some things that she could have done, and she started to do at the end of the match. Ann Lee started making a few more first serves, using a second serve as a first serve, starting out the point neutral, and she almost started to claw herself out, but it happened too little too late. You like to think that there's always a chance, so you're saying there's a chance. But in that match, it seemed like she wasn't able to grasp at it early enough to give herself an opportunity to stay competitive.
You're just at like a half step too slow to take advantage of these little opportunities you create, or maybe your vision's just clouded enough that you don't recognize what's happening in front of you. You don't see maybe how close you are to making it a match. And yeah, it was a tough day for her, but truly all credit to Jessica Pegula.
Mark, I wanted to ask you, because you're courtside, and for those that maybe don't get to see Jessica Pegula playing up close like you just did, what has impressed you the most about the patterns and how well she's played from making the finals last year and what you're seeing now?
The question mark for her was always how willing was she to sort of play, like to get dirty, when she was out there. Like, she can always hit the ball great. She can time the ball great when she's on top of the baseline and the ball's coming quickly. But how willing is she, especially when she plays the best players in the world who can maybe overpower her early in the rally, how willing is she to dig balls out of the corners? How willing is she to play when the point's neutral? She's added the slice. I mean, that was one of the first things I noticed when she started working with David Witt years ago. She's added the slice right away. During the pandemic, they added the drop shot. And then now she's trying to add, a sustainable transition game to her sort of toolbox.
She talked about, her coaches, but in particular, I'm going to talk about Mark Knowles and just the doubles play, the ability to transition to net and just bleeding into the singles. And to me, I saw an unbelievable display of her consistent ability to do that during this match.
All right, let's see first this set point here for Lehecka, trying to go up 2 sets to love over Mannarino. Again, 7-6, 5-4 here in the second. In the midst of a 40-15 game, rocks back, good toss, glides into the ball, just misses. That flared a little bit longer than no man's land on the deuce side for Lehecka. Again, trying to go up 2 sets to love over Mannarino. Rams in the ball, it will be a double. Another set point upcoming at 40-30. Mark, what have you made of Lehecka today against Mannarino so far?
Well, it looks like he's ahead in spite of what doesn't look like the best day ever. His serve percentage is low. His conversion rate, obviously, he's winning a lot of points on his first serve, not necessarily enough in the box. His second serve %1, I think, is a little low if you want to be successful, contending for tournaments on the men's side. But you can never underestimate Mannarino, what he makes you do.
Forehand missed by Mannarino, and it is Lehecka up 2 sets to love over the Frenchman.
Do you think that that's a result of the Mannarino effect? This statistically unorthodox, weird match, but he's still kind of ahead. I think this is what Mannarino draws his opponent into doing and playing like.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, especially if you're a player, like Lehecka, who wants to play a lot of first-strike tennis. Mannarino is going to make you feel awkward. He's going to use your pace against you. He's going to take your second serve return early with his backhand and poke it, and all of a sudden you're scrambling, and then you're playing a match that you didn't want to be playing necessarily.
Mark, I know you got some TV work to come for the rest of the day. Just want to get your thoughts on the big picture to go. We're going to continue to call this match. We're also going to call Alcaraz against Rinderknech coming up on U.S. Open Radio. What's your outlook on Carlos and how he's doing here at the U.S. Open in his run here into the 4th round?
Carlos is so dynamic. He can often, the Spanish coaches I used to work with used to use the phrase, he plays alone, meaning he can light it up and take the racket out of his hand, out of someone's hand, and it doesn't depend on who's the other side of the net. The downside is that sometimes Carlos can take these kind of walkabouts where he drops a set, where he sprays some unforced errors, where he does these, the basketball players call them heat checks.
Yep.
He tries shots just to see, like, how hot am I right now? And, someone like Rinderknech can pose some trouble if he's landing first serves. He's a, big, aggressive player. He likes to move forward. Ground strokes are a little stiff, but when he's coming in, especially when he's coming in, like, off his, inside-out forehand, he can be really dangerous.
What's your thoughts on that match, Megan?
I think, I'm blinded by the heat checks. I love that. I mean, that's going to be, I can't even think clearly. I'm thinking about how amazing that is because a lot of players do that. And someone like Carlos, he is so darn good that he's able to have a couple heat checks.
And Sinner never does heat checks. He's so disciplined.
Yeah,
Sinner never does them.
Exactly. Yeah. But I like that about Carlos. I like that he's still being playful with his game and able to do that, but then bounce back quickly. A set from him, sure, he may lose a set, he may lose a couple games, but we all know that he can just get it back, lock it in, and just blaze.
Well, Mark, I want to thank you for all your work on U.S. Open Radio. I know you got TV stuff to do, and we appreciate it. And we'll be tuning in on the World Feed as well.
Awesome. Catch you guys later.
All right, great stuff. That's Mark Lucero, Dave Leto, Megan Moulton-Levy. We'll be back with Prim in a little bit right here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Welcome back to Day 8 of the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. Dave Leno, Megan Moulton-Levy, Prim Saripapat, and our entire crew. Jaime Colon on the ones and twos. Our U.S. Open radio crew can be heard on the U.S. Open app. Go on the app. On the bottom right, there's a More button. You hit the radio tab in the middle. You can find us there. If you're listening to us via the app right now, we thank you so much. Also, the official website of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, usopen.org as well, where you can watch us behind the scenes and also listen to us as well on the radio. Also on Sirius XM in your cars, in the Sirius XM app, tune in worldwide, also on YouTube, on the U.S. Open's YouTube account. Our crews take you from first ball to last, all throughout the U.S. Open, from Fan Week and qualifying all the way to the men's final. So, Megan, we've had a terrific start to our Day 8. Like I led off our show today. Can't believe it's Sunday of Labor Day weekend, rolling into Labor Day tomorrow. Great crowds on hand. How about the weather this year? I think it's not talked about enough. I'm not a meteorologist, but usually at U.S. Opens, I mean, we've been getting 90, 100, a lot of humidity. This year, I feel like temperatures are in, here in the United States and right here in New York, like anywhere from 70 to 80. And it's been, I feel like, very comfortable for all the fans as well.
I think it's great for the fans. It's great for the players. It's certainly great from the tournament. I'll put my tournament hat on for a second, and just the operations. This is a machine.
Yeah.
Like the amount of coordination required to make this thing hum, and for everyone to be out here enjoying a great time, and the players to feel so, welcome and prepared to play. The weather is it's a real blessing to have this kind of weather for all the stakeholders involved.
Agreed. We'll pick up the play-by-play in a moment, but here's the update. Lehecka up 2-0 over Mannarino. We're in the second game, third set. Mannarino held at 1-0 to start set number 3. I want to ask you the granular picture of the U.S. Open. For those listening around the world that have no idea about this machine that you said, and rightfully so, the planning for something like this, for what I call a pseudo event, one of the biggest events in the world. Does that immediately, does the USTA start right away after this ends for 2026 U.S. Open? Do you take a little bit of time off? What's that planning like from one U.S. Open to the next?
Sure, that's an excellent question. I think that it's a 3-week event, right? Fan Week, it's now fully programmed. Everything was in full operation for all 3 weeks. And as soon as this is finished, and some of these guys who are here, they're up from, 6:30 in the morning until last ball struck. So it's an exhausting 3 weeks for the team and for everyone here. And there's so much work that goes into it. They get about a week off, and then they get into after action.
Wow.
Because there's always something that you can improve. So they pull in multiple people from different areas of the tournament and think about what can we do better to make this event even better. And there's a lot of time spent, what do the players need? What do the fans need? As we've really invited more people into the game, then you got to make sure that they too have a wonderful experience when they get here.
I love that. Mannarino, by the way, just broke Lehecka to go up 2-0 here in the third. Remember, he's the player that's down 2 sets to Lehecka. So I love that you just explained that. First, there's a review, right? There's the aftermath, and you bring all the collective great minds together and saying, what was great? What can we build on from one year to the next? I think that speaks to a great organization.
There's not such a celebration of what was great. It's like, what do we need to do better?
I love that.
There's a pushing for excellence across the organization, not just at this tournament, but throughout. This tournament is leveraged to grow the game in the USA, make sure that we inspire healthy communities and lives through tennis across this nation.
What I love in your work with the JTCC and the DMV, and I see this around the Philadelphia area in the United States, is I love what you guys had with like Net Generation, where you have these young kids come out with their coaches and go on the courts before the matches go on. Ash and Armstrong and others, and they get to play on the same court. The stars on both the women's and the men's side get to play on. That experience, that memory, is something they can take back to their hometowns and continue to pursue their dreams. I love that here. And
this is another part of just trying to inspire people to play the game. What a moment for some of these kids who attend NJTLs, National Junior Tennis and Learning, really supported by the USTA Foundation. These kids don't have the means to come to an event like this, or to some of them even play tennis. And a lot of this is scholarshiped, and they're able to see themselves in tennis. We're going to watch Taylor Townsend play in a little bit. Some of these kids might do her coin toss and think, one day I can be like her. So it's really about exposure to this wonderful event, this wonderful sport, and all that it can open your life up to.
I love that. Here's a game point for Mannarino. We've had 5 unforced in the third set for Lehecka. He's the player that's up 2-0 over Mannarino. Mannarino coming in as the unseeded player against Lehecka. Whips it out wide, backhand slice, good return. Lehecka, high part of that Mannarino that bangs on his side, closer to the chair umpire. The point to Lehecka. And now it's 40-15 with Mannarino up 2-0 here in the third. Also, a big initiative at the U.S. Open. The big theme is 75 years since Althea Gibson broke the color barrier in tennis, where she couldn't walk through the front gate. 1950 U.S. Nationals at Forest Hills. The difference makers, the trailblazers, the ones that we often think of and reflect upon. And I think it's an important one to tell the story, and we often have done that throughout our U.S. Open radio coverage at this Open, and I think it's not talked about enough, what Althea has done to the game.
My goodness,
and
yeah.
And across all of life, not just sport.
Well, right, and a trailblazer is a euphemism. She broke the door open and said, you know what, look, all I want to do is play tennis. Just let me play. And I almost think that, she was treated somewhat as a novelty because, unfortunately, she died broke, not able to really use this as an opportunity to live a fruitful life. So while we celebrate her and I thank her, and I know all of the other African-American black players, we wouldn't be here without her, but I don't want it to be missed that there's still work to be done, making sure that the same opportunities that are afforded to others, black people get the same treatment, same opportunity, get spoken to with respect. I think we really got to continue to keep our eye on the ball so we can make rapid progress.
I love that. Really, really powerful discussion documenting Althea Gibson. We're going to take a quick 30-second timeout. We will pick up the play-by-play on Armstrong right after this. It's US Open Radio. Welcome back to Day 8 of the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships with Megan Moulton-Levy. I'm Dave Leno and our entire crew. Here on Day 8 of this Sunday, Labor Day weekend, we are calling round of 16 matchups. Mannarino is up the break, 3-0 over Lehecka. However, he is down 2 sets to the 20-seed Lehecka in this fourth-round matchup. Megan and I are discussing right now in the midst of this third set, Althea Gibson and breaking color barrier at the U.S. Open 75 years ago at Forest Hills. Folks may not remember, at 23, she became the first black player to compete at U.S. Nationals, challenging decades of segregation in the sport. She then won from 56 to 58, back-to-back titles at Wimbledon U.S. Nationals. And Megan, I was speaking with Zena Garrison during Fan Week about this, that she was the first to get that ticker tape parade in Manhattan after Jesse Owens was so successful on the international stage in 1936. It was Althea, after she won Wimbledon, the first African-American women to win Wimbledon and also Roland Garros. And then she gets the ticker tape parade in Manhattan. And then she breaks the color barrier, not just in tennis, but in the LPGA Tour. I didn't even know. I had to look up. She played over 170 events in golf as well. Some folks may remember her more from golf than tennis. She also was an accomplished singer, She also was a coach as well in the game. And more importantly, as I said a moment ago, and you rightly stated, in life, a trailblazer for everybody.
I think what's so fascinating to me about her and her story is that she's from New York, grew up playing here, started playing tennis on the street, and then went to the South and wasn't afforded some of the, she had to go to a different bathroom. She couldn't enter the same clubs and courts as the white players, and was kind of dumbfounded. Like, wait a second, why not? Because in New York, it was perhaps a little bit different in the 50s. She was able to do more than in the South. And just understanding that cultural difference as you divide the country back then. And, but people were so intrigued by her. Wait, I didn't know that black people could play tennis, play golf, and she stood tall, proud, and said, yeah, watch this. Not only can I play, I'm going to beat everyone.
The icon Billie Jean King also had a line about Althea, and she said simply, without her, there's no Arthur Ashe. Wow, what a powerful statement. And two folks in the past that really helped Althea as well, and a lot of her story. I just want to mention them, and I did during Fan Week. Ellis Marble and Sarah Palfrey were two that were huge advocates of Althea to break the color barrier in tennis in particular, get her into U.S. Nationals play. And as I said, won multiple Grand Slam titles, 11 in total. First player, as I said, to win in Wimbledon, 57-58 won at U.S. Nationals. Terrific, terrific story for Althea Gibson and all the folks. And it's not just people of color, it's all walks of life. It doesn't matter where you come from. Althea's story, even to me as a young commentator, it's very inspiring how she broke down so many doors.
And did it with grace, did it with just poise and a clarity of what her mission was. She wanted to show her greatness through her game, and she pushed her way into being able to do that. So the sheer determination and not letting the negativity derail her from her ability to show up and be great. To me, that's it. It's like, you may not like me, you may not love me, but I love myself enough to show up and show you what I'm capable of. And that's what she did.
And again, that's a big, important theme here at the U.S. Open, not just really for this year, but for many years in the past and years to come as well. 75 years, Althea Gibson breaking the color barrier here in tennis. Lehecka up 2-0 on Mannarino in this fourth round men's singles match. It is Mannarino dealing here in the third. We'll get back to play-by-play in a moment. Remember, her skill, you mentioned, born in South Carolina for Gibson, raised in Harlem. Her skill first was recognized by a coach named Buddy Walker, a coach with the Police Athletic League. Introed her to tennis at the Harlem River tennis courts, but then there was another coach by the name of Frederick Johnson, and that, to what I read, that Althea was the really big mentor that allowed her to pendulum her career in the stardom.
Yeah, and just wrapped his arms around her in a way that he took her as almost like a mentee and said, look, you're going to come with me. You're going to come down here and train with the other black players, and we're going to teach you more about the game. And that unlocked her to kind of the technical aspect or tactical aspect of the game and brought her game to a new level. And I think what that says to me is that, it takes a village. Sometimes it is, we're faced with challenges, and you need someone to see you and say, let me help you. I want to make sure that you're feeling comfortable, cared for, seen, and let me help you get to where you want to go. You cannot do any of this alone. You depend on others to help you achieve the goals that you want to achieve.
Yeah, really well said. I mean, one of her first goals at 17, she won her first junior national title. She was denied early to play any part of the tour outside of the ATA. And that was until, getting into Forest Hills in August of 1950, where she was finally allowed to compete. Couldn't go through the front door, I've read, but then finally, years later, that obviously changed, and for the right reasons.
Yeah, and there are people in her corner fighting for her to be able to do just that.
Yeah, love that. Well, Megan, thank you so much for sharing your stories there and your anecdotes on that Althea Gibson. Our crews will continue to tell the story of Althea throughout the U.S. Open, not just this year, for years to come. It is Mannarino. How about this development, Megan? He is steamrolling here in the third. He is up 4-love, up the double break on Lehecka. We pick up the 5th game of this third set. If you're just tuning in on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, Lehecka took the opening 2 sets, 7-6 in a breakaway. He came back down 1-4 in the tiebreak, to be exact, and took the second 6-4. This is a one-way cruising machine in Mannarino here in the third set, up 30-15 now.
You often wonder if players, after having a close set, they have a letdown. But Mannarino has had 2 very close. 7-6, he lost the first set. 6-4, he lost the second set. And he has been able to just keep himself in the game and not get distracted about the fact that he's had chances in each of these sets. And now he's steamrolling in this third set. But this is just a testament to Mannarino really recognizing the moments that he has and not letting up. He's quite tough, even though we've seen him at times have the yips about the stands, the people in the stands walking up and down. He's been quite distracted by that. But each time he's been able to just reset and get himself back in this match. And right now he's taken on a major lead.
All right, so it is Mannarino up 5-love, Megan. He is 1 game away from forcing this 4th set inside Louis Armstrong Stadium. Now, we are just 1 minute past the bottom of the hour at 1:31 here in New York in the United States. We welcome you on U.S. Open Radio. If you're just catching our call right now, Megan Moulton-Levy, I'm Dave Leno, Prim Saripa, Pat Around the Grounds, Jaime Colon, our engineer on the ones and twos with our talented U.S. Open Radio production staff that will take you from first ball to last. Coming up a little bit later, the talented voices Brian Clark and Patricia He will have the rest of the afternoon into the evening with the rest of our fabulous crews. We are going to pivot inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. We'll have the second match on the largest court in the world. It will feature a men's singles 4th round, or you can call it round of 16 match. Arthur Rinderknech of France up against the 2 seed and 2022 U.S. Open champ Carlos Alcaraz. Alcaraz has won 6 titles this year. Many know of him saving 3 championship points at Roland Garros, winning there. He fell at Wimbledon to Jannik Sinner, who prevailed in Australia, and at the All England Club. Alcaraz coming off the win in Cincinnati when Sinner retired after 5 games. He has blitzed into the 4th round. Here are the interviews inside Ashe. First with Rinderknech.
Into the round of 16 at the U.S. Open for the first time.
Well, it means a lot for sure. First of all, it means also another match today against number 2 in the world. Top 2 players as of right now. So, yeah, really focused and really wanting to do great things today.
You've played Carlos a few times, some close matches. What will be the key for you to have success today?
The offense. I'm going to have to go for it.
Best of luck out there.
Thank you.
Carlos, it's your second day match. This one a little bit later. How happy were you to have an extra couple hours to start in the early afternoon today?
Well, just a few more hours just to be ready, to have everything under control before the match, just to feel good, to feel ready. It's gonna be warmer, I guess, but I think I'm gonna be prepared for that.
You've played Arthur a few times. They've been tight matches. What challenges does he present?
Well, he's a really difficult player to play against. Big serve, always trying to be aggressive, big shots. Playing flat, that sometimes tricky to deal with. But I'm here just to show my best tennis, to play such a great level, and let's see what happens.
All right, good luck, have fun.
Thank you.
We thank Mary Jo Fernandez from ESPN.
New York, let's
the
welcome the players for our next match. From France, Arthur Rinderknech.
His first round of 16 appearance at a major. Arthur Rinderknech, 30 years old, from France. in his 4th meeting at the 2022 U.S. Open champ. Takes the court, the white headband, white shirt,
And
darker
from
shorts,
Spain,
where
the
Henley will bring on Alcaraz
2022
now.
U.S. Open champion, Carlos Alcaraz.
Comes Carlos, that buzz cut that I like, maybe more so than others, with the Nike kit decked out in purple. Jetted past Luciano Doderi. Straight sets 2-4 in love in the 3rd round. So before we get ready for these warm-ups, your outlook on Rinderknech against Carlitos today.
I think we talked about it a little bit earlier. You know, Carlos is going to come out here and do his thing. We may see moments of lapse because he's so creative, and Arthur, as I'll call him, is going to, you know, he's a disciplined player. He's not going to be as flashy as Carlos. He's not going to have the heat checks as Mark talked about earlier. But I think we're going to see Carlos do his thing, come out here, move exceptionally well, be a shot maker, put on a show, and Arturo is going to be there backing it up, waiting for those moments of lapses that hopefully he can capitalize on so that we have a great competitive match.
Well said. Round of 16 match on the docket. Rinderknech pitted up against the 2 seed Carlos Alcaraz. Warm-ups are about to get underway. As we go to break on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express, we documented how well Althea Gibson has changed, not just the sport of tennis, but also a trendsetter in life. Here's from one icon to the next. Billie Jean King speaking about Althea Gibson.
Althea Gibson is a part of us. She didn't just change the game. She made the game possible.
Althea was my very first shero, and I was about 12 or 13 when I got to see her play at the Los Angeles Tennis Club. She's the one that told me if you can see it, you can be it. She didn't tell me, she told me by her actions, because she was #1 in the world. She was just so great. And of course, then I'm a history buff, so I knew all about her. And a lot of people don't know, but she was the first person of color ever to play on the LPGA as well. I had the privilege of knowing her the rest of her life after I met her. And then I used to sleep with her book. I always wanted to be somebody. She wrote that in 1958. And she was a great person, great champion. Also went through a lot being the first. I always appreciated her, but I stayed in touch with her and knew her. I don't think Althea Gibson is appreciated enough. And the reason for that is they keep forgetting that without Althea, there wouldn't have been Arthur Ashe. Because the great thing about tennis is we have men and women in our sport. I really think people should think about what Althea did for us in 1950 by being the first black ever to play, in the U.S. Nationals, which is now the U.S. Open. And she also is the first black ever to win a major, the French in 1956. And also the Queen gave her the plate at Wimbledon, which doesn't happen very often. What she did for so many of us, and such a shero to me, a hero. I think I'm really one of the lucky ones because I actually knew her. She was in my life until she died.
Get ready for the next to go down in history. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Juxtaposition there. Just listening to Billie, one of the icons, thinking about what Billie was able to do with her career. And, she's in her 80s now, and just the wonderful success that she's been able to enjoy throughout her whole career. And thinking about how Althea, so much that she did for so many people, but not able to live her life with that same success until she died. And so I urge all of us to continue to, while we celebrate Althea's wonderful legacy and what she's done, let's continue to push the boundaries, push the envelope, and make sure that our other successful athletes of all nationalities, of all colors, of all sexual orientation, whatever it is, that they all be given the same platform to really leverage their wonderful careers so that they can live a meaningful and great life until their death.
Agreed. A lot of people across maybe that don't follow sport may know the story of Jackie Robinson, right? And those that might not know what Althea Gibson has meant to tennis but to life, love hearing from Megan, Billie Jean King there. and others on our U.S. Open Radio airwaves. Speaking of others here on U.S. Open Radio, the talented Prim Siripipat is inside Armstrong for an update on Mannarino and Lehecka. Let's check in with Prim.
Hey guys, wonderful conversation, really enjoying it. Yes, over here, Lehecka, kind of had a bit of a mental break there, or mental gaffe, so to speak. It seems as though the mental game has drifted off just a little bit, but as we discussed, those first 2 sets, even though he jumped out to a commanding 2 sets to love lead, it was really arduous and quite taxing, but he has gotten on the board. In the last game over there, Lehecka was right near me as I'm courtside in the whispering section, and his coach, Michael Navratil, who formerly coached Thomas Berdych, was trying to say something to Lehecka, and Yuri didn't even bother to really look over. I think he was just kind of in his own world and focus, and knowing that kind of full acceptance that maybe he needs to dial in a little bit more, and at least he's on the board now. But Megan and Dave, going back to your conversation, it's been really nice to hear about the history of the game, and something that I've grown to appreciate. And I think the lesson also is that, tennis is more than just a game. It's life. It can be one's passion. It can be one's purpose, but also it can be a vehicle for advocacy and change.
That's spot on, Prim. But people need to continue to care, really see people for who they are and all that they bring. Just watching each person bring something special to what they do, and being open to seeing that if others don't look like you, they don't behave like you. The game is, in my opinion, seeing an explosive growth with all different types of people. You heard Jessica Pegula talk about bringing football fans into tennis. So the casual fan is seeing, the traditional tennis fan is seeing different types of people show up, behave differently, dress differently, and I hope that everyone's ready to welcome everybody into the sport, because without Althea, I know I wouldn't be playing. There's a whole host of other players. Taylor Townsend wouldn't be out there today, and we need more people to show up, be brave, and be okay with who they are, and give permission to others to show up as they want.
Absolutely. Well said, Megan.
Prim, we just saw Mannarino take that 3rd set. I see the physio is out there with Mannarino. You're courtside. What are you noticing right there with Mannarino?
Yeah, Mannarino right now, it looks like he's tending to his leg. He's kind of leaned back on his bench. So I'm sitting here courtside. One of the videographers, and they always want to be a little bit careful about how much they really show on the screen, but perhaps they are tending to his leg and massaging. That would be, looks like perhaps the left thigh. Is that what you all are seeing? I'm over in the whisper section, but there's a couple of people that are blocking my view. And, we're about, a couple hours in at this point. And Mannarino, he's played a lot of tennis. We talked about just how taxing the year can be, how taxing this final Grand Slam can be, especially if you consider at 37 years young and 2 months. It can always take a toll on the body.
Prim, thank you very much. Medical timeout there for Mannarino. Down 2-1 to Lehecka. Let's start our play-by-play of the matchup. It's a round of 16 match. Rinderknech against Alcaraz. Arthur Rinderknech of France is serving to the right of the chair. First serve whistle a little bit long will be a second serve. We're picking up the 2nd point of this opening game. Rinderknech, good high toss, maybe 2-3 feet in the air, barrels into the back end. Alcaraz there, twists the hips, and set out forehand by Alcaraz. The next exchange, Rinderknech with the forehand cross court. Alcaraz gets it back, but misses the forehand as that twists long. Center of the court, back-to-back points for Arthur Rinderknech.
Rinderknech has a pretty unusual setup for his serve. His chest is almost parallel with the baseline. Quite often when you see servers, their chest is perpendicular to the baseline. But after Rinderknech tosses, he gets a really good wind up, making sure that he's using his legs to explode up into the serve.
Yeah, good call. Wide take back, really, really long toss right over his brown hair, and it is sky high. Call it 2-3 feet in the air. The forehand missing return from Alcaraz, and a chance for a love hold for Rinderknech. I just want to give a shout out to his coach, Luca Pui, on the tours. Made a run years ago at the U.S. Open. I know he's battled a ton of injuries, but I used to watch, when I came as a fan, I used to watch Luca a lot. I remember on then called Court 17, now called Stadium 17. And great to see Pui out there on tour now as a coach. Be a second serve. Rinderknech serving to Alcaraz. This is the opening game.
But you see a great camaraderie amongst the Frenchmen.
Yeah.
I remember in 2020 when we were at doing the U.S. Open, I was bubbled with the players, so I got to see how those Frenchmen, they would descend upon the lobby every night, play cards. You could just see what great interaction they had with each other, and the love and support they showed for each other. So I'm not surprised that he's in Rinderknech's corner.
Love that. So he's going up against Alcaraz, who just saw Rinderknech hold at love. The two will change ends. The roof is open here inside Arthur Ashe Stadium at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center on this 75-degree afternoon, just past 1:45 p.m. here in New York in the United States. Alcaraz looking for his 4th U.S. Open quarterfinal appearance. 2022 U.S. Open champ. That was his first Grand Slam title, if you recollect, several years ago over Casper Ruud in 4. 22 titles, 6 this year, coming off Cincinnati. Also won in Queens Club, Rome, Monte Carlo, and Rotterdam as well. And Alcaraz in his pink Nike shirt with the black swoosh. Maroon shorts. And our first serve from Alcaraz detonates into the middle of the net. Will be a second serve from Carlitos with that Aero Pro Babolat racket decked out in gold and black, and swoops into the forehand of Rinderknech on the deuce side, and he misses the return. 15-love for Alcaraz in the second game.
Both Alcaraz and Rinderknech have been serving on the deuce side, kick serves to the forehand. That's an unusual tactic, but what that does is it gets the ball outside the strike zone. And with Carlos in particular, his grip, he has kind of a neutral grip. He doesn't have that semi-Western grip, which that's a very smart play against Alcaraz, because getting it out of his strike zone on the forehand side may present some challenges for Alcaraz.
Backhand slithers up the line, meanwhile, for Rinderknech, taking it on the rise nicely. And it's 15-all here in the second game. And that came after Alcaraz went right to the ad side of the court. And Rinderknech again stepping inside in no man's land. Again, closer ad side. With that backhand winner, it's 15-all.
Rinderknech was not able to, he was totally able to stay inside the baseline for that whole point. Off of Alcaraz's second serve, Rinderknech was just stayed inside, took that backhand early, and kept pressing after, resulting in a backhand winner down the line.
Too cumbersome on the kick serve from Alcaraz, causes a Rinderknech miss. So Russell Wilson, we're seeing at our monitors with Sierra in the crowd. They were here yesterday as well. Yeah, late last night.
In the president's box.
Ah, how about that? Were you rubbing elbows?
I was not. I was not.
Okay, all right. 30-15. Again, we thank you, Megan, for all you and your team at the USTA do putting on this pseudo event I call it here at the U.S. Open. Forehand winner up the line. Good from Alcaraz. He was on his back right foot with his back right shoulder down. The left shoulder was up, but he still scurries for that forehand winner, and it's 40-15.
I talk a lot about path, angle, speed, and that's the swing that I'm talking about. The path of your swing, the angle of your swing, the speed of your swing. Alcaraz swings so hard, but it's coupled with his fast feet taking the ball early, which sends the ball back so fast. Arthur was not able to get there and get his racket on that ball, even though it looked like he could have, but it just like zipped off the court more than he was able to handle.
Yeah, good call, because Alcaraz just held at 1-all. And I often think about the angle and how somebody, and I talk about this with a lot of younger players, like trying to watch like a Sinner, how he's hitting through everybody, Alcaraz, how Osaka is hitting through a lot of players on the women's side here, amongst others. And a lot of it is not so much, oh, you got to move your arm fast and fast, right? Megan, break that down for those players or coaches listening. A lot of it's with the wrist action, right? And how do you generate more pop is what I'm getting at, as opposed to just all arm.
So really, to generate more pop, you want to use your whole body. The stroke, in my opinion, starts actually with the ground. The faster you get to the ball, the more balanced you are, the more you can use your legs, push off the ground, and transfer your weight through the shot. Your arm should be really loose. You don't need a big wind-up, but you got to time it exceptionally well and swing from low to high and be accelerating through the shot. So I don't necessarily know that it's a wristy thing unless you want to get that angle. That's a path angle speed. If you want to get that angle, then you got to approach the ball. Your swing has to be coming from a different angle. But really, it's about a kinetic linkage.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get your feet to the ball, get your body in position so you can use your legs, core, and time that acceleration and swing up to the ball at the right time.
I love that. Footwork, using the whole body, timing, also paramount. Forehand detonated, and then the approach by Rinderknech here in the third game of this opening set. You're listening to Rinderknech against Alcaraz. It is a fourth round, or you could say round of 16 matchup at the U.S. Open. A spot to the quarterfinal on the line. The winner of Alcaraz-Rinderknech will face the victor of Mannarino Lehecka. That is just starting the fourth set, by the way, with Lehecka up 2-1 over Mannarino. 30-15, Rinderknech powers back, brings both feet together, bangs one into the left of Alcaraz, who misses the backhand return ad side.
Rinderknech is doing an excellent job so far in his second service game of changing the positions. He's not serving to the same spot. Alcaraz on that last return split step and was leaning to his forehand, but Rinderknech hit it to his backhand. So he's throwing in some different looks, keeping Alcaraz honest on his return.
40-15 here for Rinderknech will be a second serve. They get a long take back behind his right back hip, extends, bangs the racket into the ball here. Alcaraz has it on 40-15, scurrying to his right with a forehand chip. Forehand drop shot by Rinderknech. Alcaraz with the slide up the line. Good. Carlitos gets there. He's a matador. He was there in a hurry.
Rinderknech did a great job of using his backhand down the line. I'm sensing that he sets it up. He uses a cross-court backhand to set up the down the line, which he did, causing Alcaraz to float a kind of short ball. Rinderknech walked up to it and changed grips to go drop shot. But Carlos was right there. Rinderknech, he leaned to the backhand side, but Alcaraz was able to get to that ball at the last moment and just scoop it for a lob winner down the line slice.
40-30 now, Rinderknech. I just love the footwork of Carlos Alcaraz, how quickly he splits and then he goes. He has that quick decision, that quick first step, I think. It's just so massive and such a difference from other players, even within the top 10, 20, 30 on tour. Now, he just hit a double, and that means it's a deuce game at 1-all here off the Alcaraz service.
I'll piggyback on that. To me, it's not necessarily about his footwork. It actually starts with him. He understands how the quality of his ball and how it's going to impact his opponent. So it's his knowledge of himself, and then his eyes, how quickly he picks up. Okay, I got Rinderknech in trouble. Oh, no, I didn't. So he can make these adjustments really quickly with his eyes, which then gets his feet in position, and then he's a magician with his hands, so he can do anything with the ball.
It's just always magnificent seeing him with his hands at the net, anywhere with lob, the slice lob that you accurately depicted. A beautiful job a moment ago. By the way, Rinderknech, a slider deuce side out wide for an ace. So he's looking for the hold here to go up 2-1 and goes down the tee and off of the frame of that Babolat racket of Alcaraz. Okay, Rinderknech gets the hold here, 2-1 to start this round of 16 match on Ash.
Rinderknech did a great job changing up those serve positions. Last serve that he hit on the ad side was out wide, following up with a serve down the tee on this last hold point.
Yeah, mixing it up on both sides of the boxes. Well said. It is Rinderknech on serve 2-1 over Alcaraz. We continue the matchup and much more right here on U.S. Open Radio. Day 8 coverage presented by American Express.
Althea Gibson is a part of us. She didn't just change the game, she made the game possible.
When she broke the color line at this event, it wasn't because she asked to be in. It wasn't because her mentor, Dr. Johnson, asked to be in. It was because an ally, Alice Marble, wrote a letter to the USLTA at the time and basically shamed them, saying, you're supposed to be a gentleman's sport about sportsmanship. Why aren't you?
American Express.
I loved hearing from Leslie Allen, the pride of USC and all that Leslie has done for the tour as a broadcaster with her foundation. We were talking about the 4 Ds with her foundation as well. A terrific delight to have Leslie on our set here in studio on U.S. Open Radio during Fan Week, and all that Leslie has done for the game. We thank her so much. Continuing to tell the story of Althea Gibson breaking the color barrier 75 years ago at the U.S. Open.
I mean, 2 things for me stand out. One, I've heard Leslie speak a lot, and she said how she was just happy to be a professional tennis player, but Althea pushed her to say, wait a second, you can win some of these events. So, and to Leslie's point about having allies and people taking a chance and seeing you, I think this is the story, and we can't stop here. We got to continue because there are others coming up who need these chances, who need these allies. The sport is much better when it's diverse. The sport is way more electric and dynamic. Watching the Sheltons of the world, the Townsends of the world, the Sloan. So open your arms. Let's move this sport in a way that's going to be better for everyone.
I remember Leslie sharing the story with us, in the early 80s, the first African-American woman to win on the Pro Tour since Althea Gibson did that. First tournament director of color as well. So speaking of somebody also that broke barriers too, and she was sharing some of the stories that she went through, and I think that's important for our audience from around the world to hear, not just from what Althea did, but the others to come after her as well, knocking down doors. And we thank Leslie as well for all she's done.
Yeah, and there are so many stories like this that we just don't know about. So, be curious. There are a ton of wonderful, very smart people who, they leverage their tennis, but they're so much more than just entertainers, right? They're smart. They're business owners. They're great collaborators. My English is escaping me, but there's a whole generation coming, and I think the world is just keep their arms open and welcome the change.
Love it. Thank you so much, Megan. We'll continue to tell that story on U.S. Open Radio about the history of Althea Gibson in tennis and in life. Picking up the 5th game of this opening set, Dave Leno, Megan Moulton-Levy. From Saripapat, our entire crew on U.S. Open Radio. Here it's 2-all. Alcaraz, Rinderknech. Rinderknech rocks back here from the ad side in the midst of a love 15 game now. Alcaraz a couple steps behind the baseline, the left hand on top of the right off his white handle. With a stretch forehand, Rinderknech takes it on the rise. Now coming up to then Alcaraz trying to pass. Forehand jab by Rinderknech and a swinging forehand volley missed by Carlitos. Now you don't see a ton of that middle of the court, but he does miss. And Rinderknech hangs in at 15-all.
Okay, he missed the ball. That was kind of an egregious miss, but you see that sometimes when the trajectory of the ball is high, is not as flat. Those are when you see some of those forehand misses from Carlos. But I like that he did not let that ball bounce and allow Rinderknech to get back in the point. He missed it, but that is the right kind of play. When you have someone on the run, you want to be brave, take the ball early, and not let them breathe.
Agreed. And that swinging forehand volley or swinging backhand volley, very, very difficult to hit that out of the air. 30-15, and that's really for any player. Ball looked like it was at the bottom of the strings of Alcaraz, who frames a backhand return into the second row of seats to the left of the chair. Good out wide serve by Rinderknech, and a theme for our new listening audience just catching into this match is that Rinderknech doing a nice job. We mentioned the serve prior to the start of this match, but the edges of both boxes, using the corners, in my opinion, that's been very effective so far in the early going. Here at 40-15, another ball that's framed on a serve at 128. Rinderknech, and Alcaraz misses, and at the changeover, it's Alcaraz will be serving at 2-3.
Dave, you just talked about Rinderknech's ability to just serve at different spots, and that one he chose to go body forehand, which is, he's changing it up. You think he's going to go wide. Oh, no, you're trying to receive a ball right at your tummy, and those different looks are, someone is automatically going to be, should be in control of the point off their serve, but when Arthur's serving so well, changing up the spots, that makes it even more difficult for Alcaraz to break him.
To your point, Rinderknech hasn't lost a first service point. He's a perfect 9 of 9. We'll see if that will continue on serve 2-3 at the changeover. While there's a little lull inside Ash, let's go inside to Armstrong, and for an update, here's Prim.
Hey guys, just an interesting turn of events over here after Lehecka jumped out to 2-0 lead. The tides really turned in favor of Adrian Mannarino as he took the third set 6-2, and he's up 2-1 here in the fourth set. And even in that third set, he had jumped out to a 5-love lead. And when you're looking at what's transpiring, it's Lehecka, it's almost as if he really truly lost his focus after those grueling, arduous 2 sets, and not even showing any really signs of frustration. It's almost as if the wind was taken out of his sails. He lost his focus a little bit, but right now, Mannarino is up 2-1 here in the fourth. One of the fans just a moment ago was rooting for Mannarino, saying, hey, let's do this in 5 sets. So we'll keep you updated with this one, but plenty of good tennis. You got to give a lot of credit to the 37-year-old veteran, Mannarino.
It's interesting to see Lehecka. We can see him using his breath control. Prim, you're the sports psych out there. You know what it's like to what are the routines when you're feeling stressed, when you've lost yourself, and one of them is deep breathing. Just to connect with your body, take your time, get some air in your head to help clear so that you can reset and continue to play.
That's exactly right, Megan. Yeah, that's why a lot of performance coaches or sports psychologists will encourage that concept of mindfulness and using the breath. Sometimes players are like, what do you want me to do with the breath? But yes, it allows a player to connect with the here and now, the present moment. It enhances focus. That way their attention is not geared towards the past or the future. But what might come into play sometimes is kind of almost, if you lose focus or if your body, if you're physically taxed or tired, you can almost experience an out-of-body experience, almost like depersonalization, if you will. And even though Lehecka, you can notice he's trying to use the breath and stay in the present moment, but I just can't help but think of, what transpired in those first 2 sets if they were just grueling and taking a toll on him, not just physically, but also mentally.
And that's what happens when you play a guy like Mannarino, who was up in the first set tiebreak. Prim, thank you very much. But Lehecka, in the end, who was down massively in that tiebreak, took that opening set. So Prim will update us over on Armstrong. Again, the story there, 2-1 in sets. Lehecka over Mannarino there in the fourth. Let's pick up the play-by-play coverage inside Ash with Megan Moulton-Levy. I'm Dave Leno. We are 4 minutes past the top of the hour at 2:04 in the East, wherever you're listening from around the world via the U.S. Open app, usopen.org, SiriusXM, tune in, or watching us behind the scenes on usopen.org or YouTube. We are live on YouTube right now on the U.S. Open's YouTube page. You can go there and see us behind the scenes at our studio next to the American Express Fan Experience in the midst of a love 30-point, flailing it up the line with a backhand missing. Rinderknech, Alcaraz gets the point. He was in a little bit of a hole here, Megan, at 15-30. Again, we're on serve 2-3 in the opening set.
Rinderknech is being super disciplined. I mean, that backhand down the line miss. I noticed that throughout this match, Rinderknech has been using his backhand cross court out of the ad side to create openings to go down the line. That backhand miss down the line was a little sloppy. He was probably going for the line rather than looking to use that down the line as a setup to move forward. So I'm going to continue to watch to see how he approaches this for the rest of the match.
No doubt. Let's see if the pattern continues, but he flails a backhand long that quickly went. That's how well Alcaraz serves on the second one. Out wide ad side, it quickly went waist high to the shoulder of Rinderknech, and he couldn't go low to high with it. The racket face was too closed, and it's 30-all in the game. This is the 6-game opening set. Again, if you're just tuning in, it's Alcaraz against Rinderknech for a spot to the quarterfinals at the U.S. Open. Rinderknech swings side to side. He's to the left of the chair, returning. Shade all over the court. First serve was a little bit long from Carlos.
Carlos is using his kick serve effectively. He tried on the ad side to serve kick forehand. It didn't work, but then he went to kick backhand. And to me, Rinderknech looked like he had a technical deficiency when that ball gets above his head. He's not able to go low to high and drive. It's almost like his shoulders collapse, forcing him to awkwardly make contact with that backhand.
Great breakdown. As that ball's getting up, and he's a guy tall in stature. What I also notice is a theme is that Rinderknech trying to shorten up the points. And I kind of like it against Alcaraz, right? Because, in a rally, lengthy against Carlitos, that's going to be arduous and an uphill climb, no doubt. First one clips off the tape, goes out of play into the doubles alley, meaning a second serve for Alcaraz, but he's on the doorstep of making it 3-all on serve. Here in the first on Ash, kicks into the forehand, right in the wheelhouse, plunging for Rinderknech, into the backhand of Alcaraz, and a forehand miss by Rinderknech. On serve, Alcaraz holds 3-all, opening set.
Alcaraz on that last point on the ad side using a kick serve. Again, body forehand. Rinderknech just connected with it, pounded him, creating an advantage. But Alcaraz moved so quickly. He got over to that ball that was hit in the deuce side and cracked it cross court. Rinderknech was trying to take it early, but was way too aggressive. Maybe even caught the inside of the ball and wasn't able to make that drive down the line with that forehand.
To Megan's point, 7 winners, Rinderknech to 7 unforced. He's done very well on his first service points, winning all of them. Gets another one in, backhand slice, drop shot. Alcaraz slides. He gets there with the lob outside. It goes in. No man's end. Rinderknech spins at a 360, misses the forehand. Feathering left to right, turning, but he couldn't twist it over the low part of the net. Another lob, successful for Carlos.
And this is what Carlos does. I mean, Rinderknech hit an unbelievable first serve. Against anyone else, he would have been in control of the point. He opted to use a slice and drop shot that ball back, but Carlos is too fast and was able to again hit a winner with a slice lob over Rinderknech's body.
Yeah, forehand pass miss from Alcaraz in the next exchange. 15-all. As my Spanish-speaking friends will say around the country, mueves las piernas, move your legs. And that's what Carlos does really, really effectively. Say bienvenidos a todos. I'm saying welcome all in Spanish to everybody listening from around the world. Dave Leno, Megan Moulton-Levy, Prim Saripapat, our entire crew, U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Forehand chip blocked by Alcaraz on the return, trying to pass backhand drop shot volley by Rinderknech and trying to scurry into the ad side service box. Alcaraz with a slide. He can't get there. Good volley by Rinderknech. And I mentioned a moment ago, and I wanted to ask you this. Shortening up the points, a ton of volleys here by Rinderknech early on in this match. Do you like it?
I do, but that point that Rinderknech just played, it's really important that you understand the distinction. He tried to shorten the point by bringing Alcaraz in, but the shot that he hit, traveled through the court. That last volley that Rinderknech hit, first he hit an approach shot, drawing Alcaraz really far on the deuce corner, traveling back. And what Rinderknech was able to do with that next high backhand volley is hit through the sideline. So Alcaraz had to traverse from the back of the right corner all the way through. So he created this scenario where it was just too much of a distance. Even as fast as Alcaraz is, it was too much. So he has to play almost perfect points if he wants to come in to put Alcaraz in a position where he can't get to the ball.
Yeah, it's a good breakdown, Megan. Think of like the back right where Carlos was to the front left of the chair umpire where he had to run, and another volley executed by Rinderknech, and with another hold up 4-3. And again, using that pattern comes in beautifully with Alcaraz out wide off the court on the ad side.
He's using all dimensions of the court. He's able to get Alcaraz all the way back by the signage, and then because he's moving forward, because he's taking that time away, trying to shorten the ball, he crunches Alcaraz's time and court and is using the front of the court to, there's a lot of real estate out there, and Rinderknech right now is using all parts of it to disrupt Alcaraz's unbelievable movement.
Rinderknech is up 4-3 over Alcaraz at the changeover here. Spot to the quarterfinals on the line. The winner will face either Mannarino or Lehecka, who they're in the midst of a fourth set on this beautiful 75-degree day. Brian Clark, Patricia He will take you through the rest of the afternoon after this first set on Ash. Following that, you'll hear the talented voices after Brian and Patricia, Ravi Uvha, Zina Garrison, Russ Thaler, Sophie Amyak, Mike Cation, David Macha, David McPherson, doing a terrific job. By the way, shout out to Macha and the International Tennis Hall of Fame speech, inducting the Bryan brothers. Congratulations to Mike and Bob Bryan. Also Maria Sharapova. A lot going on around the U.S. Open. Megan and I, throughout the morning, if you didn't hear maybe an hour ago, we were discussing all the planning that goes into putting on an event like this. Over 1 million fans come through the gates. We're going to shatter records, I think, even more. We did in Fan Week, I'm sure, during the main draw as well. And kudos to you and your staff.
Yeah, and just being innovative, right? We had 4 people on the stage this morning for our early morning kickoff, and you talked about doubles, but really it was a mixed doubles team. It was you and me against Prim and Mark.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Talking about the mixed doubles, just being creative about how to spread the joy of this sport. It's got to be shorter. People's attention spans are being blown up, and the creativity of the U.S. Open staff, led by Lou Shear at the time when he was a CEO, Eric Buderak, Stacey Allister, just taking a chance and really breaking the rhythm and being innovative about how this sport is consumed.
Yeah, I love that. And congratulations to everybody putting on this massive event. It's not just, you think of the main draw, a 2-week event. Fan Week in conjunction with qualifying freed everybody during Fan Week. Over 239,000 fans came through the gates during Fan Week. And those that maybe aren't familiar with how the U.S. Open works, that could be that first chance, that first catch to draw you in to the U.S. Open.
But it's free to enter.
Yeah.
You cannot, where can you go and watch professional play and it be free? In a world where things have gotten so expensive, people have to know that this is a place to be. The energy is on fire. The kids are running around. It's just such a great atmosphere. And we want to make sure this sport is accessible to all. And making Fan Week open for free is part of that initiative.
Agreed. The gasolina that's out there for all the fans to emulate the playing styles of one Carlos Alcaraz or an Artur Rinderknech. Megan, great breakdown. 30 love here for Alcaraz. Backhand guided up the line and missing. It's now 40 love as Rinderknech with the errant backhand just sailed past the baseline on the deuce side. Again, here's the story if you're just tuning in. Alcaraz on serve 3-4. 10 unforced errors by Rinderknech. However, he's serving masterfully, might I add, in particular with the first service points where he's only dropped the paddle at 1 first serve. Alcaraz, though, looking for a love hold to get it to 4-all in the opening set on Ash. Capacity crowd on hand as well. Alcaraz tumbles into the ball, goes serve and volley, backhand miss, Rinderknech, 4-all opening set.
You called it. You said he's trying to be aggressive, but what happens sometimes when you're trying to be aggressive, you play outside of your range. You go for too much, and this is what we're seeing with Rinderknech in this set. He has so much capacity on his backhand, but because he's playing, one of the top players in the world right now, and certainly Carlos will continue to just display his great tennis for the rest of his career, he's overpressing. He's trying to do too much, which means he's exposed himself to too much risk. He's at 10 unforced errors to 9 winners, and Carlos has only made 1 unforced error this whole match.
Yeah, that's astonishing. 4-all, second serve, high toss, ball pendulums into the strings of Rinderknech with a Tecta fiber racket, whips the racket into the forehand of Alcaraz, forehand inside in Rinderknech. Alcaraz there scurries to his right, but misses from an open stance forehand, couple steps beyond the middle of the court. The point to Rinderknech, 4-all opening set, 15-love for the Frenchman.
Yeah, and I got Jaime in our ear making a great point, which is Carlos he's the night man. He's used to being out there at night, and this is a day match. It is a different rhythm. It is a totally different scenario when you're used to playing under the lights. But he's now in the day. Half of the court is drenched with sun, and 2/3 of it, is in shade. You don't have to deal with that when you're playing a night match.
30 love. Yeah, no doubt. He's a prime-time guy out there, there's no question, but it's 30 love for Rinderknech. Again, he's done well off his service. That has been a theme. He's only dropped 5 service points in the match to Alcaraz. This is the 9th game. First set, 30 love. Rinderknech smacks into the ball, tumbles into the middle of the net. Will be a second serve for Rinderknech in his first round of 16 appearance at a major. Big moment for him. Into the 3rd round at Wimbledon as well. Kicks it into the high backhand on the stretch. Alcaraz has it. Rinderknech, backhand, low part of that, middle of the court. Answering with the backhand slices. Alcaraz with the forehand, this time into the forehand of Rinderknech. That booms into the middle of the net. The point to Alcaraz at 30-15.
Alcaraz had to traverse across the court from the ad side, the left side of the court, to the juice side, the right side of the court. And in that, the ball bounced in the sun. He made contact with it in the shade. These are really, it's unusual. You really have to be focused and know that you know exactly what you're going to do with the ball. You pick your spot and just focus on the point of contact, because the light is changing almost how you hit the ball.
Be a second serve here for Rinderknech. Shade now starting to creep in on the side of Rinderknech, closer to the chair umpire, splitting the service box on the ad side, framing it off the top of the racket. Alcaraz, it does guide into no man's land. Rinderknech takes it on the rise. Alcaraz fights it off, and a forehand missed up the line. High part of the net by Rinderknech. Back-to-back points from Carlos, and it's 30-all, again 4-all opening set.
But Rinderknech has to focus on shots like that. That was a standard rally ball. He's 2 feet behind the baseline. Not really in a position to flatten that ball. Flatten, I mean, in terms of trajectory. Hit it so close to the net. He wants to push Alcaraz back. So that is not an error that I should see in the net. No person can make all the balls they hit, but you want to make sure that your errors are at least reflecting a solid shot selection.
Game point for Rinderknech when out wide deuce side there. Megan, again, I mentioned hitting both corners of the boxes very, very successfully in Artur Rinderknech at 4-all, a game point to go up 5-4 right here. Went for a tee serve, just whisked a little bit wide to the right of Alcaraz and missed. Second serve here for Rinderknech. 36 minutes in. He rocks back, high toss, bangs into the ball, tee serve good. Oh my goodness, almost like a first serve on the second there for Rinderknech. Took a little bit off at 113, but it was flat and successful to go up 5-4 at the changeover.
Rinderknech is, he's made a few errors that I don't think are good off of the ground, but he has this unbelievable serve that he's been working around the court, and on a second serve, getting Carlos completely in trouble. That's just that gives him an opportunity to stay in this match and disturb Carlos as he continues to compete.
Day 8 of the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships is on the air wherever you're listening on the U.S. Open app, usopen.org, SiriusXM. Tune in worldwide, and also you can watch us behind the scenes calling the matches from our great radio crews on usopen.org and YouTube as well. 4-5 Alcaraz on serve. Backhand missed up the line by Rinderknech, who was in a precarious angle and a little bit of a quagmire, meaning deep to the digital backdrop. Well behind the baseline, allows Alcaraz to dictate, and it's 15-love.
Alcaraz did such an excellent job with his footwork, just eking out real estate inches of the court by using his right leg to cut it off and take time and court space away from Rinderknech.
Slice backhand by Alcaraz leads to an error off the backhand wing of Rinderknech. It's now 30-love. Alcaraz trying to make it 5-all. We played 39 minutes. Carlos again, 6 of his 22 titles on tour, won this year. He's looking for his 4th U.S. Open quarterfinal appearance. Remember that first title at the majors back in 2022, U.S. Open over Ruud in 4 sets. 30-love here for Alcaraz.
Let first service.
Another first serve. Back-to-back lets from Carlos. Opted to go out wide both times. Now the shade continuing to creep now into the middle of the court here on the 75-degree afternoon. Just past 2:20 p.m. in the United States here Eastern Standard Time. Forehand missing out wide by Rinderknech. Up to go off the line. Out wide serve due side by Alcaraz. Who's up 40-love in the game.
You'll hear me talk a lot about what the best players are able to do, and Alcaraz had 2 let courts, and immediately he made an adjustment, increasing the height over the net. So you're not going to see him make 2 errors back to back, because he's always going to make an adjustment to make sure he's adapting to what's happening.
Tilts back, goes into the forehand of Rinderknech, who misses, and it is a love hold for Carlos Alcaraz at 5-all. Here in the first set.
5 games all, first set.
Rinderknech has been serving pretty supremely throughout this match, using his spots, changing it up, keeping Alcaraz off rhythm and guessing where he's going to serve.
Just an update for everybody. Yuri Lehecka just won in 4 sets over Adrian Mannarino. So Lehecka is into the quarterfinals at the U.S. Open. Congratulations to Lehecka, and a tip of the cap to Mannarino at 37 years old as well. I see him in our monitors waving to the crowd. A great run by him. Nice sportsmanship from Lehecka as well. And Lehecka is moving on and will face either Carlos Alcaraz or Artur Rinderknech, but he's in his 2nd quarterfinal at a major. How about for Yuri Lehecka there and that story over in Armstrong?
Yeah, that was what a match. You know, it's never easy to play someone like Mannarino, who's so disruptive in his style of play. And Lehecka was just kept using his deep breathing techniques and put himself in a position to be where he is right now.
Last time he was at a quarterfinal was 2023 Australian Open. And back here in New York. All right, we'll continue to call this matchup on Ash, where Rinderknech is up 40-love. Again, that serve has really been allowing him to hang in with Alcaraz. 40-love point first serve, pummels in the middle of the net. Ball crew in their Ralph Lauren gear will collect. Sellout cred on hand here on the Sunday of Labor Day weekend in the United States. Kicks into the backhand, shoulder high. Alcaraz handles it cleanly, then goes with a forehand slice drive shot. Catapults off the net. He apologizes, falls in for Carlos. Gets the points at 40-15 with his palms up there. Megan says, I'm sorry to Artur.
You use the word catapult.
40-15.
I would use the word dribbled off of the net. I mean, that thing just hit the net and then just went right by it. Almost bounced on the net, if you will.
As if time stood still, was standing on top of that lead court and then went down in a hurry. Well said. 40-15. But what I love is how quickly Carlos changes his grip. I know you were talking about the grip change of Carlos. A lot from the baseline, not a heavy Western grip by any means. Not even really a semi. He's not on the underside of that grip with like your whole hand pointing forward to the sky.
Which makes his disguise so much harder because
Right.
there isn't an extreme change. It's really subtle. So it's not a surprise that he is able to catch Rinderknech
40-13.
off guard with that drop shot forehand.
Backhand up the line, missing from Artur Rinderknech. It's now a 40-30 game. The Frenchman is serving to Alcaraz. Again, we're at 5-all. The latter stages of set number 1. Grateful that you're tuning in on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. It's day 8 of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships. And I always say day 8 of the main draw because we already played a week of competition before. Their first week is U.S. Open Fan Week in conjunction with qualifying. First serve pummels out wide, serve and volley. Rinderknech good, splitting the service boxes and gets the hold. Well executed on the serve and volley. It's 6-5 over Carlos.
And Artur has been great at pushing Carlos all the way back by the signage and then sneaking in and punching a volley short in that service box, forcing Carlos to get off the court, and he can't even make it. So this is a great play from Rinderknech by moving Carlos around the court and creating opportunities for him to, minimize Alcaraz's great movement.
Outstanding breakdown. And to your point, Rinderknech 6 of 9. Net points won so far through 11 games. When we return, well, the conclusion of the first set of Alcaraz Rinderknech right here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Welcome back to Arthur Ashe Stadium. Dave Leonard, Megan Molson-Levy here in 5-6 Alcaraz in the midst of the game point of 40-15. Still at the back in the middle of the court long. It's now 40-30, 49 minutes in against the 12th game of the first set. Rinderknech doing very well with his serve. Alcaraz trying to force a first set tiebreak. Megan and I are pleased to be joined on set by the talented voices of U.S. Open Radio that will take you through the rest of the afternoon, and that's Brian Clark and Patricia He. Good afternoon to both of you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Usually I say good morning, but good
That's
afternoon.
great to be with you. Here, let's see if Alcaraz can get this hold, everybody. First serve clips off the net will be a let here to Alcaraz, looking for his fourth consecutive U.S. Open quarterfinal appearance. Fourth round matchup against Rinderknech in his first fourth round appearance at a major. Bouncing side to side. He's the one returning here to Alcaraz, trying to force the first set tiebreak. First serve pummels into the middle of the net. Ball crew collects. Now that shade creeping in on most of the court, 3/4 of it to be exact, from the chair and opposite to the left of Alcaraz with the forehand of the serve +1 out wide. Good pattern. Out wide, ad side, had to hold the deuce side open, and we're going to a first set tiebreak. Brian and Patricia, I'm going to start with you. Maybe Patricia will go with you first. What do you make of this tight set that's going to a tiebreak here between Alcaraz and Rinderknech?
Oh, you mean between the power and the intensity of the Alcarazes? This is usually tiebreakers, doesn't go, or is it more in favor of the power hitter, the aggressor? But Alcaraz can do both. He's intense and he can go after his shots. The errors and winners, you have to favor Alcaraz in this tiebreaker because, as well as the shot maker as Rinderknech is doing, just the errors at the wrong time, isn't it?
Alcaraz 13-8 in tie breaks this year. Serve out wide, Rinderknech. It's a forehand miss on the stretch, and it's 1-0 in the tiebreak for Rinderknech. And now to the Alcaraz serve. Brian, how have you seen this match go down in your eyes?
Yeah, it's impressive that Rinderknech has held the way he has, that he's hung in with Alcaraz, because Alcaraz had lost just 23 games to get to this point of the U.S. Open. That's the fewest of any player left in the men's draw. And to be pushed like this against Rinderknech is an impressive showing so far.
Rinderknech with a backhand slice missing. Ad side, good serve out wide. It's now 1-1 in the tiebreak.
But at the same time, Rinderknech has played well lately. Beat Casper Ruud in Cincinnati a couple of weeks ago. Had a really slow start to the season. Did well on grass, couple of quarterfinals there. So he's made progress as he tries to rebuild his ranking, closer to 50. He's here as the 82nd player in the world. But this is a strong showing from him.
First serve.
Another first serve here for Alcaraz. Go ahead, Megan.
He's been serving lights out, which is... I'm not sure about how he's been serving in the rest of those matches, but for sure, this match has been so close because of his unbelievable serve. Not just it's where he's placing it. He's so unpredictable about what he's doing, which has kept Alcaraz on his toes.
And Alcaraz misses the half volley. A serve and volley went out wide, due side. Rinderknech with a low return inside the service boxes, and Alcaraz can handle it. The point to Rinderknech, 2-1 in the tiebreak.
And we over the course of the last 7 days or so, we were always mentioning, Ben Shelton with his serve 145. But did you know Rinderknech can serve up to 140? Mm-hmm. And have you seen that so far in this set? It's not come out yet.
No, not yet.
No, but he's either power, he can do power, and he picks his spots pretty well too when he needs to.
He's been very adept going to the corners of both boxes, Patricia, to your point. 2-1, Rinderknech. He's the one serving to the right of the chair. Will be a second serve. They're from the ad side. Ball to the throat of that Tech to fiber racket. Rocks back, high toss, powers into. Oh, it's a double. And Alcaraz will take it. 2-2 in the tiebreak.
And Megan, just to pick up on the point that you mentioned a while ago about Rinderknech's serving, he's been serving huge, but there's a key there. That's on first serve. On the second serve, he's winning fewer than half of those points. You're absolutely on the money with the first serve. He's only lost 1 point when he's got that first serve in, but when he's not getting it in, trouble awaits.
And he had a moment there, right? Like, he's been serving so well. He was up a mini break, up 2-1 in that breaker, and to throw in a double fault, that's just poor error management at a time. He's not going to get very many of these moments playing against Carlos Alcaraz, and I wonder how it's going to work for the rest of the match.
Right, a key moment, it's a fine line. It doesn't take much. It's just 1 point here, 1 point there, and also where do you make the winners on, or where is it that you make the errors on?
In the midst of 2-all in the tiebreak, slice backhand from Alcaraz. Here comes Rinderknech transitioning with a volley off the backhand wing and a pass by Alcaraz. Just flicked it. Not a big take back there from the deuce side, and flicked it to the right of Rinderknech, who was on the ad side. Carlos went deuce side for the pass, and it's now 3-2 Alcaraz in the breaker.
So Rinderknech has been doing an excellent job throughout this match of sending Carlos all the way back and then sneaking in and dumping that volley to the open court, short inside the service box. I got the sense that Rinderknech sensed that Carlos was heading that way, and he punched that volley deep towards Carlos, but the man is ready. So he hit a little flick cross-court passing shot, giving Alcaraz the edge and being up a mini break in this breaker.
Alcaraz goes for the serve +1, big inside in. Left side, closer to the ad side, doubles alley and gets the point. That's 3 consecutive points won by Alcaraz, and he's up the mini break in the tiebreak, 4-2 over Rinderknech.
And to your point, Megan, like sneaking in, and it's the sneak attack, I call it, is very useful and successful. However, the caliber of what Alcaraz, he has to know that when the ball is struck well from the Rinderknech shot, he is going to come in. And therefore, I think by instinct, he's able to keep the ball a little lower in the passing.
That double fault may be the thing that loses Rinderknech this set.
At least this set.
He can't afford to have misses like that against someone like Alcaraz.
Yeah, that was just the second double in the set. He's been serving very well, which has been a theme. He's only dropped 1 point off of his first serve. Meanwhile, second serve after the change of sides. Alcaraz up 4-2 in the first set tiebreak here. And it whizzes past the backhand attempt of Rinderknech. What happened there at 5-2?
It took a funny bounce. Got a question for you, Megan. When Rinderknech, he's been serving great, but then he makes that double fault during tiebreaker. Do you think that's a focus thing, or is it stress from the second serve return from Alcaraz that puts it on him?
I think he's playing one of the best players in the world right now, and I don't necessarily know if it's because of the pressure of Alcaraz's return. It's just the pressure of knowing that you got to come with the good stuff, point after point, and you can't have any lapses. So invariably, that you worry almost as you're going to hit that serve.
Right. Second serve here for Rinderknech, who's dropped the last 4 points of the tiebreak to Alcaraz. Has the backhand return, and then it's a reply by Rinderknech that goes well long, and it's multiple set points for Alcaraz, who has won 5 consecutive points in the tiebreak, up 6-2.
But I hope Rinderknech is able to kind of distance himself from those points. He can't let one missed error just haunt him for the rest of the set, and that's what this 5-point spread is. He hasn't been able to let it go and find a way to get back into this match.
It's a good point. That backhand down the line is one of his favorite shots, and he timed it, and you just can't afford to do it this late in that set.
Set point for Alcaraz. Runs run the backhand, golfs a forehand off the line. Rinderknech inside in. Alcaraz trying to get there deep deuce side and misses on the run with the stretch forehand, bottom of the net. And finally, Rinderknech gets a point in this breaker, but it's going back to the Alcaraz serve at 6-3 in the tiebreak.
One thing that I've seen throughout this match, Rinderknech has done a great job of those forehands out the middle. He hasn't taken them inside it, going forehand on the ad side to back cross court to the other person's ad. He likes to pull it. He takes that forehand out of the middle on the ad side and rips it to the deuce side, getting Alcaraz on the run.
Yeah, second serve here for Alcaraz, set point number 2. He is up 6-3 in the tiebreak on the ad side into the forehand return. Half volley good there by Alcaraz in the forehand. Rinderknech wails a little bit long. Alcaraz outlasts Rinderknech, wins it 7-3 in the breaker, and Alcaraz takes it 1-0 over Rinderknech.
At moments, you know, the set comes down to just a few points, and I really feel like that double fault at 2-1, that lost him the match. He lost his focus, wasn't able to reset fast enough. And again, someone like Carlos, he's going to have to bounce out of these errors and not let him just carry with him.
Megan, great stuff. A pleasure to be with you from the morning through the afternoon, and keep killing it here on day 8 of the U.S. Open.
Au revoir.
Au revoir. All right, it is Alcaraz winning 6 of the final 7 points in the tiebreak to take it. He is up 1 set over Artur Rinderknech. So for Megan Moulton-Levy, I'm Dave Leno. Don't go anywhere. Brian Clark, Patricia He will take you through the rest of the way. But first, here's our Prim Saripapat with a victorious Yuri Lehecka.
Prim Saripapat alongside Yuri Lehecka. Congratulations on that grueling 3+ hour victory against Adrian Mannarino. Did it feel as taxing as it looked from the sideline?
Yeah, actually, it's been such a tough match, you know, for me to play against Adrian, you know, who is super experienced and is playing such a sneaky game, I would say. It's so tough, you know, because he knows exactly what to play and when. So for me, it was more about me finding the right moment, when to push, when to be more aggressive, because today it wasn't just about me, you know, it was also about the way how he played, you know. So yeah, it's been a great match. I'm very happy about the way how I reacted after I lost the first set, because I didn't really feel myself there. But yeah, that's tennis, you know. After first two very tough sets, it's been such a disappointment that third set, because I didn't really feel good, and I wasn't happy with my also, you know, my attitude. So I needed to go to the toilet, you know, to reflect a bit on myself, and it worked well.
After dropping the third set and also down 2-love in the fourth set, what do you think was key about turning that match around?
Yeah, I think that the key was just perseverance, you know. I mean, I felt that I won't get anything I will get any easy point. I knew that he's going to fight every ball, he's going to keep this solid level. And I felt that I really need to fight through every point I'm there, just to win a couple of points, you know. So that was the most important thing that I found. I don't want to say the motivation, but I found the spirit again, you know, to fight every ball. And as soon as I found that, I felt that I'm a little bit better. So yeah, that was the key moment in the last set.
Last question. I know there's more work to be done, but you are into the quarterfinals here at the U.S. Open for the first time ever, and also as a key player in the top 20. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels great. You know, honestly, I'm not looking at the rankings when I'm on the tournament, you know, but for me, the most important thing during these 2 or 1.5 weeks has been to go step by step, you know, to focus on each match, and then we will see how it goes. And so far, it's going great, you know. So hopefully there will be a couple more matches, but we will see. You know, I'm doing my best.
Awesome, congrats, and best of luck in the next round, Yuri.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
The dream never fades.
Back in the rhythm, back in the flow.
When the fans, they scream and yell my name, that definitely sparks me.
The energy that I get here, I don't get it anywhere else.
Energy from the crowd is really unmatched.
The last Grand Slam of the season. Super excited to finally play in New York. Having a Grand Slam under your belt definitely takes a little bit of the pressure off.
Krejcikova with a brilliant shot.
I think it was an amazing run for me last year. It definitely gave me so much confidence.
I played with a lot of passion, played with a lot of energy, and kind of in your face, and I hope you guys enjoy it.
Get ready for the next star to shine. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Sunday afternoon from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, and we are live from Louis Armstrong Stadium for the start of this fourth round women's singles match, an enticing matchup between two players who have been at the top of the game in doubles. Taylor Townsend is at the top of the women's game right now in doubles, but she is here in this fourth round of the U.S. Open for the second time in her career against a former U.S. Open doubles champion, a two-time major singles champion, and that is the resurgent and healthy, that's most important, Barbora Krejcikova of the Czech Republic. And this has all the makings of a dramatic Labor Day weekend confrontation, so it's great to be here with you for it. I'm Brian Clark, and it's great to be joined by Patricia He. Hey, Patricia.
Hello, Brian. How are you?
I am doing very well. I'm very excited for this match. Of course, we're going to keep eyes on Arthur Ashe Stadium, where Carlos Alcaraz is up a set on Arthur Rinderknech after winning the first set. But here it is Krejcikova serving first to begin this match, and the backhand return is long from Townsend. It's 30-15. And Patricia, getting set for this match, I think the first thing you think about is the success these two women have had in doubles and how it could translate into a singles matchup that is heavy on variety. We know Taylor is great at net. She's great with her slice. That variety is what's made Krejcikova, first of all, a world #1 in doubles, and also a top 10 singles player as Townsend laces a lefty forehand for 30 all. There's plenty of variety from both.
This is going to be a great matchup, Brian. You know, we see, let's talk about Krejcikova. Actually, I covered her first round match when she played Victoria Mboko, the hot rising star, and she played that match flawlessly. I could continue to follow her level of play. Krejcikova is one of the players I really enjoy watching. Not only her attitude on the court is great, her ball striking, while not powerful, but it's very accurate and very balanced. She's had to deal with like a lot of players, a lot of injuries, was sidelined a lot, but to see her coming back, I am seeing a more rounded, more balanced, more confident, more focused Krejcikova, and I really expect this is going to be a dogfight. It's not going to be one-sided for anyone by any means.
Krejcikova here, 40-30, opening game of this match. This is the second of 4 matches here in Louis Armstrong Stadium today. There's no more separate day and night session for Armstrong, but 4 singles matches. Yuri Lehecka was a Czech winner earlier on this court. And now Barbora Krejcikova trying to do the same on the women's side as the backhand up the right side into the backhand cross court from Townsend. And then Krejcikova trying to go inside in, but yanked it wide. It's deuce.
Now, Brian, to answer your question, how does doubles get transfer into singles? Let's talk about the benefits of playing doubles. You got to extra serving. You got to practice your returns. You got to practice your transition to the net, make you a much more valuable at the net, and not to mention more time on the court under a stressful situation, even though it's doubles. Because most of the players, what they do, if not all, after their singles, they go back out to practice. But then when you play doubles, it takes care of that. And I like to point out from Taylor Townsend, let's not forget that coming in, she's in great form, lots of confidence, with her last win against Mira Andreeva. And Mira has been playing fantastic tennis. And for Taylor to take her down in 2 straight sets, that has to be a confidence builder for her.
Townsend, of course, that second round win has drawn a lot of attention over Elena Ostapenko in that post-match confrontation between the two. Townsend has had to deal with a lot of questions about that. It keeps coming up in her media availability. She's handled all the questions and all the scrutiny very well, and she certainly let her racket do the talking against the 5th seed, as you mentioned, Patricia, Mira Andreeva, 7-5, 6-2 to set up this match with Krejcikova, who just held to begin. Another American awaits in the quarterfinals, Jessica Pegula. Well, was guaranteed to be an American in the quarterfinals. Pegula with a straightforward straight sets win in Ashe over fellow American Ann Lee earlier today. So a lot of common threads. We said one Czech player already won here on Armstrong in Lehecka. Well, here we've got a Czech player against somebody named Taylor from the United States. The next match will be a Czech player against somebody named Taylor from the United States, but that's on the men's side. Tomáš Machac against Taylor Fritz, last year's runner-up. They will follow this one. And Tomáš Machac is relevant here because of something we just mentioned about the benefits that come from playing doubles. Machac made that big climb in the rankings last year. He's continued it this year, and he is quick to credit, you know, where did you find that breakthrough? What helped you break through? And he said playing doubles, that really helped him. It helped his movement. It helped just playing in those pressure points. Of course, he won the gold medal in the mixed last year at the Olympics with Aryna Siniakova, who won 2 titles this year on tour with Taylor Townsend, who begins that backhand cross for a winner. And, of course, Krejcikova, a longtime partner of Siniakova. So a lot of familiarity on this court.
I tell you, you know, having been on the tour for so many years, for decades, right? The one country that always comes up remarkably is the Czech Republic, where they have time and time again of great competitors and great technique. So, and we do a little digging, researching, speaking to coaches. Hey, well, you know, what's the making? What's the making behind all these great players, competitors? And I believe, you know, I'm probably like, you know, should be right on track. They believe in the 100 matches mark. They believe in playing a lot of matches, whether it's singles or doubles. So, you know, if you go back and do a little searching on the Czech players and see the number of matches they play, that is almost like the philosophy that they follow. And so it's no surprise, it's no coincidence that a lot of the Czech players choose to play doubles. You do get more competitive, that time on the court, you know, the pressure moments, and you know what, also it's a little more fun.
Yeah.
When you go play doubles, isn't it? The singles is all, I don't know, it takes so much out of you. It's almost like a relief, a stress releaser.
40-15 here for Townsend. So explain that 100 match mark. Is that that's their goal of how many matches they play in a season? Is that the 100 match mark?
Yes, and the season is long, as we know in tennis, right? It's 11 months. So, you know, so how do you translate to, you know, the juniors, starting from the juniors, for example? I know a lot of the parents and junior players, they shy away from the backdraw. They lose in the main draw, and then they leave because what's the point of playing backdraw? But if you look at each match with a different mindset, if I am going to accumulate 100 matches, I don't really care how I do it. You know, if that is the recipe to get my mind to be a more fearless competitor, I'm going to do it. So, and there's that benchmark where I totally believe, go out and play. And I believe it was Brad Gilbert, I think. Yes, he loved to compete. He loved to compete, right? So he'll just find anywhere that he can compete on. Now, I'm not saying that you should just compete and not train, because here's the other side of the coin. If you play a lot of tournaments, you have a lot of matches, your competitive skills go up, but your tennis skills get a little dull because you're on survival mode all the time. So you do need time, a training block, where you sharpen your tools back.
Yeah. And maybe you train different parts of your body, you build that fitness, or you work on the aerobic fitness just to stay in shape, and then you hone that. It's like sharpening steel in match conditions. You do that a certain amount of time. There's that balance you've got to navigate.
That's right. You go on tour, and then, you know, and then you assess with your coach what needs to be done for the next block of tournaments, and so you go at it. No different than here. I hang out by the practice courts a lot, and just because I'm so intrigued to see, you know, what are the coaches working on with the players. You know, every morning, every day, I see them, whether it's the serve and return, you know, the return, the serve +1, or the serve and volley. So obviously that, you know, during tournament, it's shrunk into a shorter period of time. But after the tournament block, they would stretch that out to longer.
So after a Townsend hold, it's Krejcikova now 15-all, 1-all. We are 8 minutes into this fourth round match. Krejcikova got to the quarterfinals here 4 years ago, beaten there by Aryna Sabalenka in a pretty scratchy match. That was a night session on Arthur Ashe Stadium. It's been 6 years since Townsend was at this point. She lost in 2019 to the eventual champion, Bianca Andreescu. Beat Simona Halep, who was one in the world at that point, en route to the title. Excuse me, en route to that career best showing at a major on the singles side. 30-15 for Krejcikova, and she flies that serve long. Alcaraz and Rinderknech on serve in the second set, 2-all in Ash, with Alcaraz having won the first set in a tiebreak. Krejcikova's second serve, Townsend was able to line it up and hit a deep forehand return. Keeps up the depth. Now a forehand is long from Krejcikova. That was an excellent return off an 89-mile-an-hour second serve from Taylor Townsend.
And Taylor has a very compact swing on her forehand, which allows her to redirect the pace of Krejcikova's forehand very well.
Krejcikova in a black tennis dress with a white visor from the near baseline. The toss, Armstrong fully in shadows right now. It's a little bit warmer than I think we might have expected today. It's a little bit warmer than it's been the last few days. It's by no means hot. It's very pleasant, and there's minimal humidity. Temperatures in the upper 70s. As that backhand return is long.
Krejcikova's second serve doesn't have a lot of spin on it. It's more of a flat slice, and a lot of the time she will jam the opponent in the body with her second serve. With the quickness of the court, it's become very effective for her.
For all of you listeners around the world, just in case you don't know, it's 26 degrees Celsius.
Thank you.
At the moment here. Yes, including you, Patricia. Forehand, big one, a little bit too big from Krejcikova, and it's deuce.
Krejcikova is a very tricky player to play, Brian, because she doesn't just hit flat from both sides. She'll set up the point with slice on her backhand and then immediately look from her forehand and flatten out the shot. And a lot of times you see players don't expect that on their back heel. And of course, because of her doubles play, she's very convincing at the net as well.
And that's the surprise so far. We have not seen these players come in too often through the first almost 3 games of this match. Townsend's been in once, Krejcikova's been in twice, and they've won all 3 of those net points. Krejcikova happy to dictate from the baseline. Now she comes in, takes out of the air with a swinging backhand volley. Beautiful from Krejcikova, and another chance for 2-1.
Throughout the 8 days of tennis, Brian, we talked a lot about momentum. We talk about timing, the serve and so forth, right? But Krejcikova is a really good example of the whole game coming together. She doesn't particularly just rely on one stroke to get the rest of the game going. Every stroke, from the serve to her forehand to her backhand to the volleys, everything sets up for each to take its role.
Second serve here for Krejcikova after a series of bounces. She looks across the net. And now the toss. This ball goes up, and the serve, it's down the center. Backhand, what a winner from Townsend. Took it inside in. She got a good read on that serve, pounced on it, and Krejcikova had no chance.
Had so much time behind that serve. Krejcikova's toss, it's a little more to the left than what, the norm of the second serve. And a lot of times you will only be able to slice in the body or slice out wide. And Townsend, I have no doubt, is expecting the T serve on the outside.
Now on the deuce side, Krejcikova goes T there. It's chipped back by Townsend. Slice backhand Krejcikova. She's in at net, and Townsend tried to pass, might have forced it a bit as she flies it wide. She's got a smile on her face as she looked across the court at her team. Advantage Krejcikova.
That's awesome, because she did miss that passing shot by Miles. But you know what? To be able to laugh at yourself, that's just really tell you the state of mind that she's in.
Her coach, John Williams, did not return that smile. Advantage Krejcikova, and she plants that first serve into net. Krejcikova ready in the second serve. She goes out wide. Townsend reaches for it, loops a forehand cross, and flat from Krejcikova. Townsend putting plenty of shape. Now Krejcikova goes inside in. Townsend got there. Backhand netted Krejcikova. She had Townsend a step behind in that point, and it was her own error that kept this game alive. It's deuce.
Krejcikova did such a great job countering all the height of the spin from Townsend. Had that short ball moved up to her, but then she hesitated, stood straight up to hit that passing shot. You got to stay down because it is the lower part. When the ball is low, the transition It's using your body going through the shot.
She goes T and missed it long. Carlos Alcaraz has a couple of break points on Arthur Rinderknech. Chance to go up 4-2 in the second set on Ash. Second serve here for Krejcikova. She double faults. Second time today, and it brings up the first break point of this match.
If Townsend can consistently put pressure on that second serve from Krejcikova, this may be a very one-sided match because Townsend does have really good returns.
Good first serve down the tee. It's blocked back by Townsend, and she can't get it over the net. Krejcikova able to save a break point with a clutch serve. But yeah, that second serve has been the issue, really, in this game.
Now, she doesn't have a lot of margin over the net because of her toss way to the right, and it creates just a slice which typically goes fast and low over the net.
Is that toss so far to the right just because it naturally sets up the slice? That's why you would put the toss there?
Yeah, typically second serve, you want it on top of your head or a little to the left to go on the kick under the ball and then kick up because you want clearance, and then you don't want, and then you also want the spin to when it hits ground to kick off. Otherwise, it's just going to sit. But by her tossing more to the right, the ball tends to skid.
Puts that serve right into the center of the box. A big backhand from Townsend, and then Krejcikova scoops the forehand wide. She looked like she did not know what to do with that Townsend return. It's a break point for Townsend. Another one. Carlos Alcaraz has just cashed in a break point on Ash for 4-2 in the second. And now as this game moves past 8 minutes, it's break point 2 for Taylor Townsend. The Krejcikova toss, the serve, it's wide of the center line. And she looks frustrated at the service line over the last few minutes. Townsend ready. Here's the toss. Krejcikova down a break point. Down the center. A backhand return from Townsend. Forehand Krejcikova's long. First blood to Taylor Townsend in Louis Armstrong Stadium. Crowd approves. It's 2-1 to the American on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Taylor Townsend leads Barbora Krejcikova early in the opening set of their fourth round singles match. Taylor Townsend looking for her first ever major quarterfinal. I'm Brian Clark back here with Patricia He. We are in Louis Armstrong Stadium. We're keeping an eye on Arthur Ashe Stadium, where Carlos Alcaraz is up a set and a break at 4-2 to Arthur Rinderknech. Here's Townsend from the near baseline at 2-1 down the center. It's bunted back. Krejcikova, short forehand from Townsend, and then Krejcikova misses the backhand. And these Krejcikova errors, Patricia, we saw the double faults, we saw some serving problems, but we've seen Townsend just appear to leave Krejcikova kind of searching for answers.
Oh, Townsend in that last break point, I noticed, she also noticed that a lot of Krejcikova's second serve will be sliding to the tee. So what did she do? She actually cheated. She was standing on the return position, not from the corner, but 3 steps to her right. So to read that backhand, take it early, so she's behind it. And as a result, Krejcikova was actually on her heel pulling up her forehand, and you're spot on. A lot of the shots, Krejcikova is not moving up to the ball. When it's short, she's a little late, letting the ball drop, and then have to either scoop back up or just couldn't get back up and just hit it right in the net.
Townsend misses that first serve. Second one coming at 30 love. She's up a break at 2-1, 19 minutes in against Barbora Krejcikova. Townsend in that all-white dress with green stripe accents. It's a stylish look in the white baseball cap, and her tennis has been stylish at the moment as Krejcikova's return would not go, and it's 40-love for Townsend. Rinderknech, by the way, I'm sorry, Patricia, has break-back points on Alcaraz, who just saved it with a muscular inside-in forehand. That's on Ash. We're on Armstrong, where Townsend now at 40-love goes flat and out wide, and it twisted away from Krejcikova. Taylor Townsend is dealing right now.
And she is seeing the ball so well, Townsend is, and very alert on the court. The last 4 points, guess where all the shots went? To Krejcikova's backhand. And so far, it's giving her problem off on that side. Now, Krejcikova in the last few matches was using her slice beautifully, but we've not seen one slice so far from her.
And whether that's execution or whether that's just Townsend not giving her the chance to create that slice. But you would think a slice, that's a kind of a shot that she has, right? That's usually a bread and butter shot and just has not chosen to use it. She slugs away from the baseline, trying to stay one break down. It's a forehand now from Townsend, who played offense, trying to go inside in, but yanked it wide. It's 15-love.
Townsend being a lefty, I can see that perhaps, and it's going to Krejcikova's backhand, maybe the pace, but the pace shouldn't matter. So she's just trying to, playing toe-to-toe and matching Townsend's pace, which to me is not a good tactical play.
15 all here.
Gotta need to throw off the timing of Townsend. When she gets into a groove and locking in those cross courts, she can generate her own power, Townsend, and that's going to be very dangerous for Krejcikova if she doesn't mix things up.
Krejcikova's ready, then had to restart the motion. Serves out wide. It's blocked on the backhand by Townsend. Cross-court forehand into net, Krejcikova. 15-30.
That is a floater. She got a great job slicing out wide where it's to force Townsend to let go of one hand and did a slice loopy shot in the corner. Maybe Krejcikova is still tight. Maybe it hasn't settled down yet.
Krejcikova, 11 unforced errors. And now at 15-30, the serve goes out wide. It's steered back with the forehand, Townsend. And another unforced error from Krejcikova. Inside in with the forehand, but wide. 15-40, 2 more break points. And speaking of break points, by the way, Carlos Alcaraz saved one and then held for 5-2 in the second over Arthur Rinderknech. That's on Ash. And now Taylor Townsend with a chance to break Krejcikova for the second time here in this opening set and move up 4-1. Krejcikova boarded the toss. Now she's ready. Goes down the center. That's a great serve. Comes in behind it with a forehand, but right at Townsend, who passes with a backhand. That's the placement of Townsend, who again has all the answers. Taylor Townsend storming through this opening set. She's up 4-1 on Barbora Krejcikova. We'll take a quick break and come back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Really impressive start from Taylor Townsend, up 4-1 on Barbora Krejcikova here on Armstrong. But I would say the story, Patricia, is that Krejcikova just has not looked settled, has not looked comfortable in this match.
She's not moving. Her serve is not having the same pop as from earlier rounds. Haven't seen her use her slice backhand, and is missing a ton on that backhand. So minimal work from Townsend so far.
And Townsend now serving up 4-1. She has won 23 of the 36 points contested so far in this match, make it 24 of 37 as Krejcikova sprays another shot wide, that time off the backhand. It's 15-love. Seeing other numbers, just Townsend having a very straightforward time of things. Great serve down the center. That's that lefty slice. It's swung back into the box, and it's 30-love.
And Brian, at least for this set anyways, for Townsend, just keeps her served. Don't need to do anything fancy. Use that slicey, the lefty serve. Get behind the ball and hit through her shots, and this will be just a clean set for her.
And that's an ace for Townsend as she goes out wide at 109. That pass that Townsend just converted to break in that last game, that was incredible. And how she was able just to slot that out of the reach of Krejcikova. That was an incredible shot. Now she's serving incredibly, comes in off a block return and tried to win that game in style, but she took out of the air and crushed that forehand into the net. It's 40-15.
And the right thing to do. The serve was great, and you got a return that popped up in the air. Tried to do a swing volley. Just didn't execute, but hey, at 40-love, you can afford to miss a point like that.
Especially with the way she's been serving at 40-15. She serves big again out wide. Krejcikova blocks back. Townsend off the back foot with a middle forehand. Backhand inside out. Well long Krejcikova, who again looks out of answers. Taylor Townsend 1 game away from this opening set in just 26 minutes.
Yep, still doubting her strokes, not looking comfortable on the court. She got set up for her backhand, but then she pulled it up with no racket speed. Just like she's not controlling it, she's not moving her feet. She's not finding her hits, her rhythm. And perhaps she can, with the set obviously is not over, but sometimes you just have to use one set as a warm-up set.
Served it right into the center of the box. The backhand from Townsend caught the line. Now Townsend comes in with a backhand drop volley. Gorgeous.
Love that transition. Taylor saw a very short ball, moved up very quickly, and did a nice, firm backhand volley to inside the service line. And Krejcikova didn't even bother to run after.
Serve down the center, big backhand return from Townsend. Now a short forehand for Krejcikova. Townsend will take that all day. Pummels another forehand winner. 2 points from the opening set.
Brian, she has to feel good, at least for Taylor. Everything is going her way, the inside out, the coming forward, the serve. Beautiful play so far. 9
winners so far for Townsend. Big number, though, the 14 unforced errors we've seen from Barbora Krejcikova. Love 30 for Krejcikova. The serve out wide. That's a good one. Backhand played back by Townsend. It catches the baseline. Another backhand drop shot from Townsend comes in behind it. Krejcikova tried to scoop it up. Not quite. It's been that kind of set for both of these players. Townsend in total control and Krejcikova just a step behind. This crowd roars, appreciating this effort.
Wow. Still continue to, she's in the flow state. That is what we call locked in. And maybe it's the Townsend shots and pressure that's putting on Krejcikova that is messing her rhythm.
Taylor Townsend's had plenty of rhythm. Triple set point, and that first serve misses long. We've seen 2 double faults from Krejcikova, who's won just 4 of 13 points behind her second serve. Townsend's won 30 of 44 points in this set. On set point, body serve. Blocked back with the backhand. Krejcikova misses into net. An almost flawless opening set from Taylor Townsend puts her 1 set away from her first ever major singles quarterfinal. Ruthless efficiency from Taylor Townsend, the world number 139. She rolls over Barbora Krejcikova. We will keep it right here, actually, because we want to jump into Arthur Ashe Stadium. We'll talk, of course, about Townsend and Krejcikova, but here in Ashe, Carlos Alcaraz is looking for a 2-sets-to-love lead over Arthur Rinderknech, the former Texas A&M Aggie by way of the south of France. That's an unusual life or career trajectory. Carlos, of course, his trajectory has been on a rocket ship towards the top of the game, the 2022 U.S. Open champion. Of course, the reigning Roland Garros champion. He's only an Australian Open title away from the career Grand Slam as Rinderknech nets a backhand. It's 15-all.
Alcaraz looks so strong on the backhand, moving up to the short ball and have his racket and the rotation right at the same time, as if he was like pulling the pulley, just attacking that backhand. So much power coming through.
Second meeting between these two this year. Alcaraz won in the quarterfinals on grass at Queen's in London earlier this year. Two tight sets, 7-5, 6-4. And Carlos just thumps an ace down the tee for 30-15, 123. I've told this story before, Patricia. One of the great things about the U.S. Open, you never know who you're going to see. I watched the first meeting between these two on court 4 years ago. The word by then was out on Alcaraz, and it was kind of shocking that he was put on court 4. The place was packed,
40-15.
and it was right after we had that hurricane essentially come through, that really bad storm 4 years ago. And you saw this match, and I don't think Alcaraz has played on a court smaller than Armstrong since then. He was the U.S. Open champion a year later. He made it to the quarterfinals that year. And now he's got a couple of set points to move one set away from a return to the last 8. 40-15 for Alcaraz. The toss, the serve, it's deep into the body. There's no response from Arthur Rinderknech. It's all Alcaraz here in Ash. He takes the second set much more comfortably than he took the first. He's got it 6-3. And Carlos leads 2-0. We'll come back to Armstrong in a moment on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Three players in the last 25 years have made it to the U.S. Open quarterfinals when ranked outside of the top 100. Of course, Emma Raducanu 4 years ago when she won this tournament. Kim Clijsters did it in 2009 when she won this tournament, coming back from childbirth. And Kaya Kanepi back in 2017. Well, Taylor Townsend is looking good to be the 4th member of that club. The world number 139 in singles. She's the world number 1 in doubles. She has played nearly flawless tennis through just 31 minutes against Barbora Krejcikova, raced through the first set 6-1, and has got the first 2 points of this second set, Patricia.
Brian, I'm going to steal your 2 words, which I think is just your spot on: ruthless efficiency. That is the whole story so far with Townsend. She's seeing the ball well, she's serving well, she's moving well, she's striking the ball beautifully, and she is making Krejcikova look pretty bad out there.
We're seeing the number just about the Townsend momentum. She has won 24 of the last 30 points of this match.
Yikes.
And a lot of those are the fault of Krejcikova errors. She's got 14 unforced errors, but a lot just Townsend taking advantage of any opportunity that Krejcikova gives her and making a few of her own. 30-15, serve out wide, stretch backhand. Here comes Townsend in and puts it away with a reaching volley. That's a perfect example, the wide serve from the lefty ad court to set up the open court volley.
And a beautiful wide serve lefty, and you can tell Krejcikova cannot tell where that serve was going to go, to the tee or wide. And by the time she reacted, she was so late letting go of that one hand.
40-15, Townsend tee, now a forehand up the right side from the lefty Townsend. Now backhand big from Townsend, just missed it long. It's 40-30. Said before, it's a white dress for Townsend with green accents. The accent's very stylish. It's like tiger marks, like her dress was torn up by a tiger and there was something green underneath. It's a very eye-catching look for Taylor.
That's a very good description, actually. Now that I look at it closely.
Thank you. 40-30, and a second serve here for Taylor Townsend. And she double faults. First time in the match, it's deuce.
40-15, a set and 40-15. And she was doing great, flowing on the match, but now all of a sudden, I sense a little tightness.
I think the crowd sensed it too. And something that was unique, that one forehand she missed long at 40-15, she wasn't missing those long in the opening set. She just missed it. Oh, a drop shot barely clears the net. And Krejcikova could not get there in time. Advantage Townsend. That drop shot from deep in the court, basically on the baseline. It just snuck over.
And she needed that to go over because, you know, you hit a shot and then you miss that. That's okay because you're not going to make every shot. But then if you don't move your feet and you miss, just like she was at that 40-15, you know that's tightness. And then she really needed that drop shot to happen for her.
Advantage Townsend. There's that lefty serve out wide from the ad court. Has the open line, but missed it. Krejcikova hit a good return. It's deuce.
And sometimes you can get ahead of yourself, especially when you expect it to be a tighter first set, and then you come out and you all of a sudden your brain go, whoa, what's happening here? It's too easy. And then all of a sudden you're coming out from like what your plan, wide serve, forehand to get up the line. Then all of a sudden you get ahead of yourself.
Deuce into net. Townsend exhales. Now after two bounces, she rocks back and she serves from the near baseline. Deuce court. It's steered back with the backhand. Middle backhand Townsend. Forehand. Big one. Krejcikova inside in. She comes in and misses into net. Townsend gave her a pretty simple ball, middle of the court. Krejcikova was ready to crush it. She crushed it all right, but right into the net.
Had set up the point beautifully. Krejcikova had this, like you said, this high volley, just stood there with a big swing and just try to swing at the ball. And, you know, with those shots, you got to move through the shot through the ball.
Krejcikova's had more opportunities in this game than she had at any point in the opening set. The Townsend raced through in 28 minutes, 6-1. Forehand from Townsend, just missed it wide.
Very tight forehand, no movement. Instead of going through the shot like she was in the first set, she pulled it up and rolled it out.
This game now more than 5 minutes long. Clock still running. No concern visible on the face of Taylor's coach, John Williams. His face is more visible. He's taken his hat off as more shade has now come onto Armstrong. Short forehand from Taylor. Now a backhand slice, Krejcikova. Townsend replies with one of her own. Now a forehand slice from Krejcikova. Townsend goes lined and stripes it up the right sideline.
Just as we said, we haven't seen any slices from Krejcikova. She threw in two slices there. And what does she get? An outright winner from Townsend down the line.
Advantage Townsend in her longest service game of this match.
Did so much better with that backhand, got behind it, bend her knees, and let the racket through the ball.
Now that lefty serve from the outside goes forehand, steers it back, middle of the court. That was kind of a squash shot from Townsend. Now she swings through a forehand, running forehand, short ball. Backhand cross-court, Krejcikova off the tape and wide. Townsend holds some maybe worrying signs in that game, but most importantly for Taylor, she puts that game in the bag. But if you're a Krejcikova fan, encouraging signs from Krejcikova with the exception of that volley miss from the service line.
That was concerning because that volley, you don't miss that volley, especially somebody like Krejcikova who plays a lot of doubles. That's a routine volley, and that tells a lot so far with this match. We've said it time and time again, Brian. You know, Taylor is seeing the ball really well. She's hitting the ball, got a little hiccup on that first game, but she knows how to reset and got herself back. Krejcikova had a little opportunity there, but you know, it's not quite capitalizing when the ball is there. It's a lack of execution.
After the change of ends, it'll be Krejcikova serving. In Ash, Carlos Alcaraz up 2-0 on Arthur Rinderknech, who held to begin the third set. Now it's Carlos serving. Back here in Armstrong. And we thought this match, I had pretty high expectations for this match, and one statistic jumps out. Coming into today, baseline points won during this U.S. Open, each player was at 50%. And you think, okay, at the baseline, these two aren't going to crush the ball from the baseline, but it shows how evenly matched they are. Well, today, Krejcikova's won fewer than 30% of those points. Townsend's won nearly 70% of those points. Backhand from Krejcikova. She wins that baseline point. And it looks like she's figured out a way to get on top of Townsend a little bit more in some of these rallies, something she couldn't do in the first set.
Well, in the first set, we saw a lack of movement from her, from Krejcikova's side. You got it. That's the very first thing in order that you need to arrange or organize is your footwork. If your footwork is not there, your contact point is going to be too low or too high, and it's really hard to strike through, hit the ball through. And Krejcikova is a very flat player. At least she has a very flat backhand, so she needs the timing and the contact point at the perfect spot for her.
Good deep serve from Krejcikova at 15-love, moving Townsend to her right with a middle backhand. Now a forehand Krejcikova, a squash shot forehand from Townsend, off forehand Krejcikova, down the line. Townsend finds the opening with a lefty forehand. She found herself with acres of space, did not miss. It's 15-all.
Krejcikova tried to extend the shot rallies in that point, but you're not going to get Townsend off balance if you're just going to roll the ball up. I like the idea, putting a lot of balls back in the court, but you got to have some depth and some, trajectory and pace on the ball.
Great inside-in forehand from Krejcikova off a chip return from Townsend. And Krejcikova is making balls that she was missing in the first set. It's 30-15.
Brian, I heard something really, really great today about coaching. A lot of the coaches coach the players. Well, tennis is a marathon. That's the belief out there because you're not against the clock. But today I heard that is incorrect according to this coach. You should look at matches as mini sprints. And he's right, because every 2 games you get to sit down and reset. So you sprint for 2 second intervals, right? When you train for intervals, you go hard for 2 games, and then you sit down, reset, and then you go another 2 games. So in Krejcikova's situation, okay, she lost the first set. The match is not over, so you got to reset. You can't do, if you're losing, you cannot do the same thing. And the same thing for Krejcikova, was just not moving her feet. So maybe the next 2 games, work really hard on your footwork.
That's a really good point. As Krejcikova moves left and lines a forehand cross court, Townsend did not move to contest it. 40-30.
And that was much better footwork from Krejcikova. Got a middle shot return, moved quickly to her left to hit an inside-out forehand, which was not spectacular by any means, but at least it was clean.
40-30 for Krejcikova. Jessica Pegula awaits the winner of this match. Taylor Townsend is up a set on the 2-time major champion, Barbora Krejcikova. 2-time major singles champion, we should emphasize.
Yes.
Krejcikova has won 8 titles, singles titles in her career, 19 doubles titles. She completed the career Grand Slam in doubles here 3 years ago with Katerina Siniakova, who, of course, is playing here with Townsend. They are seeded first. They won their first-round match over Parks and Yastremska, 6-3, 6-3. Body serve steered into net by Townsend. A hold for Krejcikova.
A little self-encouragement from Krejcikova, and she needs that. So this is the next game that we were talking about. If she can find a way to break serve, then she will settle down, and off we go to a really good battle that we were anticipating.
Yeah, we were anticipating a big battle, and Taylor Townsend delivered in the first set. Barbora Krejcikova did not. Townsend was just on top of Krejcikova throughout that round. Throughout that match, rather. I'll get it right the third time. Throughout that set.
Throughout that.
And now here we are. Backhand from Townsend middle. Now backhand Krejcikova. Backhand from Townsend. Pulls Krejcikova right. Cross court with a forehand. Backhand down the line. Taylor. So her shots might not be as crisp in this second set as they were in the first, but that line backhand, that might be even better than it was in the first. She's hit that now 3 times for winners.
Honestly, looking at the trajectory that she hit over, I thought that was going out, but it clipped the back line.
15-love for Taylor. Third game, second set. She's got the first set in her bag and slices that serve in. That lefty serve and the ad side when she goes tee, it swings back into the box.
When it comes to serve, I'm all about the toss. Her toss has such great disguise when she goes wide or tee. It's just as the flick of the wrist right at impact point. Very difficult to read.
Body serve just bunted back. Krejcikova backhand line from Townsend, and Krejcikova looks like the wind has gone out of her sails momentarily. She flies that wide. 40-love for Townsend.
Just not really handling her footwork to counter the pace and the depth of Townsend's shots.
40 love in the toss and the serve. It's off the tape and wide. Couple of bounces, 2 of them from Townsend. Here, 40 love, looking for 2-1 in this second set. Goes right into the center of the box. A short forehand, Krejcikova. Lifted forehand, Townsend. Krejcikova waits with an inside-out forehand. Another winner. Some more positive body language from Krejcikova. It's 40-15.
And you can tell Townsend was trying to dictate with the forehand. After that second serve, immediately turned to her right to look for the forehand, but then misjudged it, and he just rolled it up. Too easy of a put over for Krejcikova.
And now at 40-15, Townsend lets that toss drop. She's ready to go now from the far baseline. There's the toss, and that serve. It's out wide. It's chipped back Krejcikova. Inside in forehand Townsend. That was just a little long, and it's 40-30 as this match hits the 45-minute mark.
Townsend's forehand, she likes to hit with open stance, and sometimes when she feels under pressure or stressed, she would go on her back foot and has no racket speed that we actually saw in the last 2 points.
40-30 for Townsend. There's the toss, and that serve almost an ace out wide in the ad side. But it missed wide, so a second serve coming for the 29-year-old from Chicago. Toss, and that serve sends it into the center. Struck with a forehand, Krejcikova. Forehand, Townsend cross court on the ad side. Now Townsend, forehand, same spot. Krejcikova backhand. They trade cross court. Krejcikova to her right goes cross court with a forehand. Slice backhand into net from Townsend. And Krejcikova's gotten herself into another Townsend service game. It's deuce.
And Taylor continued on that forehand to be on her back foot and just spin it up. There's nothing on her shot. And then she goes to the backhand and just slice it without moving up to the ball. And as a result, the ball just dropped on her where she could barely reach the ball.
Carlos Alcaraz up 2-0 on Arthur Rinderknech, who serves at 2-all in the third. That's an ash here in Armstrong. Taylor Townsend 1-all, serving at deuce to Barbora Krejcikova. And that body serve leads to an error from Krejcikova. She nets her backhand return. Krejcikova playing much better here in this second set, but she's not been able to break through. She had 14 unforced errors in the first set that Townsend ripped through in 28 minutes, 6-1.
And really for Townsend, her serve is what's saving her when she gets into trouble.
Now she goes with a body serve here, trying to go 2-1, but missed that forehand. Again, a good serve, just like you said, but it was the ground stroke that let her down.
All of a sudden, her ground stroke, she's not hitting them with a conviction like she was in that first set. She's just content to just put the ball in and almost hoping the footwork is not quite where it should be.
Now Townsend from the far baseline again. Body serve into the backhand return, middle Krejcikova, and Townsend rushed that inside in forehand, left it wide, and it's Krejcikova with her first break opportunity of this match. Crowd senses that Townsend could use a lift.
That's the beauty of playing in New York. For the American crowd will always give you that extra love and support.
Townsend from the far baseline, the toss good, wide serve. The serve, as you said it, Patricia, it's saving Townsend right now in this second set as she saves that break point.
And what's making Townsend to be in the leading position so far is really her serve +1, where she hits her ground strokes with conviction. But when she doesn't, those stretch up points, it's now going to Krejcikova's favor.
Townsend 7 winners, 8 unforced errors in this set, and she just missed that serve. As big as the serve has been for Townsend, the second serve, she's not had much joy on it. She's won just 1 of 4 second serve points in this set, just 2 of 5 for the match. Shows you how good she's been on serve. She's not had to play many second serve points. And then Krejcikova nets a backhand from the baseline. Advantage Townsend and some daylight to escape this game.
A much better response with her footwork, Townsend. After the second serve, got a deep return to her backhand, turn her shoulders immediately, bend down, and hit a very deep shot back with a lot more penetration.
Advantage Townsend, the serve from the ad court. She goes out wide. It's blocked back long. You heard the come on from Taylor Townsend. Her game is dipped here early in this second set, but she has not given up her lead. She leads by a set to Barbora Krejcikova on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. We are back in Louis Armstrong Stadium. Roof is open, sun is out. Plenty of shadow, though, giving most of this crowd some shade here on a pretty warm Sunday in New York. Temperatures just below 80 degrees Fahrenheit, feeling a bit warmer than what the thermometer would read. It is a beautiful Sunday afternoon here on this Labor Day weekend in the United States. Thank you for sharing part of it with us. I'm Brian Clark. I'm with Patricia He. We've got Prim Siripipat in Armstrong. We'll check in with Prim in a bit. And we've got a very good match here, and it's shaping up to be a very tightly contested second set after Taylor Townsend had everything going her way in that first set. Barbora Krejcikova looks to have stabilized as she tries to bring this match into a third set. Second serve coming from the world number 62, and she double faults.
It's the serve, isn't it? The serve that is serving for helping Taylor Townsend is not the same for Krejcikova, just really because of her toss with a lack of height over the net, the lack of spin, and makes it very difficult when you feel a little tight.
Love 15, Krejcikova off the far baseline. Serve comes down the center. Now the backhand from Townsend. Forehand middle Krejcikova. Forehand middle from Townsend. Krejcikova cross court with a forehand. Townsend on the run gets it with a backhand that had so much depth. Brought Krejcikova to a knee, and she netted the backhand, and here's a chance for Townsend to go in front. It's love 30.
Great hit by Townsend, not taking that away, but Krejcikova has got to know that with the depth and the pace that's coming at her, she's got to make it a little more, take back a little more compact in order to meet the contact point at the right place, but so far she's not adjusting.
Serve out wide, blocked with a backhand from Townsend. Inside out backhand, a good one from Krejcikova to the spot on the right sideline. Townsend had just left. It's 15-30.
And she's saying to herself, let's go, come on, from Krejcikova. She knows what she needs to do, but sometimes what you know and what you do are two different things.
15-30 here for Krejcikova. She lets that toss drop. Oh, she missed that serve after catching the toss. Missed that one well wide of the center line. Now is a second serve coming. Krejcikova has won just 4 of 16 second serve points in this match at 15-30. She gets that one in deep. A backhand return from Townsend. Now backhand deep from Townsend up the right sideline. Cross backhand from Krejcikova, who stays committed to that backhand until she misses. And the shame of that point for Krejcikova, that was the best second serve she's hit. But nothing to show for it.
Nothing to show. And she's talking to her box. She feels like she cannot do anything right. And every second serve is so predictable. You can actually see Taylor cheating now even more to her right and expecting a backhand serve to that side.
And now Townsend with a chance to break Krejcikova, move ahead here in this second set. Krejcikova plays serve and volley. Townsend sees her at net, hits a backhand volley. Gorgeous! And there's the break. And there is the second set lead for Taylor Townsend. And there is this roar of American support as she is 3 games away from the quarterfinals.
What a fantastic adjustment from Taylor. This is one of the very few times that Krejcikova actually served and volley, and the volley was very deep, but Taylor took a 2-step hop back and flicked it up in the air for a winner. Krejcikova totally did not expect that.
Beautiful from Townsend, and what a swing where Townsend was looking pretty patchy. Both of her service games were tough. She had to save a break point in her last, and then she comes right out and breaks Krejcikova. And now Taylor Townsend is 3 games away from the U.S. Open quarterfinals. Down the center, a backhand return. Missed wide. Krejcikova, it's 15-love.
A must-hold for Townsend just in order for her to keep her momentum. A must-break, though, for Krejcikova so she's not out of this match.
Who's under more pressure?
Who's under
in this game?
In this game, I think Townsend.
I would
It's more
agree.
for Townsend.
At 15-love, Taylor misses that first serve wide.
Because I'm sure she was expecting a much harder match so far.
And there were those times early in this set where you're thinking, you know, she looked a little tight on some of those balls and was missing more than she was. That's a great return for Krejcikova, who comes into the service line and crushes a forehand right at Townsend, somehow blocked it back, made Krejcikova hit a volley. She's good at that, though, and was able to go cross-court with a backhand. 15-all.
That's really unbelievable that Townsend was able to make Krejcikova hit another ball. Starting with a great return and a huge forehand, and Taylor managed to scrape the ball back to make Krejcikova hit another volley because you just never know.
Krejcikova was automatic on that volley, though. Now Townsend near baseline, 15-all. Wide serve in the deuce court. Comes in behind it, flicks a forehand deep. Running lob for Krejcikova. Townsend takes out of the air and netted a swinging backhand volley. She's got a smile on her face as she looks at the video board. Then she looks away. She doesn't want to see that again. Did that ball not get as high as maybe she thought it was going to go?
You know, it actually looks like it's going to go wide because she looked at where her positioning was after she missed that shot. But she was so close to the net, even if you hesitate, you got to put that ball away.
So that's a swing, and make a little mental note of that miss if something happens here. And Townsend going tee from the ad court, missed long on the first serve. Now second serve on the way. She goes body, backhand return deep from Krejcikova. Great return from the Czech player. Backhand slice, Townsend off the baseline. Krejcikova has her own, but rolls it into the net. Did not look convincing, and the result was not. It's 30-all.
Ryan, did you see in this game, Krejcikova was a lot more aggressive on her returns. I mean, that was a fantastic return, a weak response from Townsend, but Krejcikova, again, lack of footwork and just could not get the right impact point.
Townsend now 30-all here in the second set. Tossed, serve down the center. The backhand blocked back from Krejcikova. It looked long. Townsend looks to the chair. She thought it was long. No call came.
30-40.
She missed it. She missed the forehand.
It slid. I think the umpire said it slid through the line.
And you hear John Williams, Townsend's coach, saying, play the ball.
Exactly. You got to play everything. You have to.
And Townsend's got to play here down a break point. Yeah, that was the explanation from Damien Dumassois, the chair umpire, that he said it just sort of skidded off the line. Townsend down a break point, goes out wide. Backhand return, Krejcikova. Open court, Townsend. That volley catches the baseline. Townsend at net, drops off forehand volley, lob, Krejcikova. Townsend swinging backhand past Krejcikova to save the break point.
And that is where the doubles cut came into play. She was a little tight. She got mid-court ball. She chipped it, didn't do anything fancy. Placed herself well at the net. And this backhand volley, swing volley, was a lot harder than the one she missed.
She did not miss that one. Saves the break point. She saved 2 now in her last 2 service games, and she broke Krejcikova in the middle of that sequence. Now at deuce for Townsend. We're 2 minutes from the hour mark. Flatten out wide. Big forehand return. Krejcikova, a deep one, too. Now a backhand for Krejcikova's long. Advantage Townsend, and some more visible frustration from Krejcikova after another miss.
Yeah, those misses are coming on nonstop for Krejcikova. She just can't quite string the construction of her point. She would, after a great return, or she'll miss. You know, it's just not in a flow.
22 unforced errors now for Krejcikova, and here's a point for 4-1 for Townsend. Serve down the center. Missed it long. 2 bounces for Townsend. Now the toss and that serve. It's into the body. The forehand middle from Krejcikova. Another forehand pulling Townsend to her right. Cross court with a backhand on the deuce side. Down the line. Krejcikova sent that forehand. She thinks that, or Townsend thinks that missed. She looks to the screen behind her, and that ball just grazed the back of the baseline. Townsend can't believe that Krejcikova shot landed in on the baseline, but it's deuce.
Sometimes I get it, you know, you see things because you want it to happen, you know, and the electronic line calling, it's supposed to be 100%. Right. And I will admit this, as a coach that's sitting on the side, sometimes I wonder, but then you can't challenge.
And just to be fully fair to Townsend, she didn't stop play and not contest that ball thinking it was long. It was a great shot, Krejcikova. She just couldn't believe that it had caught the baseline. Now body serve for Townsend here on this deuce point. That's another deep return from Krejcikova, pulling Townsend right. Here's Krejcikova in at net. Does Townsend try to lob? Yes, she does, but Krejcikova backing up, hits a backhand just long, almost stuck it down the right sideline, but just sent it long. She looks to the screen. That ball was long by less than 1 ball length. And now advantage Townsend, another chance to escape the game.
She just cannot believe that actually went out with the way she hit. Yeah, because when you hit the ball, you kind of have a sense of, yeah, this is going to go in or out. And she did not want to believe that was going out.
I thought that ball looked more like it was going to land in than the shot in the previous point.
Yes.
That was good.
You're absolutely right.
Townsend misses that first serve by a lot as she went tee from the ad court. Advantage Townsend. She's up a set and 3-1 on Barbora Krejcikova. Advantage Townsend. Oh, she catches some tape and it drops back onto her side. She mishit that serve. And a double fault at a rough time for Townsend. That's her second. They've both come in this set. And we're back at deuce.
That toss with the right hand barely went up. The toss was so low, and there was no racket speed, just a decrease of racket speed. But we've seen the last 2 service games, Brian, from Townsend, how she got out of it. It was deuce every game.
And this is another marathon game now, about to hit the 7-minute mark at deuce, and she misses that first serve wide. She only had to play 1 second serve in that opening set, Taylor Townsend. She's had to play 9 here in this set. This is 10, and she's only won 3 of these points so far. She has still only won 3 of these points so far as Barbora Krejcikova strikes a winner and now has a 3rd break point. Can she finally convert one? She's 0 for 2.
And that's one of the rare moments we saw of the ball striking from Krejcikova that we know she can. Well, perhaps that would be the beginning of her just going through her shots more and relaxes her a little bit.
Serve misses long from Townsend. Down a break point. She's got to come up with a second serve here, up 3-1 in the second set. She leads Barbora Krejcikova by a set to love. This set has been a lot closer. Second serve, she double faults. And another nervy moment for Townsend. Krejcikova finally has her break. Taylor Townsend still has the lead, but Prim, over the last few minutes in Armstrong, it's looked a little bit more nervy for the American.
It does look a little bit more nervy, but again, I think for her, she just sees maybe the finish line and she recognizes maybe what's on the line, and so it's normal for some of those nerves to come up. But listen, Patricia and Brian, you've been doing such a great job focusing on the tennis. One thing that I will point out, just sitting here courtside in the, well, I don't have to whisper now that we're on the changeover, but one thing that I'm really noticing at Louis Armstrong Stadium here is that it is the most packed I have seen it thus far across this fortnight. Maybe the other match that might have rivaled it was when Ben Shelton was here up against Mannarino. But this crowd, you can just tell they are for Townsend. And actually, in the last changeover, you don't really see this often, but a swarm of photographers came running across the court to put themselves in a position. And of course, they're here to watch the Taylor Townsend show. And kind of what makes me think about this is, you know, did Krejcikova feel a bit defeated the moment she stepped foot on that court, and did that play a role in that opening set, which she lost 6-1?
Yeah, you know, Prim, I've been watching Krejcikova from when she played Vicky Mboko in the first round.
That's right.
This is not the same Krejcikova level of tennis.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then Townsend, you know, you're right. She sees the finish line, you know, and I don't think in her mind that she was expecting to be this easy. And sometimes it gets more to you. And then we were saying earlier, right, Brian, like this game is a must-hold for Taylor.
Yeah, and now this is a must-hold game for Barbora Krejcikova at 2-3, serving after her first break of the match. Taylor Townsend, who just finessed an inside-out backhand down the left sideline, love 15.
And that's what you want to see to respond. Great response after losing your serve, to be back in dictating points again inside the court, hitting through her backhand.
Townsend rocks from left to right. And now Krejcikova, the toss, the serve, it's up the center. It's blocked with the backhand from Townsend. Forehand netted Krejcikova. Any sliver of success she's had in this second set, she's not been able to handle. When she had those break chances the first time on Townsend, couldn't cash them in, she was then promptly broken.
Right, and all these errors that she made, she was behind the ball, but she's not moving up to the ball. She's behind, but not moving out the ball, and she's not hitting the ball with conviction.
That serve missed. We're going to jump into ash in a moment where Carlos Alcaraz is serving for the match against Arthur Rinderknech. But right here, Barbora Krejcikova up against it at love 30 after breaking Taylor Townsend for the first time this afternoon. A middle backhand from the Czech player who moves back to stay middle of the court with a forehand. And then Townsend appears to have gotten jammed a bit on her backhand. It's wide, and it's 15-30.
Both players, I must say, are feeling very tight. At least that's what they look at. You know, you can tell that by the footwork in that last shot. Taylor did not move her feet and just pulled up on the shot. You got to just focus on one thing. Pick one thing. And for both players, I would say footwork.
Body serve blocked with the backhand from Townsend. Forehand from Krejcikova, who followed it in. A lob from Townsend missed long. It's 30-all. Townsend won the first set 6-1. But Krejcikova's played much better here in the second. She just broke Townsend for the first time. And now at 30-all, Krejcikova trying to hold for 3-all. Krejcikova at 30-all. That toss, she missed wide.
Yeah, that toss was way to the right side. It lost control of that ball.
Now ready for a second serve. The toss, it goes up, and the serve goes right into the body of Townsend. Deep backhand reply from the American. Now a forehand from Townsend. To her left goes Krejcikova with a cross-court backhand. Forehand cross from Townsend. Backhand cross wider and too wide. Krejcikova. Townsend's got a break point right here.
Not the best level so far. Both players are feeling the nerves for different reasons.
And this crowd sensing another chance for Taylor Townsend here as they get behind her. Also some vocal Krejcikova support you just heard. 30-40 though for Krejcikova, who's been broken 4 times in this match, including once so far here in the second set. Down a break point is Krejcikova. The toss, the serve, it's up the center, the backhand middle into the forehand. Now the backhand from Townsend. Forehand off the back foot, Krejcikova. Backhand from Townsend, loops it into a Krejcikova backhand. Now backhand driven into net from Townsend. She missed the break point. We'll be right back to Armstrong, but let's jump into ash where Carlos Alcaraz has double match points against Arthur Rinderknech. 2022 champion for the far baseline, missed just long. Carlos can improve and find his 58th match win this year on tour, and he's got 58 match wins on tour. He's got another spot in the U.S. Open quarterfinals. Carlos Alcaraz, the youngest man in the Open era to get to 13 major quarterfinals, as he has made the U.S. Open his show, his 4th quarterfinal appearance here in New York. That is upcoming as he returns to his golf swing celebration. Like a solid five iron from the center of a fairway, about 220 yards out. Carlos on the money, and he is on the money for a quarterfinal date with Lehecka, dispatching Arthur Rinderknech in straight sets, 7-6, 6-3, 6-4. And Ash, let's go back to Armstrong, where Barbora Krejcikova, having saved that break point, has a chance for 3-all in the second set against Taylor Townsend, and airmails that first serve long.
And as we saw, that Krejcikova was just not stringing shots together for her, and we see her that's very, very close to even it out.
Townsend plays a gorgeous half volley pickup. What a shot from Townsend, who hit a stunning lob. It sent Krejcikova all the way back to the baseline. When Krejcikova played it back, Townsend came in and picked up this low drop volley. Perfect 1-2 from Townsend.
I wasn't really sure who was going to win that point because Krejcikova had this really short ball just dripped over the net where she could have just gone up there and hit an outright winner, but then she steered it back to Townsend's racket. They had to run back for a lob, and then you got Townsend moving forward and having to deal with a half volley, which is very difficult, that ended up to be a winner.
Another marathon game here where it looked like Krejcikova might be able to find a way out of it. Serve out wide, blocked back, but it set up a nice 1-2 for Krejcikova as she came into the service line and went towards that far right corner with the forehand. Advantage Krejcikova.
An interesting note, Brian, we saw that for a set and a half where Townsend was reading the serve really well, returning really deeply because most of the serves were going to her backhand. Now, nothing has changed. The serves continue to go to her backhand, but her responses, though, are like inside the service line now.
Flat serve chipped with the forehand from Townsend. The forehand Krejcikova hit the tape. Townsend was able to adjust, though. Now backhand cross from Townsend. Forehand on the run. Deuce side cross court. Backhand lob from Townsend. She changed up the tempo. Same for Krejcikova. Now backhand flattened out Townsend. Forehand middle Krejcikova. Slice backhand from Townsend. Slice backhand Krejcikova into the bottom of the tape. She's upset that she missed that slice. It's deuce.
It's the same story over and over again. When the shots come a little shallow on the service line, her transition game for Krejcikova just didn't get her feet up there. She opted to stay on the baseline, and the ball landed on the service line, and she chose to hit a slice. Now, even if that slice was going, it was going to go wide, just because she was taking such a big cut on it without moving up to the ball.
Now at deuce, here's Krejcikova. 71 minutes on the clock so far. She missed that serve wide. Townsend won the first set 6-1. Krejcikova just trying to stay within striking distance here in the second at 2-3. She's saved a break point in this game and now has a second serve here. Goes out wide. Townsend with a backhand return well long. Taylor almost hit the near fence on the fly with that return. Advantage Krejcikova.
And almost hit Krejcikova along the way. That was so far out. That was one of the better second serves from Krejcikova, more in the corner that was rushing Taylor and had to let go. But this, and a lot of the second serves early on, she was just going in the body. Now she's bringing them wider.
Krejcikova looks across the net. Now the 30-year-old puts up the toss, racket to ball, and into net. Second serve for Krejcikova. Just 3 of 8 second serve points here in this second set. And a let. That second serve just clipped the tape on the way over.
Be interesting to see if she's going to serve that second serve to the tee like she was doing, or choose to go to the body. That's one thing that Taylor doesn't have to worry about on the outside is that kick serve, because that's something Krejcikova with her toss that she just cannot go that way.
Advantage Krejcikova, and goes body serve. It's bunted back by Taylor with a forehand. Now she reaches out for a backhand. Krejcikova hits an overhead cross-court winner from the ad service box, and she holds for 3-all rather. Here in this second set. I was getting ahead of myself. Taylor Townsend is going to try to hold here for 4-3 in this second set with the first set in the bag.
One of the cleaner points constructed from Krejcikova getting that second serve in the body, moved up quickly to the short ball and placed herself nicely at the net and with a soft overhead, a short overhead that she was able to put away. That was a must-hold for her, and this is also a must-hold for Taylor because you don't want that momentum to be shifting too much, even though they are back on serve.
Taylor Townsend had all the momentum in that opening set. She won it 6-1 in 28 minutes, much tighter second set. as Townsend for the far baseline into the backhand cross court. A nice winner from Krejcikova. Love 15.
Uh-oh is what I will say, because if Krejcikova is starting to step in behind her shots like this, Taylor could be in trouble. See Taylor on that last point with the return, she complete on her back foot, and when she gets tight on that forehand, she whips it up and the ball lands very short.
4 o'clock here in New York City on this Sunday afternoon, a gorgeous Sunday afternoon at the U.S. Open. I'm Brian Clark with Patricia He. It's Taylor Townsend missing that serve into net. Townsend is trying to become just the 4th woman since 2000 to make the quarterfinals here while ranked outside of the top 100. 2 of those have gone on to win the U.S. Open title. Emma Raducanu 4 years ago, Kim Clijsters back in 2009. Clijsters, though, had already won the U.S. Open once by that point. Lob from Townsend, now a forehand from Krejcikova, backhand short from Townsend, backhand cross Krejcikova, forehand cross, short ball Townsend, backhand line, well long Krejcikova. It's 15 all. The pattern was there for Krejcikova. It was just the execution that missed.
The whole match has been execution. You know, it's far in between where she actually was able to strike the ball cleanly or coming to the net, finishing off her volleys.
$15 all for Taylor. She's got a couple of gold necklaces on, accenting that white dress with what we call the tiger slashes in it. Like a tiger, or some sort of clawed big cat got at her dress. 30-15 for Townsend. Krejcikova in a black dress with a white visor. You're on a warm day in New York, but still very pleasant. First serve from Townsend, missed long. Won just 4 of 12 points behind the second serve in this set. This second serve, Krejcikova was inside the baseline to attack. Now attacks with a forehand, sending Townsend on the run for a lob that misses wide. It's 30 all.
And the difference of the serve now on Townsend's side is when she's serving well, the toss, she's a lefty. The right-hand toss, she places that ball just at 10 o'clock where she can reach up. But now you're seeing her toss is slowly merging towards 12, and she can't really fire off her racket at the ball.
Serve is blocked back. Now the backhand cross from Krejcikova, and down the line goes Townsend. She found an opening there as Krejcikova and Townsend playing tic-tac-toe, and ultimately it was Townsend who had that opening and didn't miss down the line.
She likes to paint those lines. I'm telling you, some of these shots where we were sitting there, I'm like, oh, wait, it's in, you know. But that is the type of player she likes. When she's on, she goes for her shots.
40-30, serve out wide, no response. Krejcikova, a big roar from Townsend, an important hole for the American, who's 2 games from the quarterfinal at 4-3 in the second.
She had a little slip. It's not the slip. It is how you catch yourself back up. And a very good game for Townsend. The serve is coming back. And I like to see is for her to step back in her shots. But she did what she had to do to win that game, to prevent a slip of momentum.
Townsend ready. Here's the toss. Krejcikova down a break point. Down the center. A backhand return from Townsend. Forehand Krejcikova's long. First blood to Taylor Townsend in Louis Armstrong Stadium. Crowd approves. It's 2-1 to the American. Townsend's won 30 of 44 points in this set. On set point, body serve. Blocked back with the backhand. Krejcikova misses into net. An almost flawless opening set from Taylor Townsend puts her 1 set away from her first ever major singles quarterfinal. Ruthless efficiency from Taylor Townsend.
The second serve here for Alcaraz, set point number 2. He is up 6-3 in the tiebreak on the outside into the forehand return. Half volley good there by Alcaraz, and the forehand. Rinderknech wails a little bit long. Alcaraz outlasts Rinderknech, wins it 7-3 in the breaker. And Alcaraz takes it 1-0 over Rinderknech.
40-15 for Alcaraz. The toss, the serve, it's deep into the body. There's no response from Arthur Rinderknech. It's all Alcaraz here in Ash. He takes the second set much more comfortably than he took the first. He's got it 6-3. Carlos can improve, find his 58th match win this year on tour, and he's got 58 match wins on tour. He's got another spot in the U.S. Open quarterfinals. Carlos Alcaraz, the youngest man in the Open era to get to 13 major quarterfinals, as he has made the U.S. Open his show, his 4th quarterfinal appearance here in New York. That is upcoming. Lehecka against Carlos Alcaraz. That's the first quarterfinal matchup that is set on the men's side. And now on the women's side, Barbora Krejcikova, Taylor Townsend trying to get to the quarterfinals to face Jessica Pegula, who was a straight sets winner on Arthur Ashe Stadium today over Ann Lee. It's been much tighter here in this second set after Townsend ripped through the first 6-1. Krejcikova's played better. Townsend's played a bit tighter at times. And now it's Krejcikova, though, in a must-hold game at 30-15, 3-4 in the second. I'm Brian Clark, back with Patricia Heat.
Krejcikova on that last point had a great slice serve that forces Townsend to let go of one hand on that backhand, and she stepped in behind that short ball that we've not seen much of late, but this is where she needs to shake it off and do more of those convincing ground strokes that she has shown in the first few rounds from Krejcikova's racket.
Second serve for Krejcikova here, 81 minutes into this match. She lets that toss drop behind her head. Second serve, right into the body. She got that deep forehand short from Townsend. Now backhand from Townsend, pulled it wide. Krejcikova was keeping her pinned back, but there Townsend was just unable to keep that backhand in the court, and 40-15 here for Krejcikova.
A slight modification on her second service. I was pointing out, Brian, the whole time that Krejcikova's second service so far to her right, the only thing she can do is slice. But on that second serve, she actually tossed it over her left shoulder and had a little kick over. Maybe that's the coaching from her box. Put more height on your serve.
Catches that toss, now goes down the center. It's chipped back with a forehand from Townsend, who moves to her right with a backhand middle. Inside out backhand, a deep one from Krejcikova, who now comes in with a backhand middle. Forehand middle from Townsend. Krejcikova inside out forehand. Oh, Krejcikova hitting big consistently. We've seen her hit big once or twice, and then it goes, but they're able to harness it for the hold.
Yeah, that was she was able to string 4 points in a row, and that better serve, better footwork, better striking of the ball.
Impressive for Taylor Townsend, and impressive for all these fans here in Armstrong if they've had a ticket today. This is just the second of 4 matches in this session. Lehecka beat Adrian Mannarino in 4. We've got Townsend and Krejcikova here in the business end of the second. Another American Taylor next against another Czech player. That's Taylor Fritz against Tomas Machac. And then Aryna Sabalenka and Kristina Buksha, only the world #1 to close out what will certainly be the night by the time she's on court in Armstrong. 15-love for Townsend here in a must-hold game, 4-all second set.
And let's see if she can bring back those nice first serves that she had that was so successful for her, because that actually set up short ball where she could go after.
15-love out wide, slicing away for Krejcikova, who somehow got it back. Is she going to make Townsend play an extra shot? Yes, it's an overhead. Townsend automatic down the left sideline with the overhead.
2 first serves in, 2 winners. And that should tell you the story, how successful, how efficient her first serve is. Even if she has to take a little bit off, that sets up the point for her so much easier.
Townsend in that first set only had to play 1 second serve point. It's not been as dominant, well, it is right there in this game. In this set, rather, and now she's got 40-love.
And that was only a 96-mile-per-hour serve, but it was well placed and drew an error for her.
That 40 love right out wide. What a serve from Townsend in the ad court. A love hold at a big moment for Taylor Townsend. And now she is a game away from the biggest moment of her tennis life on the singles court. We'll be back on US Open Radio presented by American Express. Not a seat to be had in Louis Armstrong Stadium. The roof is open, the sun is shining through, and it could be Taylor Townsend moving through in a couple of moments to her first ever quarterfinal at a major. She's up a set now 5-4 over Barbora Krejcikova, who heads to the line in a pressure-filled game. And this crowd adds to the pressure. Brian Clark back with Patricia Heath. Patricia, interesting, during that changeover, we saw Townsend doing what we see her do from time to time, going to the notebook that she carries with her on court in her bag, reading something out of the notebook. We're not sure what it was, but that's how she's ready for this important game.
Love seeing that, you know, because there are a lot of emotions, especially she's playing for a quarterfinal match, and she know the crowd is there. And, you know, in the heat of matches during that, you forget what your game plan is. And just to review that, I absolutely love that. And you know who started it? Was Venus. I've seen Venus done it. I've seen Serena done it. Not too many players do that, and mainly because the coaching is allowed now. It's legal. So you know, there's a lot of time. But sometimes players just want to be in their own heads.
Whatever it was, Taylor Townsend, she's got her system, and it is working for her. Number one in the world in doubles, and after that miss from Krejcikova, she is 3 points away from her first ever quarterfinal at a major in singles. Serve goes out wide. It's chipped back by Townsend. Now a forehand Krejcikova. Oh, she tried to do too much with it. Missed it into the alley from the center of the baseline. Going inside in. And Townsend 2 points away.
Did a fantastic job going out wide with that serve. Got the right ball. Did not move around enough to hit that forehand. And got too close. And she curved that ball, that inside in. It just curved away from her.
At love 30, Krejcikova's toss and serve. It's into net. Couple of bounces from Krejcikova at love 30. She's got a crucial second serve here and sends it deep into the box. The backhand from Townsend. Now a forehand swept for a winner by Krejcikova. No nerves visible on that shot. A must-have point. It's 15-30.
Krejcikova's forehand, she likes time. She has a big take back. And when she comes through the shot, she actually wraps a little bit around her. So she needs space to hit into exact same shot as the previous shot, but she has more room to hit into.
Krejcikova, the two-time major singles champion, once a quarterfinalist here 4 years ago. But she has been the second best player in this match. Missed that first serve. Now a second coming from the ad court. 88 minutes on court. Sends it down the center. The backhand from Townsend. Krejcikova to her right with a cross-court forehand. Forehand middle from Taylor off the back foot. Krejcikova with that low forehand. Slice backhand Townsend up the line. Krejcikova with the forehand. Gutsy shot, but she exploited the opening, and she's won back-to-back points for 30 all.
Much better footwork. Beautifully done. Got a shortish low ball. Krejcikova. Big backswing and hop into the shot with plenty of space for her racket to come through.
16 winners in this second set for Krejcikova. She had just 2 in the first set. That tells the story of this match. At 30 all, she missed it wide. Krejcikova with love 30 down in this game. Must-hold game at 4-5 in the second. Second serve here. She goes right into the center of the box. A backhand return from Townsend. Now backhand line. Taylor stretching out Krejcikova. That slice is low. Townsend saw that opening. She didn't miss. And here is the opening for Taylor Townsend to reach her first major quarterfinal.
I tell you that getting Krejcikova off to the right and then moving her to the left has been a very successful play for Townsend, especially when Krejcikova's feet are still failing her.
90 minutes on the clock of this match, and it's a match point for Taylor Townsend. She's locked in to receive serve. The Krejcikova toss is caught. The suspense builds. There's the toss. And now down to match point. Great serve out wide. Krejcikova chipped back Townsend. Big forehand. Krejcikova. Oh, that's gutsy shot making under match point pressure. A winner that Krejcikova cleanly struck into the corner for deuce.
Gutsy shot indeed, because that was the exact same shot that she missed 2 points before. And to be able to deliver when she needed, and that's just huge.
Match point saved, so now Krejcikova at deuce. Here's the toss. Armstrong in shadow. Great wide serve. Townsend way off the court. Tried to block it back, but couldn't. Awesome serve. Just 82 miles an hour, but placement was the story of that serve.
The placement was great, and by the time that Townsend made contact, she was so far off the court, and even if she got it back, that was going to be a goner anyways. Placement is effective at this point, especially when you don't have the power to go over 120 miles per hour.
Advantage Krejcikova, chance for 5 all. Up the center she goes, into the body. Now forehand, big forehand Krejcikova, keeping Townsend pinned back. Chip forehand Taylor, backhand looped from Krejcikova. Backhand Townsend long. Krejcikova roars, looking across the court towards her team. Barbora Krejcikova fights off a match point and gets this second set to 5 games all against Taylor Townsend.
Oof, what a gutsy play from Krejcikova. Things were not going well for her. She's not been able to string shots after shots, but to come up with that gutsy hit, that inside-in forehand, and now the game, it's going to be very interesting, Brian.
It's going to be interesting to see how Townsend responds. It's not that Townsend got tight and missed on match point. Krejcikova played 3 awesome points.
Which we know. That's the frustrating thing that she's very capable to do.
Serve down the center, backhand angled return, a good one, Krejcikova, but a slice backhand from Townsend almost landed in. It was an improvisational shot, but missed long. It's love 15.
And I sense that, if I'm correct, Krejcikova is starting to play on her own terms, because that is her shot. She dictates points. She just doesn't just run and put another ball back. She dictates with her slices, her drop shot, and coming to the net.
Blocks back that serve, and now a backhand down the line from Townsend. Backhand middle Krejcikova, lifted backhand Townsend, middle backhand Krejcikova, backhand Townsend goes inside out. Oh, it just missed wide. Townsend has not gotten any love from the live ELC system. And that's another example, as we see again, that was about 1 ball width off that left sideline. Love 30, and Townsend's got to be careful here.
And she needs her first serve. Then that last service game, 4 first serves, 4 points granted off the bat.
Love 30. Townsend out wide, and Krejcikova nets the forehand return. That's the first serve, helping out Taylor.
And not particularly fast. She put some spin on that first serve just to make sure she get the first ball in. A very smart play.
15-30. These players have been in good form. Krejcikova 6-2 since Wimbledon. Townsend, of course, quarterfinals in Washington as a qualifier. 3rd round in Cincinnati. A few points away here from the quarterfinals of the U.S. Open. She had a match point, could not convert, and now she does not want to go down a break point, but she's down 2 of them as she missed that backhand wide into the alley, and the momentum has swung right back to Barbora Krejcikova.
Lines have not been kind to her, and when you feel tight, you just feel like everything is against you. And I feel like that's what Townsend is feeling.
Double break point for Krejcikova, who sways from left to right behind the near baseline in the deuce court. Townsend lets that toss drop. Now she wipes the sweat with a wristband on her right wrist. And down 2 break points. She misses that first serve into net, and it was not close. Long pause between the first and second serves. Now the toss, double break point right into the center of the box. Deep forehand return. Krejcikova, the backhand's long, and Krejcikova takes control of this second set. When we come back, it'll be Barbora Krejcikova serving to bring this into a third set on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. We're back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, and we could be heading towards a third set here on Armstrong, where Barbora Krejcikova, who saved a match point, was just able to break Taylor Townsend pretty easily, if we're being honest, and is now serving for this set at 6-5.
It was all Taylor, really. For a set and a half, Taylor was playing not really spectacular, but clean enough to put her in the driver's seat. And it was Krejcikova who was not finding the lines, not finding the rhythm or the focus or stringing of shots. But now all of a sudden, you know, almost to the crossing line, and Taylor just got a little tight. But mind you, it wasn't any wrongdoing from her part that she lost that match point. But still, it was a gutsy play from Krejcikova,
who misses a backhand into net. Love 15. Day session is over in Ash. It was straightforward business in there. Wins for Pegula and Alcaraz. Novak Djokovic, Jan-Lennard Struff will open the night session. 2 veterans, the 38-year-old Djokovic, the 35-year-old Struff. They're the 2 oldest men left in this tournament after 37-year-old Adrian Mannarino was beaten in the first match here on Armstrong. Second serve, Krejcikova right down the center. A backhand, a deep one from Taylor. Now forehand cross Krejcikova. Slice backhand Taylor. Backhand cross Krejcikova. Taylor's got the opening. Sends the forehand on the run. Krejcikova. Taylor runs around to stay forehand. And she sent it cross court, but sent it into the net. Ran around it, though, to hit that cross court forehand and just couldn't get it to go.
And Taylor was trying to dictate that point desperately. The right move, moving over to her right to get to hit her forehand, but then did not do anything with the ball and just pulled up on it. She hesitated, got her feet there, but hesitated and netted the shot.
At 15 all, serve out wide, blocked with the backhand. Townsend slice backhand. Krejcikova floats back wide. 15-30. Krejcikova's got to be a little bit careful here.
And that slice inside out, we've seen all day through her. She's not made one. It's just the timing of that. She has such a big swing on that slice. And, you know, you slice, you got to go through the shot, and you can't just arm it. And she's just not finding the line.
15-30. Ace for Krejcikova. What a time for her first ace of the match. Flatten out wide at 102 for 30 all.
You can see Taylor continues to lean to her right because that was the spot that Krejcikova was serving 98% of the time, and Krejcikova and left a big hole on that ad side. Krejcikova took a risk going to that side, and it paid off.
Now Krejcikova looks out from under that white visor at 30-all. She goes down the center. It's blocked with a short forehand from Townsend, who's got the open left sideline and sends the forehand right there. Krejcikova realized it, reached for that ball, but could not get it back, and now a break point for Taylor Townsend.
And Krejcikova is so frustrated with herself. She had a short ball, could have done a lot more, but let's roll it to the middle. Not only that, but it was short, and it gave Taylor plenty of time to do whatever she wants to.
Break point for Townsend to break right back and push this second set into a tiebreak. Krejcikova catches the toss. Now she's ready and misses that first serve into net. This is almost a carbon copy of how Townsend down break point played out. She caught a toss and then just could not get the first serve in.
First serves are so important at this stage of the match.
Second serve right into the body, chipped back by Townsend on a forehand, slice backhand into the backhand cross from Townsend, keeping Krejcikova pinned back. Forehand from Taylor, backhand deep behind the baseline, wide. Krejcikova, Townsend breaks back, and we will determine this second set and potentially this match in a tiebreak.
And after that point, Townsend looked at the box, index finger pointing at her head. I am mentally tough, and she needed to be tough because this match was actually hers to take. But a lot of times when it was time to take it, she just got tight and pulled up on her shots, didn't hit with the same convictions. Let's see if she can bring that back.
Krejcikova an unbeaten 3-0 this year in tiebreak. She's not played a ton of matches. Townsend, who's got the crowd support behind her, is 2-4 in tiebreaks.
And we've seen also with Townsend, when she does get the first serves in, points are more in her favor.
And she will serve first and get that first serve in. The backhand return comes right down the middle. Short forehand into a backhand slice. Now backhand middle off the tape. It goes into a Krejcikova forehand. Townsend to her right, backhand up the line. Stretched out backhand Krejcikova. Townsend waits. Short forehand cross court from the baseline. Backhand cross. Now forehand cross Townsend. Backhand into net Krejcikova. Big hitting. And the first point of the breaker goes Townsend's way.
And then the last few points, oh boy, Krejcikova's backhand is failing her. We're seeing a lot more errors from that side. And if Townsend, and I also see now Townsend is picking a little more from that side.
Getting some coaching from John Williams.
Now we're on the ad side. Is Krejcikova going to serve wide? Her toss is going to tell it, and she does.
But she goes into net and now puts pressure on her second serve. Krejcikova much better on the second serve points in this second set. Still not high enough. She's winning fewer than half those points. This second serve, it comes down the middle, and the return's long from Townsend, who's upset that she missed that return. It's 1-1.
Yeah, that second serve was just sitting up there for Townsend to jump all over it. That she pulled up a little bit, but just enough to make the ball run long.
Neither player has played a tiebreak in this U.S. Open. Townsend's played plenty of tight sets. A 7-5 opening set over Ostapenko in the second round. 7-5 in the opening set against Andreeva last round. That's the third round. This is the fourth round. Spot in the quarterfinals on the line. Open court for Krejcikova to come in and crush the forehand. All set up by a good serve out wide that pulled Townsend off the court. It's 2-1 Krejcikova.
A 1-2 punch, serve plus short ball, go to open court for a clear winner. As she comes down, Krejcikova comes down and then roll over that shot to have a little spin on the ball to make it dip.
Townsend exhales. Now 1-2 up the center, chipped back Krejcikova. Townsend steps in, crushes a forehand. Krejcikova tries to pass and does. What a forehand strike from Krejcikova, and she moves in front 3-1 in the second set tiebreak.
Townsend had that shot coming in, but she was too far to come in, and when she came in, there was nothing on the ball, giving Krejcikova a lot of time to look at that forehand pass.
Just seeing the replay of Townsend turning to her box after that ball passed her, it looked like she said, "What was that?"
Yeah, exactly. There was nothing on the shot that she hit.
1-3 for Townsend from the near baseline and replies with style and force, an ace out wide.
And the crowd has got to love that response after that she messed up that point to come up with a huge ace like that.
But now Krejcikova to serve. They'll switch ends after this point. This is the 7-point tiebreak because we're at the end of the second set, but it is a must-win tiebreak for Krejcikova, who dropped that first set 6-1 right down the center and a bit long. Krejcikova has been playing under pressure this whole set, including a few service games ago where she had to save a match point. Second serve for Krejcikova. Townsend crept towards the baseline to accept that serve. Now backhand middle from Taylor. Backhand middle again from Townsend. Netted backhand Krejcikova. And they will switch ends at 3-all in the second set tiebreak.
And definitely there's something going on with that backhand with Krejcikova because the shot, she was just right. The shot landed in the middle and she was right there. And we saw the other points where she missed her backhand again. All of them went in the net.
Townsend stops for some quick nutrition out of a box she brought out to court. We've seen her snacking on whether it's dates or some kind of fruit just to get the energy going. We've seen her throughout, and she grabs some on the way over. They've been on court now for an hour, 45 minutes. It's a warm day. It's not a humid day, but it's warmer than it's been the last few days, and there's plenty of physical stress. There's plenty of mental stress, as these two players are even as can be. They switch ends 3-all in the second set tiebreak.
And Brian, I don't feel so far the match is a high quality match. It's a very stressful match from both players. They know they have the chance to win, both of them. It's anyone's take.
When one has been playing well, the other is not. And for Taylor Townsend, that was the entire first set where she played well. But when she's had her moments in this second set, it's been Krejcikova who's stepped back and vice versa. We've not seen the A game from both at the same time. Forehand from Townsend. To the left goes Krejcikova into net. And now it's Townsend who has rattled off 3 points in a row, has the mini break for 4-3. She'll serve.
And where did that error come in from Krejcikova? Again, it's the backhand side. Just stops at impact point. The follow through is too short instead of heading out on the ball. It gets to you. You know, her backhand may not be the issue, but sometimes you go into a match and one particular shot goes off and it just gets in your head that you can't hit that shot anymore. And it just looks like Krejcikova is battling with that side.
Townsend goes out wide, stretching out. Krejcikova opens the court for Townsend to go inside in with the backhand. She curled it down the right sideline, did not leave a lot of margin, but she found some room, and she's 2 points from the quarterfinal.
Can I just say how difficult that shot was? Taylor was from the left side, from the ad side. She has the ball that almost hit her feet, and then get out of the way and find like a sharp cross-court backhand. Oh, my goodness.
5-3 for Townsend from the far baseline. Another first serve on the way. Townsend puffs out the cheek, drops the shoulders as she exhales. Now from the far baseline, she goes out wide. That's a big serve from Townsend at the biggest moment of the match so far. And now it could be one of the biggest moments of Taylor Townsend's tennis life. She's got a couple of match points at 6-3 in this tiebreak. What a time for that serve.
Perfect timing, biggest serve, biggest moment.
111 miles an hour, as you said, Patricia, her biggest of the match. And now match points that Barbora Krejcikova has to try to save. She's done it before, but now in the tiebreak, the serve chipped back. Krejcikova from the baseline. Well, she saves that match point, opened up the court by backing up, and used that geometry to go cross-court with the forehand. 1 match point saved.
And it's like, what do I have got to lose? I'm just going to go for this shot. Just a crazy angle up from her racket, nowhere to be able to touch it.
Third match point for Townsend, who at worst will have a chance to serve for this match here in the tiebreak. Serve out wide. Good serve, Krejcikova. Slice backhand Townsend. Krejcikova comes in with the forehand. Taylor tries to pass. Almost. But it just floated into net. So that's 2 break points saved in the tiebreak. 3 in match points, rather. Saved in the tiebreak. 3 in total for Krejcikova. But now it's Taylor Townsend to serve with a spot in the quarterfinals on her racket.
And we will see how Taylor bounces back from that point, because there was an open court for that passing shot cross court.
Well, we just saw an ace, her biggest serve of the match, to bring up that match point sequence. What does she have here? Townsend at 6'5". She is in the ad court for a spot in the quarterfinals. Goes big, out wide, backhand return off the back foot. Taylor, now Krejcikova with a forehand. Townsend waits with the backhand, missed it wide. It just drifted wide as Krejcikova was able to withstand some big hitting. And most importantly, she has withstood 4 match points, 3 in this tiebreak. They switch ends at 6-all.
Oh my goodness, these last 3 points really were resemblance of the 3 points earlier when Townsend had that first match point, and where Krejcikova out of the blue hit a fantastic 4 points, just solid on the ground strokes, and we are seeing that again, Brian. She hits with a lot more convictions when she's down match point.
And the mental pressure this must be taking on Townsend. It's not like there was a match point here, a match point there. It was 6-3.
3 in a row.
Yeah.
3 in a row. And then you, in your head, there's got to be one of them I can convert.
All quiet here in Armstrong. Every seat filled and plenty of standing fans. 6-all. Second set tie break, and Townsend's first serve misses long. Looks across the court. Big second serve here in this tiebreak, 6-all. Krejcikova read it well. She slid left, a 72-mile-an-hour second serve. Krejcikova was ready to pounce. Well, she pounced, but the problem was she sent it long.
I am speechless, because that ball, that return, that serve was sitting right on the forehand, and how she missed that, I'm sure her box is just probably like a jab in the heart, because that was so for her to take.
And was that the knockout blow? Because it brings up a 5th match point for Taylor Townsend now on the Krejcikova serve. 6-7, the toss, the serve. Flat and out wide. Punch back by the lefty Townsend. Forehand Krejcikova. Forehand line from Townsend. Krejcikova on the run. Cross-court forehand. Backhand middle from Townsend. Inside out backhand. Oh, the guts to pull off that shot from Krejcikova. Down match point. She goes line winner and barely caught the outside of the sideline.
My heart just jumped out of my throat. It's like, what? You cannot get better than that with that shot of the entire match.
That's 5 match points saved, and each one feels more dramatic than the last.
Please, players are ready. Thank you.
Now, an army of young fans with their oversized balls, they've come down courtside wanting autographs. This is going to motivate Krejcikova, because they're there thinking the match is going to be over soon.
I think the usher thought it was over. That's why they let all the kids run down.
That's exactly right. 7-all, it's not over. Serve down the tee, blocked back Townsend. Now cross-court forehand, stretched out backhand lob from Townsend, backing up Krejcikova. Oh, it just caught the baseline. Overhead, Krejcikova. Townsend stretched out again. Another lob, another overhead. Oh, she caught it in. Townsend gets it back. Backhand volley. Good, Krejcikova. And now she points to her heart, and she has shown plenty of it. And she's got a set point, having saved 5 match points here in this second set.
Unbelievable. Krejcikova came to the net, first started with the overhead. She let it bounce and it hit the line. She sliced that overhead and stretched out Taylor on the right side and hit another volley to the right side and it right back on Taylor's racket to eventually find a win it and open on the open court.
Set point on the Townsend serve. Taylor has had 5 match points in this second set, 4 of them in this tiebreak. She misses that first serve long. And what a plot twist this would be. Toss and that serve. It comes up into the center. Now backhand middle into a forehand middle from Townsend. Inside in forehand netted Krejcikova. Of course, this is not going to end quietly or easily. It's 8-all here in the second set tiebreak with Townsend up a set.
When she's down match point, she comes up of these shots, and then when she has when she's up, there was no reason to miss that shot, and she did. We've seen it so many times throughout the match.
Calmest person here is Taylor's son, Aiden.
Oh, he's so cute.
It's probably calmest because he's
doesn't
a
really
small child.
Yes, yes.
He is sitting courtside, though. Very well behaved. He's obviously seen a lot of tennis matches. Second serve here at 8-all for Townsend. Right down the center, Krejcikova slid left. She didn't miss that forehand return. Short forehand, Townsend, backhand cross, Krejcikova. Taylor's got the open line, but goes cross-court with the forehand. Now goes middle forehand. She's playing it safe. Backhand, Krejcikova. Middle forehand from Townsend. Content to give Krejcikova a lot of balls. Now Townsend goes line, forehand on the run, Krejcikova. Slice backhand, Townsend, Krejcikova. Oh, she somehow got the backhand to go. She apologizes. That ball took a healthy chunk out of the net, dropped in, and she put both hands up to apologize. She snuffed out any controversy from earlier in this tournament involving Townsend. Big apology from Krejcikova. She won't be apologizing if she collects this set. She's got a second set point here at 9-8.
And it was a sorry but no sorry moment, just because. And there was the longest exchange of shots in that rally where both players were just really good, just going to the middle of the court, but eventually with Krejcikova wrong-footing Townsend.
At 9-8, Krejcikova on set point goes out wide to her left. Now Krejcikova gets caught. Oh, she moved her feet maybe a little too far and missed a wide open forehand. Did she overrun that shot to miss it into the alley? And now they switch ends at 9-all.
I'm actually dying here just because of the drama of how Krejcikova messes up when the shot is right there. The feet all of a sudden stop moving and the ball gets too close to her. This is a heart-wrenching point to lose for either player because they both have had chances, one to close out the match, one to even out the match. Taking the time, extra fuel going in. The fuel players are taking now. It's not just a changeover, but to keep the energy up.
9-all for Krejcikova as she serves after that change.
I don't know who I'm feeling more bad for. It's just for both players. The chances there.
It's hard. There's no feeling. You often have the feeling, okay, this is tough, but somebody is going to win this. I mean, somebody's going to win this set, but there's no way to sense who it's going to be. The serve out wide, the backhand from Townsend. Now the forehand cross from Krejcikova. Backhand line, Townsend. Krejcikova to her left. She saved 5 match points, and now she'll have another set point after Townsend's forehand flies long.
Both players have very distinct errors in the last, I would say, 10 minutes with Krejcikova's backhand, with Townsend's forehand. Both sides, if they can just pick on it, I believe that would be it.
9-10 here in this tiebreak. Taylor Townsend, who has seen 5 match points come and go, will serve 4 of those match points in this tiebreak, but she has saved 2 set points so far. And now lets that toss drop. Of course, those set points have produced some pretty shocking Krejcikova brain locks. Toss, and that serve goes right into the body. It's blocked back long. Second serve, she floats it in, backhand into net. Oh, Townsend threw a changeup 63 miles an hour on that second serve. Krejcikova tried to pounce, caught the net. It's 10-10 here in this second set tiebreak.
Brian, how short was that serve? It was dripping just over the net, and Krejcikova, so imagine between the net and the service line, the ball, that second serve landed in between. And Krejcikova just never moved up to it.
Townsend nets that serve, 105. What does she do on this second serve? 10-all here in the second set tiebreak. Taylor Townsend won the first set 6-1. That set did not have a fraction of the drama we've had here in the second. 5 match points saved by Krejcikova, who moves to her left, staying on the forehand. Oh, it just caught the baseline. Townsend was there with the backhand. Now big backhand. That one was too big from Krejcikova, thinking, oh, she just got that first one in, and then went big on the second, missed it long, and it is match point 6 for Taylor Townsend.
And where that ball landed for Krejcikova hit was exactly the second serve that actually Townsend gave her on that set point.
And now this is a heck of a time for Krejcikova to want a video review of that ball. She just wanted to see it again. That ball missed by a lot. As we see on the screens, Townsend hopping up and down. Krejcikova down a match point, a familiar situation. She has saved 5 of these, has to save a 6th. No small feat that Townsend has saved 3 set points here in this tiebreak. Down a match point. It's Krejcikova. What does she do from the near baseline? She goes flat up the center. It's blocked back with a backhand Townsend. Big forehand Krejcikova. Backhand middle from Taylor. Forehand just clears the net. Krejcikova. Backhand Townsend. Backhand cross Krejcikova. Jammed forehand Townsend. Short ball. Now backhand Krejcikova. Stretched out backhand from Townsend. Short volley. Oh, it's somehow wrong-footed Townsend as Krejcikova looking like she was going to go cross court, but just dropped it down the left sideline to save a 6th match point.
And I'm going to admit, Brian, like every time there's a short ball, because Krejcikova missed so many of those short balls earlier, I thought she was going to miss this one, but she did it. She executed. And that volley, though, she was off balance to the side. And to have great racket control going back down the line, that was too good.
11-11 as we move 1 minute past the 2-hour mark. This is a 92-minute second set. For comparison, that first set was 28 minutes. Townsend dropped just 1 game in that opening set. Toss and serve, flatten out wide. It's blocked on the backhand by Townsend. Short backhand from Krejcikova. Big backhand from Taylor. Oh, it just cleared the net from Krejcikova. Forehand little drop shot from Taylor. Flicked in long from Krejcikova. And Townsend will have a 7th match point. And this one will be on her serve.
It was all set up with that backhand from Townsend, nice cross court, and make Krejcikova just slice it short. That drop shot is the second that she made from Townsend's racket. So effective at the right time.
This tiebreak now more than 20 minutes long. And what an epic tiebreak this has been. Match point number 7 for Taylor Townsend. 5 of the 6 so far have been in this tiebreak. Krejcikova saved them all. Only a few, though, have been on the Townsend serve. Taylor now goes down the tee and missed it just wide. Crowd for a second thought that that ball was good. She went tee and left it wide. Army of children still courtside with their tennis balls. They want those autographs. Will Taylor Townsend be giving them shortly? Body serve, Krejcikova's forehand. Oh, she caught the line. Cross court, she redirected a 76-mile-an-hour serve, sent it cross court. She's looking like Novak Djokovic against Federer a few years ago. She's not hitting it as hard, but the angles are maybe even more impressive as she has now saved 7 match points, and we switch ends at 12-all.
And usually she has this big wind-up, like I had said before, on the forehand. On that particular return, short backswing, connected at the right height, and it just got off her racket. Very Federer, like you said, Brian.
Townsend toweling off as these two are in a physical battle. They switch ends again. This is the 4th time they've changed ends in this tiebreak.
My heart is pounding.
I'm right here with you. You feel it in your stomach, too. It's stressful to watch. As they change ends, 12-all. Townsend mouths a few words of encouragement to herself. She'll have 1 more point on her serve here. She has saved 3 set points at different times in this tiebreak, but most importantly, she has seen 7 match points come and go, 6 of them in the tiebreak. At 12-all, Townsend from the near baseline. Right into the strike zone with a forehand. Krejcikova, forehand drop shot from Townsend. Here comes Krejcikova with a backhand cross. Oh, Taylor, wow. Fundamentals to drop off the forehand volley into the wide open court and give herself an 8th match point.
And I'm not crazy about that chip coming in behind that ball where it landed on service line, and Krejcikova could go anywhere she wants. She opted to hit hard straight down the middle, which is the right thing, but great handsome Townsend. Nice volley. That's why she's ranked #1 in the world in doubles.
But this is about the singles, and she's got an 8th match point to get to her first ever major quarterfinal. Match point number 8, the Krejcikova serve. It's out wide, stretching Townsend out. The forehand's long. And that's 8 match points saved by Barbora Krejcikova.
Townsend continues to cheat toward her right to take away the slice tee, but Krejcikova was able to manage to hit that kick wide serve. And the kick wide serve, she does it so effectively. She hasn't done it a lot, but when she does, she's gotten free points from that side.
Here's a question for you. Is there a ball change in a tiebreak? There wouldn't be.
Oh, no.
And so you start to think about that as Krejcikova just wanted a specific ball. They've been playing with these balls for a very long time.
You're right, because usually it's 7th and 9th game, isn't it? And it's like, what, a 15 minutes deal, 10 minutes?
This tiebreak is now almost 25 minutes. The backhand middle, now a forehand Krejcikova. It's probably not going to determine this tiebreak, but something to think about is that backhand somehow landed in. Townsend can't believe it. It was in. And now Krejcikova has another set point after Townsend could not get that one back. 14-13 Krejcikova. Townsend's got to try to save a 4th set point.
I really thought that was going out from that backhand. The flight of the ball, the speed of the ball, but no one is contesting. Not that it matters, but it must have just caught the baseline.
Townsend down a set point. She's been here before. She has saved 3 of them in this epic of a tiebreak. Townsend's toss, serve out wide. She just missed it wide. Couple of bounces as Townsend looks out from under that white baseball cap. Second serve, 4th set point. She goes right into the body. Krejcikova rushes the net, drops off the volley. Lob from Taylor. She's on her back foot. Krejcikova with the overhead from the service line. She said she was going to take this point on her terms. She took it, and Barbora Krejcikova saving 8 match points, 7 in one of the most compelling tiebreaks you'll ever see, has forced a 3rd set in this 4th round match.
Did not play her best match, did not play great first set, did not play great second set. She hung around, but tell you what though, when she needed to be gutsy, they came in handy. And that's how she hung around and turned this around. And yes, Townsend got tight, but it was really Krejcikova having the guts to go for it.
On some of those match points, some of the gutsiest shots you'll see, and maybe none of them gutsier than that set point. How Krejcikova was able to just attack the net, put herself, assert herself there, and ultimately put that away. She saves 8 match points, and what drama awaits in the 3rd set. They've made a call here. They've had to make a call that the stress and the emotional toil and toll of that set was just too much for us to do anymore. So we're going to stop our day right here, Patricia. Because, you know, the doctors, they got on the phone and they just said if Brian and Patricia need...
We need a rest. We need to, especially me. I was saying how I was like, oh my gosh.
It's just too much to deal with right now. So we're going to watch this, but there will be plenty of coverage. Ravi Uba and Zina Garrison will have it all for you. What should be a compelling 3rd set between Barbora Krejcikova and Taylor Townsend. It's all ahead on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. ready. Here's the toss. Krejcikova down a break point. Down the center. A backhand return from Townsend. Forehand Krejcikova's long. First blood to Taylor Townsend in Louis Armstrong Stadium. Crowd approves. It's 2-1 to the American. Townsend's won 30 of 44 points in this set. On set point, body serve. Blocked back with the backhand. Krejcikova misses into net. An almost flawless opening set from Taylor Townsend puts her 1 set away from her first ever major singles quarterfinal. Ruthless efficiency from Taylor Townsend. Serve right into the body, chipped back by Townsend on a forehand, slice backhand into the backhand cross from Townsend, keeping Krejcikova pinned back. Forehand from Taylor, backhand deep behind the baseline, wide. Krejcikova, Townsend breaks back, and we will determine this second set and potentially this match in a tiebreak. 7-all, it's not over. Serve down the tee, blocked back Townsend. Now cross-court forehand, stretched out backhand lob from Townsend, backing up Krejcikova. Oh, it just caught the baseline. Overhead, Krejcikova. Townsend stretched out again. Another lob, another overhead. Oh, she caught it in. Townsend gets it back. Backhand volley. Good, Krejcikova. And now she points to her heart, and she has shown plenty of it. And she's got a set point, having saved 5 match points here in this second set. Second serve, she floats it in, backhand into net. Oh, Townsend threw a changeup 63 miles an hour on that second serve. Krejcikova tried to pounce, caught the net. It's 10-10 here in this second set tiebreak. Couple of bounces as Townsend looks out from under that white baseball cap. Second serve, 4th set point. She goes right into the body. Krejcikova rushes the net, drops off the volley. Lob from Taylor. She's on her back foot. Krejcikova with the overhead from the service line. She said she was going to take this point on her terms. She took it, and Barbora Krejcikova saving 8 match points, 7 in one of the most compelling tiebreaks you'll ever see, has forced a 3rd set in this 4th round match.
All right, that was the voice of our very own Brian Clark, and we are live here over at Louis Armstrong Stadium. We welcome you into U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. It's a great day 8 here at the 2025 U.S. Open Championships. I'm Prim Sarukpat in the Whisper section right here on Louis Armstrong Stadium as we are headed into a 3rd set between Taylor Townsend and Barbora Krejcikova, as Krejcikova was able to force this deciding set after saving 7 match points in this in the tiebreak to force this 3rd set. And this place is absolutely packed. We're going to keep you posted right here as I continue my position here in the Whisper section. Krejcikova, a double fault there. And so we're starting off in this opening game here in the 3rd set, 30-all, as Ravi Uba and Zina Garrison position themselves in the studio. Ravi and Zina, how are you this afternoon?
We're just catching our breath, Prim. I mean, if you could see us in the green room watching the tiebreak, we were all going bananas.
I mean, Prim, I'm really just speechless. That was an incredible tiebreaker.
Here's Krejcikova starting off, serving in this 3rd and final set. Now at game point after hitting a winner, and she hit plenty of those winners, Z, to save those match points.
Yeah, I mean, she really just showed how she already has 2 Grand Slam titles, and just amazing Krejcikova what she did, because Taylor did not lose those points. Krejcikova actually won them. There was some great tennis.
There really was some great tennis as she goes long on this first serve. Krejcikova showing why she is a 2-time Grand Slam winner, saving 8 match points. Incredible stuff. Player from Czechia serving with his second serve out to the backhand of Townsend, lofted backhand return middle. Then she pulls off Krejcikova on the forehand, misses it into the tram lines. And by the way, Auntie Z, how are you generally?
I am normally like really good, but I can tell you right now, my nerves are just going up and down. It's just amazing. This has been great tennis for women's tennis and just for the fans. I was having enjoyment watching those fans go, their breaths was going in and out, so it was really awesome.
One of the best tiebreakers I think you will ever see. Hard to replicate that as Townsend goes long with a forehand return.
Yeah, Krejcikova did a great job there. First serve back down into the lefty's forehand. And it's really weird watching Krejcikova doing that set. She would play really well, and then she'd go away, and then right when you think that she's getting ready to go to the locker room, she would come up with these unbelievable shots.
The highs and lows.
Yes.
Really did play her best tennis when she was up against it, Krejcikova. And don't forget, when she won the French Open title a few years ago, she saved a match point to get to the final. That was against Maria Sakkari in the semifinals.
I did not forget.
I knew you wouldn't, given how much tennis you do watch. Z, here's another game point for Krejcikova. And it's a second serve just rolling over. And inside out forehand, she's made it, Krejcikova, after that serve of 83 miles per hour.
It was definitely very slow. Actually, Taylor did not step in. She kind of held back on that one. Krejcikova hit a ball right off her hip back to the outside. That was one of those that she also hit forehand that she hit for, I think it was one of the match points. One of the match points. Yeah.
And Z, would we concur in saying that Townsend had one chance on those match points, that forehand passing shot when Krejcikova was at the net that she put into the net?
Yeah, I would say literally one. I mean, when you're sitting there and you're watching this, Taylor did not give it to her. She made her play. Even some of those incredible gets that she made, and those weren't easy shots, but Krejcikova made them.
So, Z, the big question in this third set, how does Taylor recover? What can she do mentally to try and recover after that second set?
I think she's doing a great job. I noticed she didn't leave the court. Krejcikova left the court. Taylor pretty much did her routine that she normally does in the third set. I noticed she went over behind one of the little walls and she did some breathing exercises, which she does. She also sat down and she just closed her eyes and kind of go over her game plan. I think this is going to be a great third set.
Yeah, let's hope that is going to be the case. She does have the fans behind her. If this match was being played in neutral ground, for example, you think it could be very difficult for Townsend, but the fans are behind her. However, Krejcikova is the one firing. Backhand winner.
Well, that was an excellent ball there by Krejcikova. Struck very well. Very difficult shot she just hit. That ball was straight down the tee, but she was able to redirect it back down the line.
The fans, I think, sensing that she needs a lift, they're getting behind Townsend after she lost that point.
I think the fans are wore out, Robbie.
Yeah, but probably they went out around the grounds, checked out some of the terrific food that is on offer. Coming back into Louis Armstrong, where it is a great deep return, and then Townsend is forced to miss that backhand long. Trouble for Townsend. Love 30.
Yeah, Krejcikova seems like she has decided that she's going to be a lot more aggressive in this third set. She's had some returns, and she's really stepped in and just really blast those returns back deep down the middle on Taylor.
Looking for a hold, and you figure that it could be a game she does need to win, Townsend, after the second set. Here's a forehand from Krejcikova down the middle. Cross court from Townsend, and then the backhand is missed long by Krejcikova.
That was a great pickup there by Taylor, making sure she needs to make sure that Krejcikova hits some backhands in that middle of that second set. In that tiebreaker, Krejcikova could not buy a backhand until she really needed it.
Coming good at the right time. Krejcikova looking for the break in this game. Good deep return. Again, chance to go after the forehand. Goes down the line with a forehand. And then Krejcikova with a forehand middle. Drop shot from Townsend. In comes Krejcikova. Good height to take it. However, puts a forehand scoop into the net. 30-all.
Yeah, that ball was right there. It was actually a ball. It was a drop shot, but she got up there very nicely. It's one that she actually could have hit. I don't know why she tried to deep back angle. That's nothing you want to do. Taylor has some of the best hands in the game. You don't want to play around in that middle court with her.
Yeah, it's something she's very familiar doing, Townsend. Just a little pause in the proceedings. What has happened here? Blister? Is it a blister? Damien Dumoussoir, or she lost the vibrator.
The
dampener, yeah.
She better get a shoestring and tie it up.
Yeah, the vibration dampener, they're going off. That's why there was the delay. We're looking at her team, which includes Yuri.
Oh, well, maybe that happened when she hit that ball. Maybe she didn't have a feel for it.
Oh,
I was trying to give her a little help there.
Maybe that's why. Now Townsend is one who's just having a word with the chair umpire. We won't have to play that because it happened after the point, so it still is a first serve here for Townsend. This would be a massive hole if she can get on the board in this third and final set. First serve, just missed it down the middle. probably around a half a ball wide. Overall, that first serve percentage for Townsend has dropped since the end of the second set. Lefty serving once again. Second serve. Forehand has a chance to attack it. Krejcikova, good depth, and then inside in forehand. Missed it long, Krejcikova.
Yeah, Taylor did a great job of picking up that first ball that was struck so well by Krejcikova, but the second one, she just overhit it. She has very long, very loopy strokes, and when they're not compact, she misses very long. Krejcikova does.
Second meeting between these players, 8 years after the first one. That was at an ITF in Launceston, 2017. That was won by Krejcikova, and I think the overarching issue of the picture there was how lower ranked these players were at the time, both outside the top 100. Different for both now as Krejcikova hits the forehand return winner for deuce, and Townsend showing a little bit of frustration. She thought about smacking the ball, but thought the better of it.
Yeah, it was good. Taylor really just needs to stay in each point. Don't get upset. Just do what she's been doing. Krejcikova just stepped up. The ball was short. She took advantage of it.
Yeah, it wouldn't be such a bad idea she's doing now. And as you're saying, Z, just take a little time before the serve. Ample time, but still can't find the first serve. That may be the most frustrating thing now for Townsend. It's so many second serves now she's having to hit against a player who you figure is going to get the balance right on the second serve returns. Just creeping over that serve. They'll do it again. 2 hours, 25 minutes on the clock. After this will be another Taylor on the court. Taylor Fritz, who will take on Tomas Machac in another battle between an American and a player from Czechia. Good second serve into the body. Well fought off by Krejcikova on the return. Then she nets the backhand.
Yeah, Townsend really needs to understand that this match is still very much there. Just stay close. Krejcikova is going up and down. She's either hitting good shots or she's missing them really bad.
Yeah, evidence by the numbers overall. If you look at the winners to unforced, Taylor is +2. 29 winners, 27 unforced. Krejcikova, 34 and 46. She's -12. Make that -13 after she misses that forehand return long off a first serve. So that was a big hold, 1-0.
That was a great job there by Taylor, just really spinning that ball into the body of Krejcikova. Was not able to handle that return. Well, as I said, when she misses very big. When she makes it, it's right on the line.
Well, we were reflecting on the volley that she made, that backhand stretch volley to save one of the match points. I think it's one of the best volleys you're ever going to see, especially under the circumstances.
It's definitely one of the best volleys I've seen in a very long time in women's tennis, because a lot of people don't come up there. That's the great thing about Taylor. Taylor is so exciting. I think that's why people love. She does a little bit of everything. Krejcikova is also, we forget about it, she's also has the capability to play an all-around court game, but she doesn't do it all the time. But that particular volley was one of the best volleys I've seen in a very long time in women's tennis.
Reminded me of a volley that John McEnroe made in 1984 French Open final against Yvonne Lendl, a match that he lost, but it was such high degree of difficulty. Incredible shot making from Krejcikova, as well as Townsend in this match. Forehand winner down the middle from Krejcikova, 15-love.
It was down the middle, very strong. It was set up by a very strong T serve, and she was able to do what we call a 1-2 there.
Back into her return stance, the position, one leg out in front of the other, then just moves closer, probably a yard behind the baseline. Didn't have to hit that return as the first serve went into the net. White cap for Townsend, visor being worn by Krejcikova. Shade covering most of the court, double fault long.
Yeah, and it's really interesting sitting here watching Krejcikova because her body language is going up and down. She almost just seems like, sometimes you're like, does she want to play? And then all of a sudden she hits a great shot. I mean, so Krejcikova at this particular time needs to show Taylor that she wants to be here. Taylor has pretty much been pretty even. She wants this match.
I mean, you think of what kind of an effort physically, but more mentally, if she can win this match, Townsend, after not capitalizing on those 8 match points. Yes, we talked about the fact that Krejcikova saved most of them in absolutely stunning fashion, but psychologically, Z, for the player that lost that tiebreak, just thinking, I had 8 chances and I wasn't able to take it. So this would be incredible if she wins this match.
It would be incredible. But at this particular time, we're 1-all, 15-all, and we're looking for each and every point. You got to play 1 point at a time.
Total points won 99-83 for Townsend. That's by virtue of winning the first set, 6-1. Far from it in the second serve, out wide into the corner. Taylor's son is still watching from her box. He's just enjoying being here. Taylor was saying after a previous match, doesn't necessarily grasp the occasion. Says, I'm just going to New York and that's it. Have a good time. The mindset of her son.
Okay.
Understandable because he is so young. Took a picture with Carlos Alcaraz, did Taylor's son.
That was very cute. I saw that.
Carlos, a winner earlier in the day against the Frenchman Arthur Rinderknech in much more routine fashion than this one. Here's Krejcikova with the backhand line. It was kind of body off her, but then she mishits the next ball. It was coming because the previous backhand shit didn't look comfortable at all.
Yeah, it's really, Krejcikova needs to just up her footwork a little bit more. Taylor is starting to get back on the ball again and see the ball really well. One thing you always look for when Taylor's playing well is how well she's hitting her backhand, because she can do so many things off her backhand from the slice, but one of the best backhand cross courts that you would ever see off her. And she can also pop you down the line.
And Krejcikova would know about that because mentioned only faced off one time in singles, but so many more times in doubles. So they know each other's game so well. Another big game here. The first 3 games of this final set have been close. Going to serve so far. Serve to the backhand of Townsend, but that favorite shot, she missed it long on the return. And again, showing the frustration.
Yeah, that time Taylor just got a little bit too far out in front of that ball. He would love to have that back. She's not excited because that is literally one of her best shots. She actually, I think her mom started her, she was a right-hander, or is a right-hander, but started her to play left-handed. So that gives her that right, it's almost like a right-handed forehand.
It's like Rafa, right? Rafa's a right-hander playing left. Krejcikova, first serve down the middle, a good one. A chance for the serve, +1, goes inside, and it's a very, very good forehand. She'll finish with the overhead, puts it away at an acute angle to get the hold.
Great, great.
A little to separate the players, and it's 2-1 on serve in this third set. Prim, wow, this match has been absolutely incredible. The fans still come in, may have taken a breather after the second set, but the atmosphere really has been terrific.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and also as I went downstairs because I was preparing myself for the post-match interview, and the post-match interview clearly did not happen. And as I was re-entering into Louis Armstrong Stadium, I'm talking scores, a huge crowd. Everyone's trying to get here to watch the Taylor Townsend show, which has not disappointed. But Zina, Robbie, you guys were talking about the psychological journey of what's going on right now. For Taylor Townsend, right? So many missed opportunities. The key for her right now, as all athletes are sometimes pretty good at, is having a bit of amnesia, right?
Yes.
Forgetting about the past, letting go of that, having that filter, and really just kind of resetting and almost looking at this third and final set as a fresh start. And I expect Taylor, who's obviously has been working on the mental toughness, I expect her to do that. But for all the listeners out there, this is where the amnesia can come handy.
Yeah, it's actually sitting here watching Taylor. She's had this for quite some time. Is she takes her notebook out, she writes down what she wants to try to achieve in the match. She's doing a great job. And as you said, Prim, like some missed opportunities, but she has got to forget about those because she literally did not do anything wrong. Krejcikova just hit some unbelievable shots right there on the line, and it's nothing you can do about that but get ready for the next set.
And especially because she's not a player who's been in this position before. Had she been a player who, for example, had made 3 or 4 Grand Slam quarterfinals, you know, maybe on that shot, forehand passing shot she would have made, as the fans, as Prim was talking about, they're waiting. There's a throng of fans outside one of the gates to get in, catch a glimpse of this match because they know the drama that has built up. But for Townsend, yeah, she's inexperienced in singles being at this stage, Z, so you could understand. But having said all that, Krejcikova was the player who really did take it out of her hands.
Yeah, you can say that, but also a lot of times people forget Taylor was the #1 junior in the world. You know, and it used to piss me off it used to make me mad many times because people wanted her, oh, she's really a doubles player. She's not. I'm like, this girl can play singles and doubles. You know, Martina Navratilova also played doubles. As I mentioned to you once before, Ravi, she wants people to know her for both. She's already been #1 double player in the world, but she also wants people to know her for her singles as well.
Well, I think those who follow tennis closely know about her singles and how great of a tennis player she is in singles, and just bang on cue, hits a forehand winner down the line off the serve, so it's 15-all.
That was a great forehand right there. Short ball by Krejcikova, but Taylor just nails that forehand down the line for a winner.
So smooth, that forehand. The contact point was perfect. Ample racket head speed. Here's the forehand from Krejcikova, very deep on the return. Has a chance to finish down the line in the backhand, and there was space for it, but missed it wide.
She had a lot of space. Krejcikova would definitely want that ball back. It was sitting up there for a day for her. She just pulled it wide.
Taylor does have 3 top 10 wins to her name. This wouldn't be one of them because of the injuries to Krejcikova. Her ranking has dropped, but has posted some massive wins in her career, including the one in the last round against Mira Andreeva. Don't forget that. Also, Simona Halep, 2019 at the U.S. Open. Jessica Pegula in Rome on the clay. So, and other matches, she's also tested the top 10 players. They know what she brings to the table. There's no question.
Anytime somebody sees Taylor's name on that side, you do not want to see that. You don't want to be playing her, especially in a Grand Slam. Taylor loves the atmosphere. She loves our, and just like a lot of the Americans, which I'm excited about, are starting to love to play at home as well, you know. And they have brought so much, the men and the women right now, tennis in the USA is very high right now.
Huge. And speaking of the USA, she's come out big also in the Billie Jean King Cup. Slice from Krejcikova just to keep the point going, but could do nothing there. And Krejcikova is the first to applaud after that backhand cross-court winner.
There went a beautiful backhand by Taylor. Her signature shot, which I call is her backhand cross-court. It's a nice little angle. It's a mean angle because it looks like it's gonna. You can get it and it's tailing off as you're trying to run for it.
Here's the first serve from Townsend. Down the tee, was on the middle, down the middle, coming in behind a centered approach, and then well left as Krejcikova balloons her forehand pass long, 2-all.
Taylor did a great job of keeping the ball right in front of her. Nice little slice right down the middle, which Krejcikova did not have any angle to try to pass from.
She made an excellent start for Team USA last year. Billie Jean King Cup final. She was given the nod to play singles by Lindsay Davenport. Obviously, that's a big, big call. And she came up trumps, just to speak about how she loves playing singles and plays the big occasions well.
Yeah.
You know, playing Billie Jean King Cup, how much nerves can come in for a player. She handled them last year against Slovakia. She was looking for a let there perhaps, but none called. Return into the net of the forehand.
Yeah, that was a great serve by Krejcikova. Nice first serve right down to like in the hip of Taylor's left hip.
She is serving first in this third and final set, Krejcikova, and sometimes that can be a factor in matches. If they keep going along on serve, the player serving second can feel it. That's why she'd obviously love to get a break if she can. Townsend, double fault into the net.
I don't know if it's you, Robbie, but we were sitting back there and watching. The crowd also seems like they're a little out of energy too. It's, because that set was, I don't even think we realized how good that set was.
Oh, it was
and
phenomenal.
It's like everybody and the players are trying to just get back in the groove.
Yeah, it's understandable. I think they would have taken a bit of a break. I think we had a picture of the fans trying to get back in, so there was a bit of a refresher for them after the second set. But in back now, it's a great job by Krejcikova on the in-out backhand on the defensive. She was in trouble. And then Taylor missing her backhand cross-court long.
Yeah, Taylor is not excited, and she really only missed it by a little bit. We're sitting here watching the replay on that. Just a little. And that's just frustrating because you probably feel that it's good, and you're like, wait, what? I missed it.
30-15 in this game for Krejcikova, the French Open winner of the past, Wimbledon champion. Also, chop return to the forehand. Comes in with a sliced approach. Good stuff. However, even better from Townsend, a backhand cross-court pass.
That was a beautiful shot there by Taylor Townsend, getting over there and getting up to the ball, but just flicking it right at the end to make a beautiful passing shot on her backhand. A little angle. Love it. Absolutely beautiful by Taylor.
And beautiful play all around. She asked the question, Krejcikova, We're talking about how good she can be up at the net, but was bettered by Townsend. Slice serve out wide, backhand slice from Townsend, inside in forehand from Krejcikova, then Townsend missing the backhand into the net.
Yeah, Krejcikova actually, to me, did a great job of kind of taking a little bit of the pace off the ball, so the ball actually kind of set up there. Taylor did not move her feet up to the same similar ball that she had the previous point, but literally just taking a little bit off the ball and not moving your feet up to it, and she misses it in the net.
And perhaps the fatigue becoming a factor, physical and mental. They've played 2 hours and 38 minutes now. Slice return from Townsend. She moved one way, the ball went the other. Forehand winner from Krejcikova, who read that so nicely. And so now she has lead once again in this third and final set. A thriller on Armstrong between Krejcikova and Townsend. Don't go anywhere. Come back and join us on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
We welcome you back to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. It's an awesome day 8 here at the 2025 US Open Tennis Championships. I'm Prim Saripapat, and we're live here over at Louis Armstrong Stadium, where it is a packed house to watch the Taylor Townsend show as she takes on Barbora Krejcikova here in this fourth round matchup. And the story of the day, of course, is Taylor Townsend had plenty of opportunities to close this out. 8 match points specifically, wasn't able to convert on some of those. Krejcikova played unbelievable tennis. So we are here into the third and final set. Townsend, of course, the world #1 doubles player, looking to advance to her first ever major quarterfinals in singles. Can she muster a mini comeback here and stay strong? Zina Garrison, Robbie Uba back in the studio. Oh my gosh, the sights and scenes here in Louis Armstrong Stadium. I mean, it is packed all the way up to the nosebleed sections as I look up to the sky here, guys.
Prim, how's the energy of the people in the audience?
I would have to agree with you. I heard your point about it's almost as if the energy has been a bit deflated after that second set tiebreak in which Taylor Townsend was unable to convert on some of those match points. And I have to agree with you. It's gotten very, very quiet, especially after Krejcikova was able to go up and take a 3-2 lead here as Taylor Townsend tries to go for that drop shot, unable to make it past the net.
Well, we're looking at Taylor right now, and she gives a smile when she missed that drop shot, because, you know, always with the drop shot, what you want to do, especially in tight situations, at least get it over the net.
Yeah, it didn't make her play. Krejcikova, that'll be relief for Krejcikova, who's looking for a break here. Backhand cross to the forehand of Townsend, only just on the line. That forehand, that was very, very dangerous, flirted with disaster there.
What a great pickup there by Taylor Townsend. That ball was right on the line. Krejcikova hit a strong backhand, but Taylor just literally picked it up and she got it right on the line.
Did get it on the line, Townsend. Such points can make all the difference, especially when things are this tight in this match. In this set, only 2 more points won by Krejcikova. We've had a lot of deep games, 30 all games. Very, very close. Server hanging on. Attempted to go out wide with that serve. Missed it long. Second serve for Townsend. There's a second serve that is direct to the backhand of Krejcikova. Doesn't land beyond the service line, the return, but the miss hit comes from Townsend wide on the backhand.
You were asking me earlier about Taylor maybe getting a little tight. She does seem like her feet aren't quite moving, but I'm pretty sure she's in really good shape, and she can, you know, when you play those mental matches like that as well, you have periods where you go up and down. You just got to know and believe in your fitness is going to get you through.
Playing for a spot in her first quarterfinal at a major. Townsend goes, oh, it's wonderful. That forehand is into the corner, but that one had so much shape on it. Good margins.
Yeah, that was a great adjustment with the feet. Taylor there, she got feet in the perfect position and just flung that ball right to the outside of her left hand, putting it right in the corner of Krejcikova's forehand.
If she does win this match, Townsend, she'll be at around number 85 in the world in the ranking. That's a huge jump and a big one, but backhand cross into the net to bring up a break point.
Taylor is starting to just get a little bit too emotional. She's just got to realize you are point to point now. Where you are, you can't go any further. A little more emotions are being shown in her face now.
I have to say, that's understandable, right? We often talk about the mental side of the game and how important it is and talking about the importance, but these are human beings playing tennis. I mean, you've had 8 match points, didn't do much wrong on any of the match points, almost in the locker room, and then you have to come back and start again.
It's quite easy for us to say anything. We're just sitting up here.
Exactly.
We haven't played.
Trouble here. Great return by Krejcikova. Chance to finish. She does. A drive volley winner in the backhand. The cushion, courtesy of the break. 4-2.
Krejcikova's team has definitely told her to attack second serves and look for something to come in, which she does there. Hits a swinging volley back down the line. That was well played by Krejcikova.
Now, from her perspective, this would be so sweet because last year she won that title, Wimbledon, played at the year-end championships, and then this year missed a big chunk of time. Back injury, a thigh problem, only started her season in May, just before the French Open, so not a lot of continuity in her game. And by the way, there was a lot of drama in a match she played in Montreal. She lost to Bianca Andreescu in her opener in a match where Andreescu rolled her ankle on a match point. Still was able to win that match, but here Krejcikova is looking good. That was a chance for Townsend on a backhand volley as Krejcikova was pinned back but missed it into the net.
Yeah, I think right now Taylor needs to step back and get herself together. The points are there. The placement where she's trying to hit him is there. She's taking her eyes off the ball. She's getting too far ahead of herself.
Meanwhile, Krejcikova will take it. Serve to that forehand of Townsend. Didn't try to go too much into the corner. Great drive by Townsend. The backhand cross-court winner.
Yeah, Taylor's starting to get the Taylor strut again. That was excellent. Moving her feet up to the ball, looking for the opportunity to move forward. And once again, that backhand just stepping in and just blasting it.
A beautiful hit. So flat going through the court. Just past 5:30 local time on this Labor Day weekend in New York. Always an extra special time at the U.S. Open. Krejcikova missing that first serve long, but overall in this set, good first serve percentage. Close to 70. And she's won 80% of those points, but here, a second serve. And this is where Krejcikova has lost a lot of points because Townsend winning 71% second serve return points in this set. Second serve to the back, and she mishit it. However, it's on the line from Townsend. That's a lucky break for her. She was dragged outside the tram line, Krejcikova, and missed her forehand long and wide.
Yeah, that was definitely a mishit. The ball probably spinned a little bit different because Krejcikova did not even hit that ball anywhere close. Those are the ones you can hear that somebody mishit, but then you know when that ball bounces, it's going to be kind of weird.
It was, and I think she didn't know what to do. She should go cross court or go down the line.
You should go in the court.
That's true. Make the shot. So a bit of trouble here for Krejcikova. 15-30. Townsend looking to get the break right back. Again with the ball toss up and down. She does that quite a lot in her matches, Krejcikova. Gets that one right. Serve down the tee, then goes big down the line with the backhand. Comes in. He's just inside the baseline. Lets that ball go, and well done, Krejcikova, because the backhand pass going long.
Krejcikova did a great job seeing that Taylor was possibly going to hit something short, so she just stepped in, blasted it down the line. Taylor had to watch that possibly if she was coming in, because Krejcikova was definitely coming in, and it was right play by Krejcikova.
And she's a presence at the net, and also people know when she's up at the net, she can make those volleys. So does that add even more pressure when you're facing somebody who you know can make those volleys?
Oh, it's definitely all the pressure, because I guarantee you both sides said, let's see who can get to the net first, because they know Taylor's coming. And to offset that is you can come too. Look, she's serving and volleying now.
Oh, my goodness. Served and volleyed. Should have won the point, but she dumped that backhand volley with the court open.
She definitely had the opportunity, and now the crowd is back trying to pick up Taylor Townsend to keep her in this match. Krejcikova actually hit a great serve, but missed an easy volley.
That will be a sickener for Krejcikova. Meanwhile, lifeline for Townsend, her first break point of this set. She'd love another miscue. She'd take it, no doubt. Here's the first serve to that forehand of Townsend. Slice return on the forehand and the forehand from Krejcikova. Forehand slice from Krejcikova. Didn't drive it. Forehand inside in from Townsend. She's bossing this rally. 2 yards inside the baseline. Comes in. Here's the attempt on the pass, but she missed the volley. She had a chance to put away that ball. Townsend, the backhand, going astray on the volley.
Yeah, that Taylor actually missed the backhand that she normally would not miss. The volley was sitting there on her racket, but we got to remember we're in the third set. Lot of balls, but Krejcikova did something extremely well. She hit it into the body of Taylor Townsend, so that was actually the right play.
It was the right play, and she just couldn't shuffle her feet in time with that split step Townsend to get into position. Krejcikova with the serve. Up goes the toss, back into her hand. She'll do it again. Here's a serve. She likes this toss better. Comes in for a second time. Half volley pickup, but she's a sitter up at the net, and Townsend makes her pay.
Taylor is pumping herself up as well as the crowd is starting to get in it. Now, even the crowd is saying, come on, pick her up. Well done by Taylor. I don't understand why Krejcikova didn't quite get in, but even that, you got to take away Taylor's best passing shot, and that's the cross court. She held the line. Why she did that, I don't know.
I agree, Z, because she hit that serve. There wasn't a lot on it, but she was hitting that half volley behind the service line. Felt like she had so much more time to close it down, take it out of the air. Second break point in this game for Townsend. Here's a serve. Oh, she was going big down the tee, and she only just missed it. Has a look on her face like, oh, that was close. Krejcikova, her shoulders sagged for a second, but she has to refocus because it is a second serve on this second break point. Crunch time in this match. Fourth round at the U.S. Open. What a match it has been. Second serve of the backhand of Townsend. Great return. She gets the break back. She drilled it into the corner.
Taylor has definitely got her energy. It was really interesting watching that unfold. One head was going down, the other's head was going up. Taylor really ripped that backhand return right down the line and was looking to come in.
Prim, do you think that was a must-win game for Townsend? Because if it was 5-2, would it have been different?
Yeah, I think that was a very, very critical game. I think the thing that stood out to me when Krejcikova tried to serve and volley, and Zina, you mentioned the reason why she didn't get in quickly enough. I'm wondering if the nerves are starting to seep in just a little bit, right? As we saw in the second set, closing out a match. It is an art and a skill in and of itself. It is a very difficult thing to do. And oftentimes when the nerves start to kick in, your feet and your footwork start to slow down. I was also surprised that after she missed that volley and her serving and volleying didn't execute well, she looked over at her team kind of exasperated and almost kind of fueled the American crowd, and they started cheering even louder when she stopped to pause and pout for a little moment. So we'll see what happens though, but fantastic match here.
Well, her team is probably telling her to serve and volley, and it's something that she's capable of doing, but probably does not practice. And as we know, she's a great doubles. She has some doubles Grand Slam titles as well. But if no one is served and volleys anymore, so even though you know how to do it, if you don't do it all the time in the match, and Taylor is one of those players that if you can do it, you need to do it, but do you do it enough to do it when you need to? So the volley was right there, she just missed it.
Yeah, in particular the first one she tried, that was a big point also, may have made the difference in that game for Krejcikova, not able to pull that off. She still has the lead, but we are back on serve. Taylor going into this match is saying, you know what, it's going to be a battle, it's going to be a fight. And she was looking forward to it. Well, she got that right because it has been a battle and a massive fight, this one.
I actually said 6-4 in the third, but I don't want to say who I said because I'm just like, I haven't been right yet. So, but I did say 6-4 in the third.
Well, it's still a possibility on TZ because it's 4-3 now to Krejcikova as we are on serve. Townsend goes to that backhand of Krejcikova, drilled it, and then Townsend's backhand going to the middle of the net. It seems like more and more of those errors coming off that backhand side for Townsend.
I think what we're seeing right now, it's not a physical thing, it's a mental. I think it's just, you know, being so close, having the opportunity on both sides that, you know, they take a break for a point or two rather than to just keep going through every point. So I would say it's definitely not physical on both of them. It's just really more mental.
And that has to be the case, especially after that tiebreak in the second set that ended 15-13. Those match points saved by Krejcikova. Here's the backhand by Townsend. The forehand, she's leaning for Krejcikova, but stays in. Then a squash-like forehand from Townsend. Backhand, she's running to her backhand corner. She's on the back foot, and Krejcikova takes advantage. Inside in forehand winner.
That time, that loopy forehand actually worked for Krejcikova. Also, she held it right to the end, waited till Taylor moved to either side, went back to Taylor's backhand, which was a forehand cross-court normally.
Yeah. Townsend in this third and final set, her first serve percentage is pretty good, actually 68%, but rolling them in as she did there. And actually, I think that's become a bit of a tactic because she has seen when she's used that slower ball, Krejcikova sometimes doesn't know what to do. She's missed that one.
Well, it's a great tactic because Krejcikova strokes are so long, and so she doesn't move up, especially when the point just seems like it's going slow. Then she doesn't move up to it, so it's a great tactic. That was
Serving volley here at Townsend. She centers the volley a little bit and pays the price. It's a forehand glittering pass down the line by Krejcikova.
Well, that time Taylor didn't actually get around on that volley. It was a great serve out wide, but she couldn't get enough on that ball. Krejcikova was able to just bring it in down the line. It was an excellent pass down the line. On those, all you have to do is say, congratulations, nothing you can do. That was an excellent shot.
Yeah, well done. She asked the question of Krejcikova, who put that forehand in a place that Townsend had no chance whatsoever. Trying to save these break points. Krejcikova just pulls off, muscles that forehand way out in front. Into the net it went. In this match, on her break points in total, Krejcikova 3 of 6. Townsend 6 of 10. Majority of those coming in the first set. Second break chance here. Out to that backhand. Excellent serve out wide. Got a racket to it. Big Krejcikova, but could not go over the net.
That was a great serve by Taylor, using the lefty serve that everybody loves to see lefties hit, just swinging out to the backhand of Krejcikova.
Has saved the 2 break points, but still not out of this game, and she knows it. Both players know it. Here's the serve by Townsend. Forehand, Krejcikova down the middle. Townsend going down the middle with her backhand, down the middle with a forehand. Is Krejcikova now in the backhand corner going cross. Is Krejcikova, court is open. That's a very good get by Krejcikova. However, not good enough as that scoop forehand goes into the great point play by Townsend.
Taylor did a great job of making sure that she made that forehand down the line. She redirected it well. But it's all, when someone can come in like the way that Taylor did, you're always worried about them coming forward. So you're running, but you're trying to figure out what you're going to do as well. That was a great shot by Taylor Townsend.
And now she has a game point. As this serve on the first serve going to the backhand of Krejcikova. Another beauty. Oh, my goodness. But then that return. Backhand winner down the line. Shake of the fist from Krejcikova.
I mean, every time you think that Krejcikova's out of it, she comes up with some amazing shot. Taylor hit an awesome serve, slinging her out wide, but she somehow was able to get that racket on the ball and sling it back in. We saw a fist pump for Krejcikova. That's just how pumped she is now.
And meanwhile, Townsend looked over to her team with a look of, did that just happen? How did that possibly happen? Because that serve was outstanding. Here's a slice from Krejcikova, floats deep, had the depth, and then the backhand miscue comes from Townsend. Maybe she was still thinking about the previous point and wondering how she's not out of the game.
She definitely looked like she was not ready for that ball. That ball was slow coming off the racket of Krejcikova. Nice spin. Sometimes that ball, a slice, can be so slow that it absolutely does nothing but drop right in front of you.
Yeah, and if there is a little bit of fatigue on those sorts of shots, you really have to get up there with the legs and drive off the legs. So maybe just feeling it a little bit in that situation, Townsend.
A little bit physically and mentally on that shot.
Third break point. She'll do the toss once again. Will Townsend. And she looks to hit her spot on the serve. She did, but it's a good return just to start the point off for Krejcikova. And then a good forehand as Townsend is yard behind the baseline. Then cross with the backhand from Krejcikova. Townsend nets the forehand, 5-3.
Krejcikova, I mean, you have to give it to her. She has come up with some crucial. That was an excellent return there by her getting the racket on the ball. But she's made the adjustment on that backhand by stepping in just a little bit more that she was missing in that second serve. I mean, in the second set.
Yeah. So now on the verge of making her second quarterfinal at the U.S. Open. That after 2021. Where
The
she
way
was
this
beaten.
match is going, I'm waiting to the end.
Yes, there could be another sting. Or will that second set tiebreaker be the most important part of this match? Return going wide from Townsend, and she'll take that sort of point straight away, Krejcikova.
Great serve there by Krejcikova, just right on the right hip of Taylor Townsend. Great serve there. Now this is going to be interesting because Krejcikova has won 2 Grand Slam titles, so she knows how to close. Can she close here?
That she does. It was that dramatic one she won last year at Wimbledon against Jasmine Paolini in the final. 3-setter that could have went either way, going cross with the backhand. She has her on the run. Now a chance to finish with the forehand. Puts it in the open space. Didn't try to hit the winner. Didn't have to, as Krejcikova is forced into that air.
Got to give it to Taylor. She's not going away. She's sticking to her plan. Got away from it a little bit, but that's because Krejcikova started coming in on her. Taylor did a great job. Great backhand cross court, but look what happened. Had that forehand and just ripped it to the corner.
Looking at the ace counts in this match, just 1 overall for Krejcikova. None in this set. She'd love one here, but spun it out wide to the backhand of Townsend. Then inside in with the forehand again to the backhand. Slice from Krejcikova to the forehand. Coming in behind it. Here comes Townsend. Forehand volley is an absolute stunner.
What a great forehand there by Taylor. She's telling herself, you got to keep fighting, you got to keep fighting. Well, she has this whole stadium up on their feet trying to push her to the next level. But what an amazing forehand volley there. Nice drop shot. I mean, classic master class on a forehand drop shot volley there.
Stunner. Just an absolute stunner from Townsend, who was invited to come in there by Krejcikova. A little bit passive was Krejcikova on that point. But not so from Townsend. Really fired up now. Trying to get back on serve. Bit of the tension from Krejcikova again. Ball toss up, ball toss down. Happens for a second time. 3 hours now this match. Remarkable. Here's a serve to the backhand of Townsend. A good deep return. Chance to rip on the forehand. Goes with more shape cross court. Krejcikova good length on her own backhand. Krejcikova inside in with the forehand to the backhand of Townsend. And then the forehand to the forehand of Townsend. In trouble now. Chance for Townsend with the inside in. Snatches into the net.
That's one of those that Taylor would want back. She was there. She set the ball up absolutely perfect and was not able to finish that shot. I have never seen a crowd. People are yelling things for Taylor to do. Come on, you can do this. This is beautiful.
Well, there's one particularly vocal fan who is rooting on Krejcikova behind her box.
Yeah.
Not sure if it's part of her box, but behind her coaching team.
I don't think it's part of her box. I think it's just a fan that is like trying to push it. He's enjoying tennis, but
He's having a blast. So are these fans, I think, given what we have seen. High-class tennis. Is it about to come to an end? Serve out wide, a good one. Chance to finish with a forehand. She does. Match point.
And here he goes again, but what a wonderful serve there by Krejcikova. She really got on the outside of the ball, swinging Taylor almost into the stands. But she moved up that time and hit the forehand back to the off-court for a winner.
Going to her towel. Toweling off, wants to make sure the hands are dry so she can grip the racket on this first match point. They played 3 hours and 1 minute. First serve, Krejcikova. Out wide, missed it long. Townsend backtracking a couple of steps, hoping for a chance on this second serve return. Adjusts her visor, Krejcikova, ahead of this second serve. Second serve to the backhand of Townsend. It's a good one with some length. And then backhand to the backhand of Krejcikova. That's a good backhand by Krejcikova. Cross court with the forehand. Krejcikova backhand middle. Here's the forehand inside and great get by Townsend. Stays in the match. Terrific hitting.
This has been such an incredible match. I wasn't going to try to figure out what was going to happen on that. Beautifully done by Taylor. She's staying in there. She's fighting. The crowd is trying to get her going. Krejcikova didn't give it to her.
Yep.
She made her play back.
Well, she saw Krejcikova just take it away from her in that second set tiebreak. She did the same thing. What a beautiful strike on that inside-in forehand. Just before this return, again, getting herself going is Townsend. Fired up. Adrenaline high for both players. First serve, Krejcikova out wide to the backhand. It's a good serve. It drives the air on the backhand net.
That was a great serve by Krejcikova. Literally, she took a little bit off, but it still had the spin, and I think it caught Taylor off by just a little bit.
Puff of the cheeks. Exhale from Krejcikova. Second match point on Armstrong. Up goes the ball. That first serve to the back comes in behind it, serving and volleying. She's just got that volley on the line somehow. And then Townsend's ball goes long. It's over. Barbora Krejcikova with one of the wins of her life. No doubt she saved 8 match points to reach the quarterfinals at the U.S. Open and does it. 1-6, 7-6, 6-3.
I mean, amazing. And she served and volleyed at the end. I mean, anybody that knows you play somebody that comes in as much as someone like Taylor, you have to offset it. But Krejcikova had the ability to go in and to do it and to have the guts. That was amazing match point.
And Townsend just catching a glimpse of her. Not surprising. She's distraught, in tears on her bench. Meanwhile, contrast of emotions goes over to her team. High fives, hugs all around. And this is what sports can do, tennis can do. It can be so, so beautiful, yet so, so brutal.
Yeah, it can, but, you know, I have to take my hats off to both of those women. They did an incredible job. It was a beautiful match. And, you know, I feel extremely bad for Taylor. She's crying as she goes. But Taylor played an amazing match. And to be that close, she has to just keep telling herself that I have got to keep going, keep working. It's not, you have to hats off to Krejcikova. But as I said before, Krejcikova has been there before.
Yeah.
So she also understands for her to come back after match points, she won the tournament.
You know, if this was not the match of the tournament, it's right up there because this was an absolute beauty, epic contest. We thank both these players for giving it everything. Taylor Townsend and Barbora Krejcikova. Townsend going off in tears. She was applauded off court by Krejcikova, who is very classy. She does like to do that. She's the one that does go through to the quarterfinals at the U.S. Open after Taylor was just so very close to doing so. And it's the player from Czechia, 2-time Grand Slam winner, who will now face Jessica Pegula in the last 8. So we're going to take a little breather on U.S. Open Radio, but come back and join us for all the action. We have another Taylor coming on court in a few minutes. Taylor Fritz.
Althea Gibson is a part of us. She didn't just change the game, she made the game possible.
When she broke the color line at this event, it wasn't because she asked to be in. It wasn't because her mentor, Dr. Johnson, asked to be in. It was because an ally, Alice Marble, wrote a letter to the USLTA at the time and basically shamed them, saying, you're supposed to be a gentleman's sport about sport.
By American Express.
Townsend's won 30 of 44 points in this set. On-set point, body serve, blocked back with the backhand. Krejcikova misses into net. An almost flawless opening set from Taylor Townsend puts her 1 set away from her first ever major singles quarterfinal. Ruthless efficiency from Taylor Townsend. Bounces as Townsend looks out from under that white baseball cap. Second serve, 4th set point. She goes right into the body. Krejcikova rushes the net, drops off the volley. Lob from Taylor. She's on her back foot. Krejcikova with the overhead from the service line. She said she was going to take this point on her terms. She took it, and Barbora Krejcikova, saving 8 match points, 7 in one of the most compelling tiebreaks you'll ever see, has forced a 3rd set in this 4th round match.
Second serve to the backhand of Townsend. Great return. She gets the break back. She drilled it into the corner.
Taylor has definitely got her energy. It was really interesting watching that unfold. One head was going down, the other's head was going up. Taylor really ripped that backhand return right down the line and was looking to come in.
That first serve to the back comes in behind it, serving and volleying. She's just got that volley in the line somehow. And then Townsend's ball goes long. It's over. Barbora Krejcikova with one of the wins of her life. No doubt she saved 8 match points to reach the quarterfinals at the U.S. Open and does it. 1-6, 7-6, 6-3. That's an exhale after what just happened on that court. A fantastic match between Krejcikova and Taylor Townsend. And Z, we were just talking off air for a second and go back to that second set tiebreak as she was down those match points. Understandable. A lot of the kids who were watching had those big balls. They were coming down the steps trying to get the autographs because they thought maybe the match was going to end. And you thought maybe that spurred on Krejcikova.
Yeah, I actually do think that had a little bit to do with it because she paused and she looked over there for a moment. And I think like that gave her a little bit of extra, like, wait a minute, you know, she's a competitor. She's a 2-time Grand Slam champion. Of course she would be like, you know, wait a minute, it's not over yet, because she seemed to just ramp things up to another level after that.
And she saved match points previously. I mentioned that win against Sakkari at the French Open, and then she won the title, done in other matches, but this obviously has to take the cake in terms of how many she was able to save. I thought it was nice at the end when she went after the net. Krejcikova, even after getting this massive win, it wasn't an overly jubilant celebration. When she was approaching the net, her face kind of changed and she realized how tough of a loss this was going to be on Townsend. She said bad luck, and it was a nice hug between the players.
Well, that's what I was going to say. The hug was nice, long, but you could see her mouth moving, and it was long. So she was actually consoling Taylor in her match, and definitely you could see that she's had a nice match, because I'm sure she's been in similar situations where she had an opportunity to win a match and it's not on there. And overall, I think the gesture of both of them up there, I think it was really great. And you could tell how emotional Taylor was when she was leaving, but the fans enjoyed every bit of it.
And Z, going forward for Krejcikova, it's one of those where you think, oh my goodness, could this be destiny after saving all those match points? Could she go all the way? But on the other hand, you're thinking she's going to have to come back down after a match that lasted 3 hours plus and playing the player who made the final last year, Jessica Pegula. So some might consider, and I see this, not maybe a bad time to play Krejcikova after a match like that. She actually has a 2-1 record against Pegula.
Well, actually, mentally, I think she's going to be a little bit drained. So luckily, she'll get a day off so she can actually like regather herself. But I think the emotions I saw from her team over there, they're going to get her pumped, because they're going to feel like, you know, just like we've been saying, you come back from a couple of match points down and have that opportunity. You won some Grand Slams before like that. They're going to feel like she's going to have a chance.
And she will feel like she has that chance as she will take on Jessica Pegula. Prim is standing by, waiting for Krejcikova, who is chatting to us on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Bound to be jubilant, yet also tired Krejcikova. Only just past 6 p.m. Local time in New York, so she'll have a chance to unwind, do her press duties, and probably be out of the grounds by a couple of hours. Let's go to Prim now, who is with Krejcikova.
That's right. Prim Siripipat alongside Barbora Krejcikova. Fantastic win against Taylor Townsend. Saved 8 match points coming all the way back to win this. How? How did you do this?
I mean, I was present pretty much. I was fighting for every single ball, and I was just, hanging out there, trying to, just trying to stay on the court and trying to play as long as I could, because at the beginning, I mean, I lost the first set very easily in 30 minutes, and I was a little bit scared that it's going to be a really short match. So I'm really happy it was actually very long.
What was also impressive about this, you were not only going up against a red-hot American tennis player, but you were also going up against the crowd. What are your strategies when you're dealing with a crowd like that?
I mean, I already experienced this. It's not the first time, so I've been there. I have faced a lot of crowd that were against me, and I somehow find a way how to deal with that, and how to work with the crowd, and how to enjoy it, actually. Like, enjoy it. Like, I really, like when I went from the changeover and people started to cheer for Taylor and all that, I mean, I was just pretty much enjoying and having fun, and I was really happy that they are there, and they can be there, and they can, that it's full. It was perfect, and even though it wasn't for me, still I had a blast.
Well, I can imagine you're enjoying this moment. Back in the quarterfinals here since 2021. Up next, you're going to face another American, Jessica Pegula. Any thoughts about that matchup? 3 Americans in a row.
Yeah, I mean that's tennis. That's the draw. I mean, I'm looking forward. I mean, it's, right now I'm still in like present. So I'm here now. I'm really happy that I won this one today, and that I can celebrate with my team, and that we can still be here in New York. We can still enjoy Manhattan. We can still enjoy U.S. Open and all that, and the stay is got prolonged a little bit, and then very, very happy that I can play another match.
Barbara, enjoy the moment. Well deserved. Congrats on the win, and best of luck in the next round.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys, back to you.
Thanks very much, Prim, for that great interview. And Z, we can just hear the jubilation and the delight on the voice of Krejcikova.
Yeah, but she kept saying, I stayed present. She said it twice. And when she said that, I actually was like, wow, that's really interesting to be in that moment and understand what experience you have to realize that it's not over till it's over. Just stay present. And that's exactly what she did.
And I think it's more special for her. She talked about, extending her stay in New York and being in Manhattan. Remember, she missed the first chunk of this season off the tour. So when you're in that situation, coming back onto the tour, hasn't played a lot of matches, hasn't won a lot of matches, this is going to be extra special for a player who knows what it's like to go deep. So I'm sure she has such high standards for herself.
Yeah, definitely. And anytime that something happens to you, or injury or something, and you're not able to play, I don't think most people realize Taylor missed a little chunk in here too. She had a weird fall or something in her doubles match. So you had 2 people literally understanding that things can change very quickly. So let's fight for it.
Yeah, she had a concussion. It was in a doubles match. She banged her head quite hard, Townsend, so it was great to see her recovery. And it's been a great tournament for her. But Krejcikova is the one who's able to go through, building on that win she got over Emma Navarro. And we talked a lot about the tiebreaker. Obviously so, given what happened. 7 of those 8 match points saved in the tiebreaker for Krejcikova. But we can't forget that Krejcikova was actually down 6-1, 3-1. So before that tiebreaker, she could have been out of it even before then.
Yeah, she also, it was interesting that she said that, she knows it can go very quickly. So once again, she stayed in the present. Because I actually was at another court, and I walked over here. It was actually the 6-1, 3-1. And it's like you think that it's going to move very quickly, but things started to change. And she stayed in 1 point at a time, 1 point at a time. That's what tennis players say all the time. It's a little, monotonous when you say it, but it really is. You can only play where you are, and that's the point that's right there being played.
Taylor Fritz is just making his way onto court. This is going to be another good one, we think. Taylor Fritz and Tomas match. And Zita, in your own career, How many matches have you had where you've been down match points and saved them, and did they turn out to be the sort of win that got you thinking, you know what, maybe this is destiny here. I can go very deep with this particular tournament?
I don't think I ever.
No, surely you've done it.
No, let me tell you why. Because like I was such a perfectionist. Like I either won really easy or like long matches. Now I could be down or break and then come back, but I really don't know if I'm the worst at this, Robbie. I told you that before. I can't remember.
But you'd think you would remember like match point saves.
Well, a lot of times, I'll tell you a good story about juniors. Like I went through Texas, and I was in the Texas. I think I was in the age of 14. Hadn't lost any matches, and I had the opportunity to play Lori. And
Lori McNeil.
I'm sorry. Lori McNeil. We're playing. Hadn't lost to anybody, not even Lori. And I had match point, and I got a little cocky, and I didn't call the ball out. And Lori came back and beat me and broke my winning streak on there. It was a wooden racket being used back then. I cracked my racket. Lori and I hadn't lost any matches in doubles. And my coach made me play with the cracked racket, and Lori was so mad at me she wouldn't speak to me for months.
That is a great story. You cracked your wooden racket.
It was literally, I had like a fold in, and I'm out there trying to play. And he was like, don't anybody give her a new racket. And I had to play with the racket. I was sitting there, and they just hit every ball at me, and we ended up losing the match.
Well, the obvious follow-up to that is how many more times in your career did you crack your racket?
I never did.
There you go.
Never.
See? The coach said, well done, we lost the match. It was a bit of heartache, but obviously worked out well thereafter. No wonder, given the career that you had on TZ. So that match is in the books. It's going to be a long night on Armstrong because after this match between Fritz and Machac, it's Aryna Sabalenka who will take on one of the great stories of this U.S. Open in Christina Book. So what we're going to do now is take a break, come back. We'll have Taylor on in the background. We're going to tee up a bit of the night session. What a day it's been so far at the U.S. Open. So do stay with us on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, where we are joined by the wonderful Gil Gross. Gil was in the booth yesterday calling the match between Sasha Bublik and Tommy Paul, which was a great five-setter. So, Gil, you had a long one yesterday night.
Yeah, but I'm feeling rested. You know, the energy that comes with a match like that, you don't feel like it's 1 a.m. You feel like it's 10 p.m. So I'm right on schedule. But I appreciate the concern, and great to be with you guys as always.
Can I just tell a little story before we get to this night match? So myself and Gil, we were chatting earlier in the day. We were with a friend and talking tennis, different things. And all of a sudden, our chatter was interrupted by a young fan who was probably 3 yards away, who yelled out, Gil, can I have a picture?
Whoa,
And Gil had a smile on his face, but it was well-deserved, all the great content that he does throughout the year in tennis, and Gil duly obliged, so it was a wonderful moment.
Well, I messed with him the other day, just kind of giving him a little buzz. I listen to his podcast, but I don't say anything or whatever, so I've been telling him he's doing really well.
There's too much of me on the internet. I apologize to everybody out there.
No, we need more. We need more.
You know your tennis. That's why we love you, Gil. And you're going to be focusing on the night matches on Arthur Ashe. You have Novak taking on Jan-Lennard Struff, the German qualifier. He'll be back inside the top 100 after this. He hasn't had a lot of luck against Novak, lost all 7 of his matches. Is this going to be straightforward for Novak, or given his condition, given his age, Novak, could this get interesting?
Well, on one hand, it's a very different test compared to what Novak has had to deal with throughout the tournament. You think about a Lerner Tien, you think about a Zach Schweida, you think about a Cam Norrie, and these are all players who like to make it physical and play a lot of baseline rallies, and Struff is just the dead opposite. His worst nightmare is a baseline rally. He might return and come in on the first ball. He's going to serve and volley a little bit. So I think it's interesting in the sense that it's different for Novak, but at face value, I actually think Djokovic is going to enjoy that particular matchup and what Struff brings to the table, because Novak backs his serve and his return. And if you serve and return well against Struff, you're starting points in advantageous positions. That's how you beat Jan-Lennard. You got to serve great and return great.
Well, I'm really looking forward to this match because Struff is one of those players. He just comes at you. And even his stature, he has a very strong presence. And I just think in the beginning, Novak will figure him out. He'll just play around with the ball a little bit to see what pace he needs, when he needs it. And I think, at the end, he'll end up winning it. But I think Struff will give him a good run for his
Novak, historically, has gobbled up these sorts of players. You think of Milos Raonic, you think of John Isner, Marin Cilic, even though Cilic has beaten him. So he likes, as Gil was saying, he doesn't mind having a target, an excellent return in one of the game's best ever. But the one thing I wonder about, Gil, is Novak was saying after his last match, understandable given his age, that things aren't like they were before. So the day after a long match, he's not out practicing, he's not out hitting. It's all about recovery. So at his age now, I don't know if you think the same thing, but there could be a moment, it could happen at any time, where he could feel it. And of course, he had that back issue against Cam Norrie, so physically, maybe that's the biggest question mark for Novak?
Absolutely. And when he did have that back injury, I thought, okay, here we go again, for a moment. And it was actually a very fleeting issue, so there were no worries there. But I've got this in front of you. As soon as you started your question, I knew where you were going, and I pulled this up. Here's the recent history of Novak at majors. Australian Open 2024, it was that flat performance against Sinner, and then there were reports that he was sick with a fever that came out the week later. Roland Garros that year, meniscus tear, withdraws. Wimbledon, comes back, but the movement wasn't good enough. He wasn't fully recovered. US Open, still has a knee brace on, wasn't sliding. That was the loss to Popyrin post-Olympics, but physically didn't look great in that one. Australian Open 2025, hamstring injury, retirement against Zverev in the semis. Roland Garros this year, completely healthy. Okay, that's the one where you can't really look at his body as a reason why he lost. And then Wimbledon in 2025, he slips against Caboli late in that match and pulls up with movement issues against Sinner. Didn't move well in that match. So it really does feel like, if you look at the last 2 years, Zina, most of the majors, Novak at some point or another has an issue with his body.
Well, I think he just goes against Father Time, and no matter who you are, how great you are, how many Grand Slam titles you won, it will catch up with you. And it affects people differently at different times. And I think he wants to win another Grand Slam title. But let's be real, that's where most of the stress is going to come from.
Taylor Fritz is just held in the first game. Novak will face the winner of this one. If he does beat Struff, and Machac has beaten him in the past, and Machac is a very dangerous player. When he hits his ceiling, he'll beat just about anybody on the court, including the biggest and the best in the men's game. So he's trying to get the win. Is Novak, against Jan-Lennard Struff. That's going to be the first night match on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Second one is going to be, it's another interesting matchup. 2 Grand Slam winners. Elena Rybakina against Marketa Vondrousova. Rybakina is the number 9, playing second in the night session. Not necessarily, I think she's a slot she enjoys. She's had insomnia problems in the past at Rybakina, although she said much, much better. And she's got to be feeling a whole lot better, too, after the way she dispatched Emma Raducanu.
Yeah, that was definitely, I thought it was going to be a better match. But how do you say her name?
Vondrousova.
Vondrousova. Where's she been?
Injured.
I was like,
that's usually the answer, Zina.
But it's like I just recently, when you said her name, it's like, oh, yeah. I mean, but sometimes that spurs on someone when they've had an injury and they have an opportunity to come back. And so we'll see if she can kind of get herself going again.
And for Rybakina, Gil, it seems like she's in a pretty good place now. She's liking the setup when it comes to her team, and she's been firing.
Yeah, her form has been really good. I mean, you mentioned the Raducanu match, which was an impressive scoreline. That one ended up being 6-1, 6-2. Hasn't dropped a set yet at this year's U.S. Open, and had a good summer leading in. I think this is going to be a really good barometer for her. If she can beat a player who defends incredibly well and throws a lot of variety her way, she's going to disrupt those contact points. Rybakina is not going to be able to play this match with the ball in her strike zone like she was able to against Raducanu, who just kind of goes toe-to-toe with you a little bit. And I think it's going to be incredibly difficult for Rybakina tonight.
And let's see how that goes, because they're playing second at night. The conditions are going to just slow down a little bit. That might favor Vondrousova, take away a bit of the punch off Rybakina. It's 30-love for Fritz. He's trying to get to 2-1 in this first set, in this matchup between the American and the player from Czechia, back-to-back on this court. Fritz does lead 2-love in their head-to-heads, but both have been very, very tough. This year, United Cup, a retirement for Machac after he was up by a set and 5-2. Had a couple of match points, succumbed to cramping. He'd been cramping for a lot of the second set before finally calling it quits. Forehand by Machac to the backhand of Fritz, driven deep. Forehand looping from Machac, chance to attack with a forehand cross, hard and flat by Machac on the forehand, but forehand from Fritz is just on the line. Forehand, who's going to flinch first on this forehand to forehand? It turned out to be Fritz, because Machac lashed that forehand cross court for a winner.
What a great shot by Machac. I mean, he really they were going toe-to-toe for sure on that, but that forehand cross court was simply amazing.
He does have that firepower. Yeah, he really went through that ball. Did Machac, playing with a backward cap, white cap, multicolored shirt. He's the number 21 seed. Machac not having a kind of year that he had last year. Last year was his massive year. Goes big again on the forehand, and Fritz missing his forehand long.
I have a question for Gil. So, Fritz, with everybody, Paul leaving, Ben Shelton gone, Francis, what pressure does that put on? And you made it to the finals last year.
Yeah, I don't worry about Fritz with pressure very much. I think he's been really carrying the flag for the American men for a long time now. He's been the front runner and kind of the target on his back, so to speak. And he just continues to be the most consistent of that group. This is his 4th U.S. Open in a row where he's the top American man. That's almost half a decade. Yeah, I mean, can we give it up? I mean, that deserves a lot of respect.
Yeah, sure does. He was getting ready for his previous match, was Fritz, in the locker room, and then he heard everything that was starting to unravel with the trainers saying that Ben needed treatment, and then he also ended up knowing that Tiafoe was down 2 sets, and then it all went quickly after that for the Americans, who exited Shelton, losing Tiafoe and also Tommy Paul last night. Gil, thanks very much for your company, and we're going to hear a lot more of you tonight as part of the night session. Zina, stick around. Prim Superpad is coming in. We're going to recap what's happened during the day, an eventful one. Do stay with us on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. currently this first set between Taylor Fritz and Tomas Machac. Taylor's number 4 seed, last year's finalist, USA long-time U.S. number 1, and has done so in very capable fashion. Taylor Fritz, the way he's handled everything, he's also a very good ambassador for the game. Ask him a question, he'll give you an honest answer, which we like.
Yeah, that's why I asked her that question, because I was just thinking about it. I mean, he really has handled the pressure extremely well. And he seems like he's coming here, and he's not really worried about what everybody else is doing. It's like what he needs to keep moving forward.
He does have that confidence of knowing now that he's gone deep, and can't say just how important it was, the fact that he made that final net court top of the tape, landing on Mahac's side. So love 15.
Machac has some interesting shorts.
He wears his shorts quite high, and they're tight shorts.
Yes.
And he said the reason he does that is because he likes the feeling of them that tight. He doesn't like the baggy shorts. He just doesn't like the feeling. But you're right, Z, it's unusual because not many players have the shorts as tight and high up as he does.
Well, it's interesting because it almost looks like they literally make them for him like that. You know what I'm saying?
Good.
Yeah, it's tailored for him.
No pun intended.
Yes.
Here's the forehand inside out from Fritz. Backhand from Machac. Pulls it into the tram lines. So it gets even better in this game for Fritz. Love 30.
Machac got a little bit too out in front on that backhand. It was a miss hit a little bit by Taylor Fritz, which means the ball is probably a little slower than Machac wanted.
Hasn't lost a set so far this tournament. Machac started by crushing Luca Nardi, the Italian, who's played his best tennis as a lucky loser. Has tested Carlos Alcaraz in the past, has Nardi. That match, an hour and 23 minutes, Machac won. Forehand going to the backhand of Fritz. Draws the air, good punch on the forehand, wasn't broken in that match. And then a big win over an unseeded player, yes, but a player who many are talking about. He beat Joao Fonseca 7-6, 6-2, 6-3. Again, more winners than unforced, 80%. First serves won, and then beat the Frenchman who had his breakthrough U.S. Open, Hugo Blanchet, who had upset his fellow player from Czechia, Jannik, in a fifth set tiebreak, the Masters winner. So maybe Machac was asking his compatriot for some tips.
Whatever it takes.
Here's the backhand by Machac. This time he didn't leak that air. And then Fritz, unusually on a normal rally ball, puts his forehand into the net.
Yeah, that was definitely a miss there by Fritz, who normally his forehand is such a weapon. We love when he runs around and really smacks that forehand, but that one was directly down the center. He had to move his feet, but he did not move his feet. That's why he missed him.
Big serve down the middle, nullified by the let. Do you think maybe these players come in, there might be a little bit of mental fatigue in the sense that they had to wait for that long match, 3 hours plus?
Oh, you definitely. And that match was so good. I guarantee you everybody that was in front of a television wanted to watch it. And it was. I mean, just think about, even I can speak for myself. I can't speak for you. But I was kind of feeling like, oh. And then you come down and we're sitting here waiting for the third set. And it's like I was feeling a little low.
Well, we didn't feel that. We didn't sense that at all on the air. Thankfully.
I had to fake it till I make it.
That's always the best way to do it. Fake it till you make it. He's turned around this game. Tomas Machac, game point 43. Great serve down the tee with side spin coming in behind the backhand. Has a chance, didn't have to play that volley. Good hold for 2-all.
Machac is really interesting. He likes to catch that ball at a high peak and kind of keep the pressure. That's a great tactic because you get the ball back on the other side much faster than normal.
Speaking of high, Z, it seems like all these players from Czechia, their ball toss is almost touching the heavens. It must be taught.
Because you're right, because you're sitting there and you're waiting for it to come back down. When you're sitting here trying to commentate on it, you're like, it's very high.
You think of Linda Noskova, one player, Vondrosova, Kvitova. They all had them. Tomas Berdych, who is now the Davis Cup captain. And speaking of that, it's going to be Czechia and the U.S. facing off in the Davis Cup in September. That's going to be in Delray Beach at the big tennis center there. Fritz is on the team. Machac is on the team. But we now wait to see what's going to happen with Shelton and Tommy Paul. They were named to the team, but having some injury and health issues. Inside in forehand from Fritz, and then snatching at that forehand Machac, who was 2 yards behind the baseline.
But Fritz did a great job of pushing him way behind the baseline. That was a nice deep forehand there. A great signature shot from Taylor Fritz, known for his forehand, his ground strokes, and his big serve.
who is decked out in all black, black shoes, socks, shorts, and the top. Here's a serve into the body. Good serve from Fritz. Then he kind of muscles that forehand, gave Machac a chance. Machac coming in, steps in, goes to that backhand of Fritz, who makes the miscue.
30-15.
He's always one to maybe chat to his team sometimes, Taylor Fritz, just try to get some guidance. But as he said, also when he's on the match court, he likes to think for himself.
It's really interesting. I'm always looking at Taylor's clothing line, and it's a big men's line. But I'm always like, do they really do tennis? Because it doesn't look like when you're watching his clothes, it didn't fit for me. Is it just me?
The one thing we know about tennis in the last 3-4 years, there have been companies you don't normally associate with the tennis kit who have sponsored players who've come into the market. For example, Jack Draper, another of those who's just signed with another company. But that has certainly changed over the years, yeah.
Okay.
Second serve to the backhand of Machac. Here's the backhand from Fritz. Good job to keep that in play. And then Machac puts his slice into the net.
Fritz leads 3-2 first set.
Got a good start for both these players. We're on serve after 15 minutes. Taylor Fritz is looking good so far in this first set. Come back and join us on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Midway in this first set, Tomas Machac from Czechia taking on Taylor Fritz, last year's finalist from California. First time Fritz is facing a top 100 player at this U.S. Open. He started by beating the fast-rising Emilio Nava. First serve wide from Machac. Nava had won 19 straight matches earlier in the year, helping him to get a wild card for this U.S. Open. And then Fritz over Lloyd Harris. 4 sets, 17 aces, 75% first serves won. Once down his set, the second set went to a tiebreak against the South African. Here's Fritz going inside in with a forehand to Machac. One of these rallies again, forehand to forehand. This time it's Machac who blinks.
Yeah, Taylor did a great job there, just stepping in. Taylor Fritz hit a beautiful forehand. I love watching him hit his forehand because it's really textbook. It looks beautiful, and when he gets a great pop on it, that ball is moving.
Serve misses wide and long from Machac. Comes from a tennis family, does Fritz, so he's been schooled by several different coaches, including his dad. Here's a backhand cross from Fritz. Good backhand on the stretch from Machac, then backhand into the tram lines, going cross before Fritz misses his forehand long.
Taylor was not excited. Taylor Fritz was not excited about missing that forehand right there. He had the whole court open, just looked on the other side a little bit too much. He's now practicing the whippy forehand that he should have hit then.
Yeah, that was a pretty big point. He's been ahead of the Machac games, and you might think, okay, it's only starting of this match, but we know how first sets can really pave the way for the rest of the match. So there have been some chances for Fritz. Oh, he took that one. Forehand blister down the line on the return.
That was definitely blistered down the line with that forehand right there. Fritz did a great job. He made the correction. He was practicing it, and well done by Taylor on that forehand down the line.
And again, 15-30. Then Machac comes with a good serve, but a better return by Fritz on the stretch to stay in the point match. Chance to pass. Oh my goodness, what a pass that was. Acrobatic on the stretch, 3 yards behind the baseline.
Taylor's actually kind of smiling. He did come forward, but Machac did a great job of angling that backhand off, the little dip on it.
Novak-esque on that backhand pass because he was leaning on the back foot there. Machac hitting it cross court. And that's a part of his game, Fritz. He's still working on, not entirely comfortable up at the net.
I don't understand that, because with his height and the way he hits the ball, like, you're going to get, he should have more opportunities to move forward. Well, he does, but he doesn't take them.
Speaking of moving forward, Machac does, and then he misses the volley, a makeable one into the net for a break point.
Machac actually did not get his racket where it needed to be on that forehand volley.
His coach is in his box, Daniel Vacek. He used to come forward, play a lot at the net in his career, Vacek. Mike Russell in the box as ever of Taylor Fritz, one of the fittest players on the tour when he played. Here's the serve on the line. I thought it was, but it was long. Second serve to come on the break point for Fritz. Steps in by a yard now, looking to go big on this return. Goes backhand line, but gives Machac a chance. Here's a forehand down the line to stay in the point for Machac. Backhand from Machac, the backhand of Fritz. He's into the tram lines. Fritz is controlling this point, not trying to do too much. Forehand with heavy loop just on the line from Machac, and then Fritz misses. But you could say that was a forced error because that ball from Machac on the line.
Yeah, and what we've said before, something when they hit the lines, especially here, seemed to be slitting. And that's what I think Taylor was not happy about, because that ball just took off as soon as it hit the line.
Yeah, it certainly skidded. We could see it. Break point saved by Machac. Olympic gold medalist, by the way. That was last year in the mixed alongside Katerina Siniakova. They were keeping everybody guessing at the time as to whether they were a couple or not, because they had been going out, and we didn't know whether they were still going out or not. They wouldn't say anything.
Yeah, but you know all the bigs.
No, it was it was widely reported, and then eventually it turned out that they've split up.
Well, to win a gold, then they should have went ahead and got together.
They played amazing during that tournament, and for Taylor, well, he's an Olympic medalist also, because he won bronze in the doubles alongside his good friend Tommy Paul. Who do they beat in that match? Machac and Adam Pavlicek.
I was really excited for them to actually come away with a medal, and because they could have just went away.
They could have, yeah, because especially early in that, as Machac has missed a serve long double fault to get back to deuce. Fritz was being targeted in the semifinals in the doubles, and there wasn't a lot of joy. The tactics for the teams, hard to Fritz, hard to Fritz, hard to Fritz, and yeah, he was struggling, as he acknowledged afterwards. First serve, top of the tape, into the box, so Alette played. Ladada Fritz is watching Guy Fritz. Reached the high of 301 in singles, 219th in the doubles. Used to work with Coco Van de Wey, among others. Big serve down the tee to get the game point again.
That was a great rotation, great on that serve, popping it right down the tee for Machac.
124, that last serve from Machac. He's not as tall as Taylor Fritz, but gets good pop on the serve. And one of the reasons why he's had a lot of the success in his career so far. But he just skies the backhand. That backhand has been the issue for him so far. Machac made a few errors.
Yeah, that one ball just seemed to get away from him. And actually, this is probably the second time I'm saying that. His preparation on the backhand needs to be a little bit sooner so he can get to his contact point. It almost seems like he's just trying to push the ball.
Here's a backhand opportunity. Drive all he had to wait for it. Did so nicely to get to another game point. Is that Z more a case of the footwork, or is it something with the take back, or is the two of them combined?
I would definitely say it's more of the footwork, not getting getting in the right spacing that he needs to really swing through the ball.
Mentioning his height, he's 6 foot compared to Fritz's 6'5". First serve being teed up in just a second for Machac, who's a big idol growing up. Non-tennis idol was Michael Jordan.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, loves
so he's a basketball
fan, as are quite a few others on the tour. think of Kyrgios and Monfils, and of course the players from the U.S. Good pickup, half volley from Machac right off that drive, and then goes down the line. He's made it. That's why fans love watching him. He's a shot maker, Machac. That backhand down the line was a sizzler.
And that was, I think, for me, he's like, Zena, I can hit a backhand down the line. That was a beautiful redirection right there. But once again, short backswing, and he just punched it down the line. He took the pace of Taylor Fritz and punched it down the line.
He sure did. Machac has got the 3-all in this first set. Getting now towards the important part of this set. Having said that, we know breaks, any part of a set can be so important, but he'd like to be the first to get to 4-3. Of course, Taylor Fritz. Here's a forehand, good depth from Machac on the forehand. Then he slices the backhand to the backhand of Fritz. Cross court from Fritz with a backhand before another backhand from Machac going long.
Yeah, just a little bit too much on there. Got to find somewhat of a rhythm.
Now quarterfinalist Fritz at all 4 of the majors except for the French Open. He did make the 4th round last year before being upset early this year by Daniel Altmaier.
You know, Robbie, I've always wondered this, like, what does it feel to have a serve like Taylor Fritz?
Why are you asking me?
Well, I'm just saying, maybe you have a big serve. I don't know.
I actually don't have a big serve. For my height, I should have a bigger serve.
But the reason why I say that is, like, every time I watch someone that has a good serve and it's a beautiful serve, just how many free points they get.
I mean, bang on QZ, he rips an ace down the tee. Well, go back to, so when you played, you know, you were playing at a time, for example, when you had the wooden rackets.
No, I'm not that far. I only played for a half a second with a wooden racket.
Okay, but if we go back to the time of wooden rackets for a second, would that have been a time where, you know, you would have the players who would be so good from the back of the court and volleying, predominantly having success, where you kind of nullify a big serve, right? Because they'd be playing with wooden rackets.
Well, yeah, but the sweet spot in those wooden rackets was so small, but people had. When you're working on your strokes, you're always hitting the center of the racket because you had to. So most people that came from the sweet spots back then, when they started using, for me, that was like the Prince Graphite and all those rackets. Then for me, it's like the bigger rackets, I just still hit it in the same spot because I did start with a
wooden racket. A couple of aces in that game for Taylor Fritz as he gets out to 4-3 in this first set. And speaking of racket talk, I like the big racket. It had a golden oldie, 115 square inches. Now that's a big sweet spot. I know. Constantly being told you got to change it because it's a bit archaic, but feels good on the arm. The racket feeling good on the arm now. Taylor Fritz popping the aces. He's hit 5 already in this first set. Conditions, they're a bit cooler now because it's just past 6:40 p.m. local time. So maybe if you're Fritz, you might think, I would have loved to get on court maybe 3 or 4 hours earlier because it would have been hotter, the ball traveling through the air faster.
The more you think about it, then it's not going to happen. Why even think about it?
Well, we can ponder it here in the booth.
It is what it is. But like I said, I guarantee you they were both watching that match because it was just that good. You know, men don't really watch women's tennis all that much. So, but I bet you that one was the one that they probably took a peek at.
Gil Gross is watching this match on Armstrong after the epic between Krejcikova and Taylor Townsend. Gil, you say it's been a good start for both players. I know you were as excited as we were about this matchup.
Yeah, I was really excited coming in because I've been waiting for Tomas Machac, who I've seen play not just good tennis, great tennis, elite level tennis. The run to the Shanghai semis last year, he beat Carlos Alcaraz at that tournament. His run at Acapulco this year when he won a 500, biggest title of his career, and it's just been very difficult from a health standpoint for Machac. And this U.S. Open is the first time he's won 3 matches at a single event since he won Acapulco, and that was back in February. So it's been good to see Machac in full flight against obviously a top player who's so well established in Taylor Fritz.
Yes, indeed. This does have the makings maybe of a long one. Gil referring to the health issues he's had. He's actually had that cramping issue on and off throughout his career. So if this match does go along, I wonder if that might be a factor, the physical nature of this contest. Here's Machac going backhand to the forehand of Fritz, who skies it well long, and more of those wins for Machac. Other players he's beaten besides Alcaraz and Novak. He's beaten Tommy Paul, Andre Rublev. He's beaten Francis Tiafoe. And last year was a very big year for him. 37-24. He made his first final, beat Novak on the way in that Geneva final on clay. Had a chance to win the first set against Casper Ruud. Couldn't serve it out. That was the big turning point. And this year has been a little more tricky for him. Against the top 20, just one win. That came against Hubert Hurkacz. But ever dangerous is Machac, who goes big on the forehand. That's why he's dangerous. Flat on the backhand, fizzed through the court on the line. 30 love.
Yeah, he really seems to just punch that ball. And like I said before, he redirects it so well. So.
Yeah, he does redirect, and that's a skill to take the ball early when the ball's coming at pace. Puts that serve just inside the line, going to that Fritz forehand. Fritz looking at his racket after the forehand going long.
Machac was up to that line so quick. He almost like quick served Fritz. He wasn't quite ready for it.
Players taking different times between the points. Some of them on the tour as quick as you can snap your fingers, like Daniil Medvedev at times, and then others taking a lot of time between the points. Backhand return is laced down the line for 40-15. And Z, speaking of Medvedev, what did you make of that very big news earlier today? The fact that after 8 years, Medvedev and his coach Gilles Savard have cut ties.
Wow. After what happened the other day with him kind of like going off or whatever, you figured it was the blame is going somewhere, and it's never on the player. I mean, I'm just being real. So that surprised me, because Medvedev was always one of those. To me, it just seems like he would take the blame rather than put it on the coach. So, but 8 years is a long time.
But don't you think, Z, that sometimes I think maybe you might have just been saying it, that sometimes partnerships, coaching tandems can kind of run their course?
Yeah, 8 years is a long time. And he might just need a new voice.
I think most players, given Medvedev's trajectory the last couple years, would have made that move sooner. I think it speaks to the strength of their relationship that Daniil waited until it was just, he almost had no choice. It's been such a difficult 2025.
Yeah, good point, Gilles, and we'll see, pardon me, Gil, speaking of Gilles, because thinking of Gilles Simon, who for a time was in the box on the team of Daniil Medvedev. Fritz going backhand to the backhand, a one-handed, left-handed backhand to stay in the point for match. He can do that sometimes. He did it there, and he wins the point.
That was a great job there. It actually kind of threw off Taylor. Fritz, he didn't know exactly what was going on. I think, and the ball seemed to jump a little bit.
It did, but because Machac hit that ball with his left hand on the defensive. Kathy May is looking on, the mom of Taylor Fritz, former top 10 player. She had a lot of success in her own career. Face the likes of Chris Evert, Billie Jean King, Martina in her career, Kathy May.
Guy Fritz also in the box. Tennis coach himself, former player. He was Coco Vandeweghe's first tennis coach, Guy Fritz.
Yeah, Fritz comes from a tennis pedigree. Here's the serve from Fritz after the double fault. Didn't double fault there on the line. I recently listening to Taylor talk about his dad and saying, at times when he was coming up through the ranks, he didn't really like the fact that his dad was telling him, to do these drills, to do these exercises, and kind of resented his dad for a little bit because he didn't want to play tennis for the longest time. But now he realizes all the work that his dad put in has gotten to where he is now.
Yeah.
And he's very, very thankful.
I absolutely love those stories when players realize who got them there. Because a lot of times the family doesn't, someone that helped start you, they don't get the credit for waking up at 7 o'clock in the morning, getting you to tournaments, making sure you're fed, making sure, they get all the brunt work. And then the coach and everybody else gets all of this, like, fanfare as they get to become professionals, and we know their stories. But it really is the people that started them, and it's everybody through that helped him get to that point.
And he acknowledged that as part of that. He was saying that exact same thing, the sacrifices he knew that his dad made, that his parents made. There were also a few other coaches as he was climbing the ranks who were very influential in and around the California area. So it's been a mix of voices, a mix of coaches for Taylor Fritz, who is the first to get to 5-4. So a bit of scoreboard pressure maybe now on Machac.
Yeah, I think the pressure is, but as we've seen a lot of things happen today, you got to wait till the end.
You never quite know. Just a score check on some of the other matches around the grounds. A lot of doubles taking place on the grandstand. Ho and Jevons taking on the team of Ram and Mektic, who had success on this swing heading into the U.S. Open, just winning a Masters Shield. Rajiv Ram and Nikola Mektic splitting sets. They lost the first set and winning the second set in a tiebreaker. Ram might be getting a call to play Davis Cup if there is a pullout. He's played for the team in the past, and again, that's because of the concerns. Ben
So
Shelton
Ram might be?
Might be. That's what the Davis Cup captain was saying earlier in the day. That is all to be told, waiting to see the status of the injury to Ben Shelton.
Ravi, in your detailed description, have you remarked on Machac's shorts yet?
Yes, actually.
I'm sorry, Gil. Now, you know me by now. I had to ask about the shorts.
Yes, Zina did ask about it. And I provided an explanation, but feel free to jump in on it.
I think it's about maybe a 3-inch inseam, maybe 2.5.
How do you know that, Gil?
I've got the numbers, Zina. You know that.
Well, I did say that I thought that after Ravi told me why he likes them like that, I said maybe they're tailoring them for him.
There's that acronym called TMI. That stands for too much information.
But they're unusual shorts.
They are.
Yeah,
they stand out. They do stand out. 15-11 this game. Second serve to the backhand of Fritz. Here's a backhand driven flat by Machac over the net, just clearing. Little net clearance took away the time of Fritz. But then he goes big on the inside in forehand Machac and missed it long.
Yeah, he missed it long because Taylor Fritz did a great job of getting nice depth on his forehand with a little pace behind it.
His shorts, by the way, are a little bit baggier and lower down. You asked for it, Z. Why are you shaking your head?
Well,
you
I'm shaking my head because I was trying to figure out why they were so long. We need an in-between there.
First serve percentage for Machac in this set is 41. Yet he hasn't been broken. And another first serve that he misses long. Second serve for Fritz. Looking to capitalize in these situations now. Here's a forehand by Fritz going to the backhand of Match, which has been leaking air, is not there. Backhand only clears the net from Fritz. And then more shape on the next backhand. Cross-court backhand to backhand. Backhand down the line from Machac. He's missed it.
Yeah, Taylor did a great job there. Just being very steady on the backhand. I love the way that once he get into backhand cross-court exchanges, he makes sure you're going to have to beat him with a very great ball down the line.
Yeah, he's almost tempting him, right?
Yes.
You want to make that shot? I'll give it to you. You go for that. Here's his first serve for Match. That one is on the line and in. Backhand, he missed it into the tram lines, almost wide of the doubles alley. 2 set points on the way.
Fritz did a great job of picking up that forehand return. Now he has an opportunity for a set point.
Machac with that high ball toss. Top of the tape. Into the service box as he was going with a swinger out wide. First serve to hit once again. Here is Machac. Reed delivers first serve into the net. Second serve again. He's got to get that first serve percentage up in this match. You would think Machac if he wants to win it. Second serve backhand of Fritz. She leaves it middle of the court. Asks the question of Machac and might be that sort of a rally. Here's the forehand. Good shape again for Fritz. Doesn't try to go for too much and gets his reward. Backhand going into the tram lines again. That has been his troubling shot in the first set. Tomas Machac. First set going the way of Taylor Fritz.
Yeah, that was a great, just bearing down and not giving up anything by Taylor Fritz. He's so stern. He stays in it. And I absolutely love his determination when he is totally focused.
And he is totally focused. That's another component of his game. It's one of the reasons why he's been able to climb. I know there's been a lot of talk about his movement at the back of the court, which has gotten a lot better. He's so much stronger on both sides. But mentally now, Z, he's at a different level. It's like, do you expect him when he plays on a Grand Slam that's hard court or grass to just start at the quarterfinals, really?
No, I don't. I still think that but what I like about him is that he has a couple of matches here and there